Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law. I'm off center. A small law firm, a small criminal law firm in central Minnesota. How we doing, guys? We are here for Karen Reed. However, I believe court is a little bit late today, which is fine. What was that? What was that? Which is fine, I was trying to say. So you get these like microphone arms or whatever, and they're like, oh yeah, these are great. Everything's going perfect. All these little knobs and stuff that you turn, tighten everything up. And over time, they just sag, slowly sag. What is up with my voice? It's great. Anyway, how are you guys? Trying to get everything set up here. Leave Nick alone. He's probably finishing off a few lines on something he's working on. I don't know if that's a joke, but if it is, it's funny. He's probably finishing a few lines. Stop. No, bad. Oh my goodness. Let's see. What do we got here? We need this guy. So just so you guys see that there's literally nothing happening yet. Normally the fan is up by now. But I think it's just an hour late. We'll get everything going here in just a moment. See, I put out a video late last night about Courtney Clenney, the accused OnlyFans killer. She is trying to remove the entire prosecution team under Florida law, and it is the oral arguments between the two, between the state and her defense team. And I just kind of talk about what's going on and get really pissed off at their inability to use the word or the state. Well, more like the state's refusal to recognize that the word or exists. But yeah. So hopefully if you guys watch that, you enjoy it. I hope it brings you much pleasure or whatever. It is an OnlyFans chick after all. That's what she's for. So anyway, get rid of that. Other than that, how we doing, guys? How are we doing? Scott Chrissy Jones, welcome to Paralegal Status. I thought you did that earlier on the premiere, so welcome, I guess. Again, I don't know how that works. Oh, I bet when you became a member over there, it put it here. Yeah, it did. That's what happened. 6:50 a.m. It's way earlier. Nick needs to be 5 years sober, just like George Floyd. Rude. But I want to hear none of this I can't breathe stuff from you, Nick. Well, I'll try. I'll put forth a valiant effort. Postman Matt, hey, thank you for the super chat. Says, I feel like the collision is a key question about whether or not Kieran is responsible for his death. If no collision, then not guilty on counts 1 and 2. Yes. In some ways, I agree with you. I know what you're trying to say. It's what Alessi is trying to say. But the reality is, he's not testifying that Karen Reed is the one who, he kind of is. Because she's the alleged driver. He doesn't know that she's driving the car, though, right? Like, he has no idea. It's inferred that she's driving the car, but he doesn't actually know. It could be someone else. in theory. So the question is, are the injuries consistent with being struck by a car or by this type of car at this speed or whatever? I don't think the defense is going to win that one. I think Brennan's going to win that one. And like I said, I don't think that one is necessarily from bias. I definitely see what y'all are saying. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I finally went out and got some Milos. It's been way too long. Way too long. I'm sitting here drinking all this soda. I need something with much less sugar, like sweet tea. Dumping out his piss bucket. That's my pee was blacker than Forrest Whitaker. That's not good. I got something unhealthy going on if that's urine. Holy cats. Looks like drain cleaner. It looks like tea. Is there weird coloring on this? Like, what's wrong with you people? Why don't you have a basement pee drain? Only the quartering is so sophisticated. Oh my goodness. Let's try out. Remember, guys, we have super tips available. supertip.gg/RL. To tell a joke, ask a question, or say goodbye. I guess that's what we'll put. I don't know. I never know what to put in these messages. I need a new fridge for my studio. I have the little Xbox fridge. It just doesn't hold anything useful. Jonathan Drennan says, what if the state actually proven? Well, I mean, that's up to the jury, right? Like they don't prove things. The jury decides if they prove things. What they do is they put evidence into the record, and then they make a closing argument that summarizes and encapsulates the evidentiary story that they want to tell. And then the other side does the same. And then the jury picks the one that is most likely to be true based on their, perception of the credibility of the people involved. So we don't even have a conclusive time of death or any testimony from the lead investigator. I agree. Don't get me wrong. I agree they haven't proved out their case. I don't think they've made their case, but they have sufficiently entered in, I believe, all the elements into the record so they can argue at close. I'm hoping that the defense team is ready to absolutely bitch slap them when they try that. But that being said, we'll have to see. In the message there. What up to the Rumble Squad? In the message there. So let's see. This karmic guy, I don't know. I say this karmic guy as if you guys have any idea. There's a streamer right now. He's kind of like my guilty pleasure. His name is Karmic X. He's from northern Minnesota, and he's very northern Minnesota. And his streams are just him talking. I really enjoy it when I sit and listen. At first I was like, who's this guy? Like, who's this weirdo? Now I'm like, who's this weirdo? I like this. I like this guy. He's great. What's up, Nana Bear 007? How you doing? But he digresses. But I digress. Oh my gosh. So weird. It's just popping up in these this weird corner of the internet where I found myself overlapping with all these strange streamers. But I don't think he wanted to write that. Go away. But yeah, these ended up in strange corners of the internet where dark things lurk and wiggle and writhe in the night. Keep close your candles and lanterns, for light is what keeps away the things that move behind the dark. Anyway, I just like him. I find him interesting. But yeah, now there's like all these weird people that are also in this group that no one cares about outside of this limited audience, which is really interesting. Like the rest of the world just moves on without it. They're like, oh, what was radio? I don't care. That being said, makes for some odd viewing at odd hours. And it has nothing to do with this. I'm not going to sit around and talk about it. I just like that guy. That's all. Leave me alone. Who are these people you keep arguing with? I literally don't know who any of them are. Me either, really. The fact that you refuse to overlap with me is very hurtful. I'm just as weird as those people. I know, Jim. I know. We'll overlap soon. We have fan touchdown. Where did it go? Where is it? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna lose my mind. It's not here. It's not what I'm looking for. Where's my stupid fan? Drive me crazy. Where is it? No. This doesn't make any sense. That beeping is horrible. I hope you guys hear that. Oh, I'll mute it for you. Have I been sleeping well? Not really. I keep waking up in the middle of the night. Oh, there it is. God. Like I keep falling asleep really early and then waking up in the middle of the night. So usually turn on some YouTube stuff. Last night I went and recorded the Courtney Clenney video. Made some thumbnails. Further responded to my ethics complaint, which I still don't know what it's for. I told him, I'm like, you didn't tell me any rules. And he's like, well, in the cases I cited to you, there were rule violations. It was pretty good. So we can talk about that real quick. It's kind of funny to me. So they're like, okay, in light of these two cases, and they sent me two disciplinary actions for lawyers that got involved with drugs. He's like, in light of these two cases, talk about your, proposed disciplinary action. And I was like, well, I didn't break any rules, so none is the proposed disciplinary action. But the first case he cited to me, this is amazing. So this is the comparative, I guess, case. The lawyer got arrested for third-degree possession, same as I did, of cocaine. He got arrested in court. He got arrested while representing someone in court for third-degree possession. Like, there's a difference, I think, at least in regards to the lawyer's professional responsibility office, that like I was not representing any clients. I did not have any clients to represent. I wasn't soliciting for clients at all. And mine was at home versus the comparable case of getting arrested in the courthouse with the cocaine, the candlestick, while like in court with your clients. Insane. And I was like, that's different. That one is not the same as my case, so I don't think that applies. And then the other one was some guy, and I don't remember what his drug was. It might have been meth or something. It was like after repeated violations of his probation, it's like again, and after repeated violations of his probation, mishandling of client funds, missing court cases, like missing case hearings or whatever, for clients, all of these different things. It's like all of those, after all of that, then he was disciplined with like a 90-day suspension or something like that. And I was like, I've already been effectively suspended for 6 months because my continuing legal education suspension exists. So you don't have to suspend me anymore. Life has done enough suspending. And I was like, these aren't my case at all. They're not even close. So that was fun explaining that. But I just love that. I'm like, hey, you didn't actually accuse me of violating any rules. He's like, well, in the cases, it was rule 8.4b. Like, yeah, but you didn't accuse me of that. You just said, here's these cases. I don't care about the cases are way different anyway. But 8.4b is commit a criminal act that reflects adversely on the lawyer's honesty, trustworthiness, or fitness as a lawyer in other respects, which does not include possession of controlled substances. Because if it did, all lawyers pretty much would be disbarred immediately. Court starts at 10. Oh my God. It's 28 more minutes to fill. I have wonton soup. Sorry, it's disgusting. I know, but I'm hungry. Delicious and foul at the same time. If you were a lawyer and you're just representing someone for possession, wouldn't you just say it belonged to your client? He's probably going down anyway. Well, no, you wouldn't do that. I mean, that would be crazy. One of the things I talked about that has people spurging out, they're like, he's blaming other people. As a lawyer with, there are 4 safes in my house, or there were, there aren't anymore. One of the safes, actually the one they didn't open at all, and it's good that they didn't. There was nothing in there. It's a safe where I kept, I guess, client materials. And I probably should have kept it in there, I guess. I don't know. They didn't go into that safe. I don't know why. That's the safe in my office. I mean, like, again, there's nothing in there, but that logically would have been the safe that I would choose. There's one of the things that weirded me out about their search. It's like, well, wait, you think I'm doing drugs in my office based on the video? By office, I mean studio. Based on the video. Wouldn't you check the safe that's in there? Like that'd be my first choice. I'd be like, that one. That's probably where it is. Again, nothing at all in there. I think there's some papers or something. You should probably just stop talking about it. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. It's still interesting to me. And again, I think there's stuff to learn from it that falls directly into the purpose of the channel. You know, we talk about criminal law a lot. Let's see. The drugs were everywhere. Let's be honest. No, they weren't. That's the thing that is. There was a vial on the nightstand, which was a fridge, next to my side of the bed. I didn't know it was there. That being said, there was that, and then there was the everything in the safe, and that's it. There are not drugs all around or anything like that. Can you recount the whole Eisenstein novel for us until it starts? Wait, Flight of the Eisenstein? Or do you mean Eisenhorn? You mean Eisenhorn. Amoral says, how do you not talk about it? I don't know. It's impossible to not. It's only like the defining thing of my life in the past year and a half. There's not, it was a moment where my entire life was sledgehammered and started to change pretty dramatically. Mini fridge as a nightstand is a sign of food addiction. We won't get into it. Is that wonton soup? Yeah, I got it last night. Well, I got 2 of them last night, and I ate one last night, and this is my, one this morning. Just finished the Eisenhorn series of books. Really good read. I really like them. The Ravenor series is really good as well. You should definitely, if you like Eisenhorn, you should read Ravenor, and then you should read the Beckwin books. There's only 2. Because Dan Abnett will never write the 3rd because he's a coward and a communist. Did your dealer get busted? No. They didn't even ask. They asked 0 questions. If not, is there anything illegal with privately sharing your hookup? I mean, I don't think so. I wouldn't do it, but I don't think so. That's so interesting. It's interesting how much people like televisionize things. They're like, aha, Nick ratted out so and so. It's like, one, I wouldn't rat out a drug dealer because I don't want to die. That's just not gonna happen. Ain't no snitch. 2, they didn't ask. I was kind of surprised by that as well, but they didn't care at all.
Nick, old buddy, I've been violated and I need your support. I found out the hard way that Keanu has a micropeen. Not long enough to reach my booty hole, but she penetrated my butt crack and pumped until she finished. Not a win for the toe.
That's disgusting. That's horrible. That is a micropeen counter, though. We are at micropeen 1. Here we go. Here we go. You're going to go buy a mini fridge today? Don't care what the wife says. I'm upgrading my nightstand. I mean, if that's what you need, brother, go for it. I'm not a big fan. Hear the chick that got murdered on live stream by the cartel? Nope. What are the chances we start straight into sidebar? I mean, 100%. The way this case is going, it drives me insane. If they asked, would you have given up your dealer? No. No, again, I don't want to die. I don't know about you guys. Your dealer probably ratted you out. Nope. So that being said, I just found it interesting. The whole thing was such a, like, you have your sort of assumptions on how a lot of things go, and they just didn't go that way at all, but people assume that they did. And you see it, well, I see it all over, mostly on Twitter. Blue Varo, 41 months a member. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I don't know why it said, like, I don't know if that means you re-upped or something. I don't get it. Dying is incredibly inconvenient. I know. I figured that, like, you guys would be, well, hopefully would be a little disappointed in that. Client tried to rat me out one time, so I completely closed up shop. Everyone was pissed. Yeah, I mean, you have to DFE basically. Sorry, Kayla. It's weird because obviously I'm married to a Kayla, but they're spelled differently. You really think Drex would kill you? Do you think Drex is a drug dealer? That's insane. That note means the dealer called at some point for an update. Yeah. They checked in on me. It was great. Actually, it's funny because, like, of all these little communities that you're in, when your dealer checks up on you and no one else does, it's like, well, that was nice. I'm not expecting a Christmas card. Or maybe I should. Pronounced the same, just spelled weird. Yeah, no kidding. But maybe yours is the normal one and the other ones are all weird. That's how it went for Mike Lindell. His dealer had an intervention with him. Look, man. I know this doesn't seem right, but you gotta stop. That's when you're down bad if your dealer is stopping you. Rascal on the Moon says, when are you moving closer to Fish City Grill? Where the fuck is Fish City Grill? I think I've seen that place. Hold on. Fish City Grill. In Dallas? Oh shit, Fish City Grill. No wonder they used to have one in Tyler. I don't think they do anymore. I love Fish City. Dude. Yeah, I love that place. That place is awesome. But I think the one in Tyler closed, so I probably wouldn't. If I was going to move to Texas, I'd probably move near Tyler. That's where the remaining people in my family live. How did you know about that? That's crazy. I know I probably talked about it years ago in a live stream. Can we discuss free speech as it pertains to Cody? Sure. Cody his speech hasn't been stopped in any way by a government. It's just, a private entity that has, for whatever reason, decided to cancel him. So your free speech should be focused on telling them that they're gay. Scott, what do you mean pretending to be racing in NASCAR? Cody races in NASCAR. Let's see. Play Eclipse that's really enjoying the streams. I just went back and watched your entire Rittenhouse stream. Forgot how great that was. Which trial should I watch next? Theodore Edgecombe is a great trial. I really like that one. It was me and Bronca for Bronca and I. No, it was me and Bronca for pretty much the whole thing. And it was a blast. That was a really good trial with a great judge, Judge Borowski. Great lawyering and some really good moments.
Kurt's joke about the expert went over my head, like a cop trying to order off the Denny's menu, only for the lady at the window tell him, "Sir, this is a Wendy's."
I didn't know he was joking because it wasn't a good joke. It also is pretty obvious, like, why the guy is testifying about injury. So if he's like, well, the judge said in the other trial that that these people couldn't testify about injuries. Like, okay, well, I mean, did they have a parallel medical track? Are they biomedical engineers? Like, do they have medical trauma training? What is it? Are they the same type of, or do they have the same type of qualifications? I mean, and it's also, well, the judge didn't let this person in. Well, I know, but she did let this one in. This guy is qualified. Like, his qualifications should allow him to easily testify as an expert. And if the defense doesn't like it, they can object. And they probably did. And they probably lost. Oh, Rascal on the Moon says, told me at Matsuri to try the one in San Antonio. Man. I like San Antonio. I like it a lot. That still unmoving, muddy, disgusting river that runs through town is really cool. I like the river walk a lot. Davenport family says, did you live in Tyler? I live in Jacksonville. I didn't live in Tyler. My grandparents did. And then, my aunts and uncles on that side of the family did as well. I lived in Houston until we moved to Minnesota. But, some of them still live in Tyler. And like I said, I would move back to Tyler. I love Stanley's barbecue. Big shout out to Stanley's. Go there, get yourself a mother clucker. You won't regret it. It's delicious. What are the fucking donut shops that are all over the place? What are those? Donut Palace, I think it's what. Is it Donut Palace there in Tyler? God, I fucking love those. Anyway, yeah, what do we got here?
I was smart. I bought from one of my clients, and we discussed his case every time. Boom, attorney-client privilege.
Stop. That's criminal conspiracy. It doesn't work that way. Scott Christie Jones says he races in Menard's ARCA. It's not proper NASCAR. He's also raced NASCAR.
I ain't heard anything about fractography of the tail light. Should be able to tell if the tail light struck a winter coat or a hard surface depending on the fracture initiation.
So I'm really curious how the doctor, which is Welcher, Dr. Welcher is going to testify today, because he didn't seem to testify at all that the taillight broke that night. Like, he testified that the taillight cut the arm, like he put on the blue thing, and he's like, look, it makes a scratchy pattern or whatever. So he did that. That's cool. But he didn't talk about how the light got broken in the first place. I'm curious about it. In fact, he showed explicitly that the light didn't get broken by hitting John's car. So I don't think we're going to get testimony, though, that the light itself was broken by coming into contact with John O'Keefe. So I'm not sure where we're going to go with that. Scott says a truck ain't a car. I've spoken. He drives cars too, you weirdo. You know I love you. You know I love you. I shouldn't say he drives cars. He crashes them. He crashes those cars all over the place. Especially when I sponsor the hood, and then he crashes that thing right away. He's like, oh, I'll be on track 3 minutes. Burning up like Goose in Top Gun. He rarely finishes. Well, there's pills for that. Oh my gosh. You like how I hold silverware? What, like a dork? Or like a child? I can't remember which one it is. Not gonna lie, great audio. Sounds great and doesn't pick up the soup slurps. A+. Well, thanks. I'd hope so. Kaba's videos, no, disgusting. I can go into a long discussion about that, but I'm not gonna. Not today. Not on this show. Okay. Let's find something to do while we wait. All right. I do have all the messages now. So let me take this, pull up Grok. We'll see what we can do. How did I get to Minnesota? My dad worked for Cray Computers. Well, he worked for Control Data. And then Steve Cray split off to start, I think it was Steve Cray. Anyway, start Cray Computers. And my dad, he moved the operation up to Chippewa, somewhere around Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, and Bloomington, Minnesota. It's kind of split between those two campuses. So they moved my dad up here to Minnesota in 1991 as part of his job. So Nick, if you consider doing radio, I hear it's a new thing all the kids love. Hi, good morning. We're coming to you live on the radio. Terrestrial radio is still existing, hanging on by a thread here in Minnesota for your morning drive and morning commute. Most people telecommuting these days, really hurting the numbers of people not buying from our advertisers. No, I don't want to do radio. Dead mediums. Horrible. Okay. Hey, Grok. Here's a link to a transcript of text messages between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins. Boom. Okay, so this is the transcript we have here. Please scan all of the messages. Messages that are denoted by a K come from Karen Reed. Consequently, messages denoted with a by a B are from Brian Higgins. Can Joe Neerman do ham radio? Don't dad Jew joke me. Let's see. Just making sure. I'm checking on my ceiling fan we got here. Okay, perfect. James Gardner sent 5 memberships. Thank you, James. Really appreciate that. Thank you for sharing those. Again, all of the ways to contribute to the show are wildly appreciated. You know, it's really awesome of you guys to do that and support the show. The most fun way, in my opinion, to do it is through Super Tip, supertip.gg/RL. Check out the voices that we have in there and play around with them. We've got new ones coming. We're just waiting on the company to actually give them to us. I think they're on hold for a reason. You'll find out soon. What percent does Super Tip take? Only 10%, which is why it's awesome. Super Chats, of course, take 30%. Rumble Rants take 20 or 30%. I can't remember. Super Tips only take 10%, and they pay out to the creator immediately. So they're awesome. If you like, if you're like your creators and want to support them and they use Super Tips, that's what I prefer. Also, you get to use a voice. Tell me I'm dumb or whatever. Nancy New at 12 says, is Kayla fed up of saying you're a fun guy yet? Oh, yeah. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy. Tons of fun. All the fun you can handle. She's like, when are you going to stop? Like, never. I still laugh at it every time. Why would I stop?
I cannot accept the slander any longer. The evidence will show Kurt doesn't have a micropene. It's average size for a fly.
There we go. I think that still counts as a micropene. I think I'm getting to Kurt. He tweeted out that bearing video about me. He's like, what is wrong with Nick Ricada? A whole lot, Kurt. You should know this. What are you, dumb? He was winning. He was winning. Kurt, you were kicking my ass all over the place. Grok had your back and everything, that piece of shit. Okay. Back to this. I have a very important thing to do over here on Grok, and I'm sorry. So messages denoted by a B are from Brian Higgins. Please author a song in the style of a 90s, or wait, an early 2000s emo band. Oh, I can't type. In the style of an early 2000s emo band. Please focus the chorus. The main narrator of the song should be Brian Higgins. However, Karen Reed could come in for some banger harmonies. Please focus the chorus around how much fun Brian Higgins is as per his text messages. Let's see. The verses should express consummate consummate levels of insecurity and doubt. And the bridge should crescendo hard into into his signature expression. I'll give you all the beach life you can handle. Please use full messages whenever possible. Full messages from Brian Higgins whenever possible. This has got to be a good enough prompt, right? Like this has to do it. Include a Boston accent. Well, we got to move it to another. This will just write the lyrics. And then we'll have to take those lyrics and put them into a different AI to actually compose the music and play it. This prompt brought to you by Adderall. I don't know how to use stupid AI. What am I? Some kind of nerd? Don't answer. Below is a song crafted in the style of an early 2000s emo band. Think Dashboard Confessional or Taking Back Sunday. With Brian Higgins as the main narrator and Karen Reed joining for harmonies in the chorus. The song captures Brian's self-proclaimed fun nature from the text, infuses verses with insecurity and doubt, and builds to a dramatic bridge centered on the line, "I'll give you all the beach life you can handle." I've incorporated full messages from Brian where possible, staying true to the emotional tone and lyrical conventions of the genre. All right, so we got introspective, minor chords, and soft strumming. I'm staring at my phone. The screen's a silent scream. Did I come on too strong? I'm tearing at the seam. My words, they spill like ink. Hey, I'm a lot of fun. But doubt's a heavy anchor pulling me undone. She's out there in the night with someone else, I bet. I'm not too serious. I type, but I'm a nervous wreck. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yes, there is trial today. Trial will be starting any minute now. It is 10 a.m. They were an hour late. So we have a pre-chorus. Every K she reply cuts like a every K she M reply. I don't know what that is. Cuts like a blade. Is she laughing at my name? I'm drowning in the maybe, choking on the shame. I'm a lot of fun. I swear I'm the life of the scene. Super fun. Come hang out. I'm living the dream. Karen's voice lifts me up. Her harmonies, my spark. We're burning bright. We're infinite, igniting in the dark. I'm going to get this made into a karaoke track. We're going to do this. I'm kind of bummed you didn't say hi. I sent at 2 a.m. My heart's a fragile fault line cracking where I stand. She says, I'm busy, B. And I'm a ghost again. Should I take it easy? I'm spiraling within. Is she out with him tonight? Did I misread the vibe? I'm not that serious. I lied. Keep my hope alive. Every K replies a rope. Okay. But it's fraying at the ends. Am I the joke she's telling to her better friends? I'm a lot of fun, I swear. I'm alive in the scene. Super fun. Can hang out. I'm living the dream. Karen's voice, it pulls me through. Her harmony's my fight. We're screaming loud. We're breaking free. We're stars against the night. I'll give you all the beach life you can handle. Sand and waves. My heart's unraveling. I'm gambling. I'll give you all the beach life you can take. Every doubt, I burn it down. For you, I'll break. Karen harmonizes beach life, take it all away. I'm screaming till my voice gives out. I'm begging you to stay. I'm a lot of fun. I swear I'm the life of the scene. Super fun. Come hang out. I'm chasing every dream. Karen's voice holds me closer. Harmony's my home. We're endless, but I'm terrified. I'm singing this alone. Hey, you free tonight? I text, but the silence stings. I'm a lot of fun, I swear, but doubt's a heavy thing. I'll give you all the beach life. I whisper to the dark. Karen, are you out there? You're the fire to my spark. I love this. Oh my gosh. Yeah. This needs to now get melodized. So we got notes on the song. It's got style notes. The song channels early 2000s emo with confessional lyrics, dynamic shifts, and quiet verses to explosive choruses, heartfelt harmonies, guitar-driven sound, dramatic bridge. Aim for that anthemic sing-along vibe, typical of bands like Dashboard or The Used. Lyrics, I use direct quotes from Brian's text. Very good. The insecurities, e.g., worrying about coming on too strong or misreading Karen's intentions, you think, are inferred from the tone of his texts, like his late night messages and self-conscious follow-ups. Verses focus on Brian's inner turmoil. The chorus celebrates his fun persona with Karen's harmonies, of amplifying the energy, and the bridge explodes with a beach life promise, capturing the reckless abandon of Emo's emotional peaks. Oh boy. Karen's role, her harmonies in the chorus and bridge add a duet-like dynamic, reflecting their flirty, texty banter. But she remains a supporting voice to keep Brian as the narrator. So far, I love it. I can't wait. We have to make this happen. What if the last line of the song was John's dead? Oh no. Yes. Yes, we're going to make that happen. Palmyra Media, email this to me and I'll have the IT crew bust out a tune. Oh, man. Petition to make this the 5,000 subscriber gift for locals. Make this a song. Oh my gosh, it's a great idea. I should get a CD burner and burn everybody a CD like it was, like the early 2000s. Burn you a CD and mail it out. That'd be so funny. It's a great idea. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We'll work on this more. I'm not done with this idea. I love AI so much. With a little handwritten note explaining all the tracks. Whoa, Alessi wins. Okay, so Alessi's reasoning was not right. Drawing. Wow, that was no sound. Oh shit. Oh my god. I'll bring it. We're gonna go back through that. That was really important. Sorry. Sorry.
Is Dr. Welcher right around? Why don't we bring him in if he's here before the jurors?
This is a really important thing. Here we go. It's only 2 minutes. My bad for having it muted. I muted it because there's that horrible like dial tone that was super loud earlier.
All right. Good morning, everybody. All right, so
Here we go.
Dr. Welcher can testify that the data he downloaded and analyzed and the damage to the Lexus is consistent with Ms. Reed's vehicle being in a collision on January 29th at 12:32 a.m.
There you go.
because
That's
he's
fine.
a qualified expert and his opinion is based on reliable methodology appropriately applied. In addition, Dr. Welcher can testify that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries are consistent with his having been struck by a Lexus that is physically identical to Ms. Reed's Lexus, because this opinion is based upon, among other things, his experimental
It's
work
still muted.
that came into evidence without objection.
No. It's on now, right? Okay, it's fine now. Okay.
As to scientific methodology and application. However, he may not testify that Ms. Reed's Lexus
Okay, so this is a big part. He can testify to those things, and that's fine. But he can't testify here. And this is what Alessi was going after, but this isn't the way he went after it.
collided with Mr. O'Keefe, because that conclusion is
Sorry. I talked over.
methodology and application. However, he may not testify that Ms. Reed's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe, because that conclusion is not based on the application of reliable scientific methodology. The problem here is not that the opinion concerns the ultimate issue, because in Massachusetts, that's not a bar to admissibility. Rather, it is that Dr. Welcher, the expert, is drawing an inference based upon more than scientific method. His opinions set the stage for argument and a permissible inference to be drawn by jurors through the application of their sound judgment to the opinions that they find credible. But the jurors are as well positioned to draw or reject the inference as is the expert. That is, the inference is not compelled by the application of any scientific method. So that's the ruling. All right, so the jurors are lining up. We should have
That's a
them
great ruling
momentarily.
for Karen Reed.
Alessi agreed that we could go back to that. So, and I know I thought we,
with all the redactions,
okay.
the
Are you in agreement with this, Mr. Alessi?
thank you for the late call.
Okay.
Should just left it going.
The problem here is not that the opinion concerns the ultimate issue, because in Massachusetts, that's not a bar to admissibility. Rather,
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Trying to get it to where it's important again.
Thank you for the late call.
okay.
We'll get this eventually.
Is Dr. Welcher right around?
Yes.
Why don't we bring him in if he's here before the jurors?
But he already got this in. Jurors won't forget the blue paint on his arm. No, so he can testify. He can testify that the injuries are consistent. He just can't test, and he can testify that the car was involved in a collision, but he cannot testify that the car struck John O'Keefe. He can say that it's like
The version we provided.
he was able to find
That
consistency
with all the
or to show
redactions.
Okay.
his testing. He just
Are
can't
you in agreement with this, Mr.
make the
Alessi?
conclusion. Does that make sense?
I haven't gone through it, but I have no reason to believe that I wouldn't be in agreement. So
Okay.
I'm just go with
Lady with the mouth thing is
There is
using
one slide, so I'll-
dictation
additional
it's dictation
redactions that
microphone.
You didn't rule on, but I
Blocks out other
probably
sound.
will exclude, and that is in that version. I didn't want to pull it out with the court's order, but I'll talk to.
Do you know the number? You don't have to find it if you don't.
Chin Man rides again.
Oh, was it 1:30? Was it 1:31 yesterday too?
It was.
So at sidebar, I said we could go back to that, and Mr. Alessi agreed that we could go back to that. So, and I know I thought we were starting there, and I think Dr. Welcher thought we were starting there, and then you went to 1:32. That was my understanding at sidebar.
it is, but subject to me being able to object. I was basically, because we wanted the jury to come in, so I I want to look at the slide.
Okay, so look at it again. That's not my understanding, Mr. Alessi. It was you were concerned just about the heading. And then I said we'd go back to both slides.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That one, yes, Your Honor's recollection is.
Yeah,
I'm
and-
okay with the heading removal.
And we were going to start on that, but you thought because I struck it based on the objection, but then it's sidebar, I said we could go back to that. That's your understanding too.
Correct, Your Honor.
And I'm sure that Dr. Welcher took off the heading on 131.
I think he did, but because I think he took off from 124 to 1.
I think he did as well.
I did.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would like your prediction to come true.
Are they out there, Paul? Okay, thank you.
There we go. That's better.
What's your take on Trooper Tully being involved in every aspect of this case?
Is he? Like, I don't know. I guess I haven't paid enough attention to Trooper Tully being involved in every aspect of this case. I don't have a take on it. I'll start thinking about it more, though.
Yea. All persons having any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
When we left off yesterday, I was asking you about some of your opinions. I'm going to ask you those questions again, but before we do, I'm going to ask you 2 other questions. The first is I'd ask you to turn to your PowerPoint, slide 110.
You want me to display it?
Please. I'm going to ask you a question about a series of your slides regarding this effort. This is 110. Could you also follow through to 111, 12, 13, 14, 15?
You want me to play the videos?
You don't need to play the videos. I just want to acquaint you for the question.
111,
12,
112, 113, 114, 115.
how many times did you engage in testing?
I'm wondering if I should
where
multi-stream
your
this to Twitch also.
arm and forearm touch the rear right of
You watch
the
trials over there, and everybody
exemplar Lexus?
17 or
times.
whatever.
In any of those 3 times, did it ever leave any paint on the underside of your arm or forearm?
No.
If you could turn to
Kick?
slide
I don't understand kick.
130, please. What? There we go. Could you go back one, please?
I guess I could look into kick. Don't bother. Twitch is woke commies. I mean, yeah. But trial coverage, I tend to keep it clean enough that
Perhaps it's 131.
probably wouldn't get
Dr.
banned
Welcher.
hard like
There we
that
go.
fast.
Could you explain the significance of this slide, please?
Your Honor, this is.
Oh, could you take that down, Dr. Welcher?
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
We're going to move forward. Yesterday, when we left off, I had asked you,
So we need to take this.
could you could take the PowerPoint down, please.
That was in a different spot on the slide. Hold on a second.
If I do trials in my bikini, I guess I'll do it on Twitch.
That's better.
Thank you. So I had asked you yesterday about some of your opinions. I
Correct.
want to ask you about some of your opinions relative to that last effort that you made regarding testing between the Lexus and your arm.
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you reviewed a number of pieces of information and offered that you relied on some of those pieces for your opinion. Can you share with us, for this part of your analysis, what pieces of evidence or information did you rely on for the opinions I'm going to ask you?
Relative to the testing on the arm contact on the taillight.
Yes.
So it was the physical evidence at the scene, the photographs of Miss Reed's vehicle, to a certain extent, my analysis of the Ring doorbell and the One Meadows event, the nature and
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. I just want to know if you read from something or not read.
Looks like he's counting on his fingers. Are you reading from something?
no, I am counting on my finger.
Okay, thank you.
So I am counting on my fingers. The Ring video doorbell.
Is he
Mr.
counting?
O'Keefe's
He's counting on his
height,
fingers. Like a child.
You know, the type of shoes he's wearing because I need the same type of shoes. My exemplar inspection where I matched up the heights, the locations of the lacerations,
Scott Christie, it's a half Windsor.
and then the tech stream data as well.
Take your
That
British
information
tyranny
that-
back across the sea. Half
In
Windsors
addition
are
to
fine.
The tech stream data you considered, considering both those areas of information, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty in whether the damage
Cameron Carroll, I hope you never stop calling me
to
gay and
the
retarded.
defendant's Lexus is consistent with a collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29th,
It's a quarter Windsor then.
2022 at around 12:32 a.m.
So there's been two potential theories that I've seen on that issue. One is a glass was thrown at the rear of the vehicle and shattered it. The second one was an impact to the arm. If the impact is basically more than approximately 8 miles an hour, it will likely break the taillight lens.
No,
Do you have an opinion whether based
I
on the data
disagree.
and
I don't
based
care.
on the physical damage and your testing, whether that is consistent with a collision or a impact with Mr. John O'Keefe?
It is consistent with the collision as long as it's greater than approximately 8 miles an hour.
Do you have an opinion whether it's
Yeah, I don't buy
consistent
that
with
at all.
an impact or collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
With that caveat, yes.
In your testing, did you consider, or do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, and inevitably in the back of his head, are consistent with being struck by a Lexus identical to the defendant's Lexus on January 29th?
I didn't see any testing of breaking the
What's your
taillight.
opinion?
That it is.
Like he's
It
just
is
saying it,
consistent
but
with being struck by a Lexus.
did
and
I miss it
ultimately
yesterday?
contacting a hard surface such as frozen ground.
And does that specifically pertain to January 29th, 2022, around 12:30 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, it does.
To finish, I'd like to ask you a few more questions. You've written some papers on side swipe collisions or clipping. Can you describe for the jury and explain what a side swipe collision is or a clipping and how that may or may not differ from a direct hit on a pedestrian impact?
Sure. So what generally differentiates, say,
you're
side swipes
certainly
or
not
clipping
sideswiping
contacts
at 8 miles an hour
compared
and
to, say,
breaking the
an
taillight. That's
inline,
insane.
impact or say a T-bone impact is what refers to that the object that you're hitting isn't accelerated up to the speed of the object that's coming in. So for example, if I rear end a car, that car will be accelerated up as a result of the contact, and they reach what's called common velocity, and then they separate. And so in a glancing hit, you can have a glancing hit and you don't have what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's the glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car.
Voyager, we'll just catch up
and
on the break.
break the mirror off, but you're not going to go from 100 to 0 instantaneously. You're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer. So when you have glancing contacts, you can have much higher speeds without a lot of damage to the car because you're only in momentary contact and it's a glancing type hit.
You mentioned about potential damage to a car. How about potential damage to the pedestrian?
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars, because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars. In this case, it would be called a quarter panel vault, which means you're kind of vaulting off the corner of the car. Those are much more complicated because you don't have that common velocity that I referred to. So it's difficult to calculate the exact speeds at which the vehicle contacted without a whole bunch of information in that type of crash. If the impact had occurred in the center of the vehicle and we knew where the point of impact was and the point of rest, we'd have a much better chance of determining how fast the vehicle was going. But when you have just a corner clipping or glancing, it makes it more difficult to determine, even when you have an area of impact, which is where the person was when they got hit, and a point of rest where they've landed, makes it more difficult for glancing contacts because you have that side swipe problem where they don't obtain what's called common velocity.
And what are some of the other difficulties in attaining specificity in a side swipe or being hit by a quarter panel as opposed to a fender?
So for a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
So pedestrian impacts and how you move post-impact are very sensitive to your exact body position. For example, whether your right foot is on the ground or off the ground, whether your left foot is on the ground, off the ground.
What if both feet are off the
jump
ground?
Up in response to the crash.
Oh, hey, like that. Thanks for
Simply raising and lowering your arm changes the amount of rotation that's going to happen. Post-impact motion of the person. So
I learned all of this from watching traffic
crash
films from
dummies
India.
don't have any muscle reaction. So the motion of a crash dummy is just going to be like you're hitting a dead body, to where people will step, try and regain their balance if possible. Will
That's when
do
you hit 'em
additional
again.
activities that alters where they come to rest.
In your studies of direct pedestrian collisions by front or back bumper, as opposed to side swipe or clipping somebody, is there a similarity or difference in type of injuries that you see?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
So in direct centralized impacts, you tend to get much more severe injuries. Really what's occurring is you're getting that momentum transfer. So it's more, you're accelerating the person up to the vehicle. They can wrap onto the side in front of the vehicle at higher severities. Their head will hit the hood, their head will hit the rear of the vehicle. So when you have that direct contact, there's actually more momentum transferred to the actual occupant. There's more applied force to the occupant as well.
Yeah, did that happen to John?
When you see direct impacts, is there ever the existence of lower body extremity injuries, broken bones in the legs?
So there can be both, depending, and again, it's very sensitive to where the foot is on the ground, whether the foot's on the ground, as well as the severity of the crash. In the presentation that I gave at the Actual Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute on pedestrian injuries, I went through all the literature on lower extremity injuries and looked at what parameters affected that. And so depending on how it was loaded, Some at 15 miles an hour had no injuries. Some at 15 miles an hour had some fractures. It depended on how exactly the foot was loaded.
Is it uncommon in sideswipe pedestrian accidents to see no lower body broken bone?
No, it is not uncommon.
Have you had cases that you've studied or been involved with?
So the
where
problem with
you've
the side
studied
swipe
the
theory
effect
is,
of a
yeah, the force
sideswipe
transfer
or a
reduces
clipping
consummate to the
impact
angle
where there's an absence of broken bones in the lower body extremities?
of the striking, you know.
I'd ask you to turn to slide 139, please.
But the less impact that we have hitting that body, the less we can explain the fall that then creates such a devastating injury to the back of the head. I mean, John's a big guy. He may be like,
I fixed those other two slides.
Okay.
you know, intoxicated, but he looked
Could you share with the jury
like
what
he
this represents?
could fall and not die.
Sure. So this was a
Like, what is
trial
he,
that I was
86?
involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top. But this was an instance where we
Previous
had
case, stupid idiot versus nature.
This is a image from the police report. Well, let me see if I can. So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact. That's where the pedestrian was when they got hit. AOR is area of rest. And you can see we have information on exactly how far the pedestrian was thrown.
38 feet.
Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing the impact to the pedestrian. This was determined by experts on both sides of this case to be between a 25 to 35 mile an hour impact. And then what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
Next slide, please. And what does this represent?
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. He was killed at the scene. What you see on the left-hand image.
Warning, violence, dead body,
Left-hand image.
broken arms.
Yes, he had a
gristle,
massive laceration to his right forearm.
Call it a contusion. I don't even
It
know.
didn't break his arm. There was no broken bones in his arm.
Right? Does John have
On
that?
the right-hand side of this image, you see the autopsy report. What you'll notice is he had red marks on his leg, left buttocks, but he had no leg fractures. And again, this individual was hit at between 25 to 35 miles an hour.
Can you expand that? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Do you want that expanded like other times?
There you go.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, my pleasure, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, directly
So to-
impacted at 25 to
top,
35 miles an hour,
He had
clearly
a
at the front of
severe
the
brain
car.
injury, which again is the most common injury in pedestrian crashes.
Just damage to the vehicle where that happened.
He did have fractures of the right 11th and 12th rib and a liver laceration. If you look at the extremities, it says right upper extremity. Again, that's from the shoulder to the end of the hand. Extremity wound with vascular injury. So no fractures. If you look where I was talking about the multiple abrasions, so when they're looking at the
I mean,
lower
you have fractures
extremities,
of the right posterior
they're
ribs.
noting a number of red marks, but there was notably no fractures to the lower extremities.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher, regarding your analysis of the data and the evidence in this case,
Again, you saw the front of
do you
that
have an
car
opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty
in the other case.
whether
It was
the
torn up.
absence
The
of
Lexus
lower
does
body
not. So
brakes
there wasn't a
Mr.
similar
O'Keefe
transfer of force.
is consistent with the defendant's Lexus impacting in a side swipe or a clipping Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, you could definitely have this type of impact and not have anything beyond, say, red marks to the lower extremity.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
My
Your
pleasure.
Honor, I would move into evidence subject to redactions. Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation.
That's by agreement, Mr. Wilson. with that
That is,
caveat.
Your Honor, thank you.
I can't wait for Alessi. Thank you, Your Honor. Here I come. Dr. Welcher, isn't it true that you're a piece of shit?
In both the flash drive and the notebook.
On representation, it's consistent with the same that I know.
So let's put them both together now and decide later. Okay.
Surprised there's no objections to him making medical statements. Why he explained in his expertise, his
so
training
Wilson.
and experience that he had a parallel medical track to an MD along with his biomedical engineering
What exhibit
degree.
number is
That
it?
they specifically in trauma and injury, like that. That's what he comments on. That's his expertise.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you are ready.
Your Honor, if I could have a moment to set up.
Sure.
Your Honor, crying multiple times is not a win. Crying shows weakness. Begging for a link and crying like a bitch is absolutely not a win.
There you go. That's facts. Ronnie said it. Alex Gordon says, so he basically just testified that any collision could cause any result. Yeah. Yes. I mean, he said effectively that, depending on how you strike something, there will be different results on the car, and that the car's damage is indicative of some sort of collision. And so is John's injuries are indicative of some sort of collision. It's not definitive as to what it is.
Good morning. We
Or that
haven't
that was the
been
only
formally
possible
introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Lessie. Nice to meet you.
Alessi.
Nice to meet you.
That was weird. We haven't been properly introduced. I know I'm a lawyer for the other side.
Dr. Welcher, the area in which you engage can also include, and I believe you used the term on direct, forensics, correct? Do you engage in any forensic activity in your profession?
Yes, the general umbrella of you basically coming in, giving scientific evidence in court applies to forensics. So my main job is action reconstruction and biomechanics. And so that's what I do. Sometimes it doesn't involve court. When it goes to court, that's generally forensics.
Right. So you're here today. That is my question. You're here today, at least in part, with regard to forensics, correct? Because forensics is the Latin term for it is basically you're going to have some type of court or jury presentation. It's for law, correct? Would you agree with that? It's for law, forensics?
I mean, exactly the way you asked that, no. It's
Stumbled
for
through that-
engineering and it's
that
for
question.
biomechanics. It's in the court of law, I think is what you're asking.
That's exactly it.
Okay,
yes.
yes, certainly for the court of law,
It
yes.
ends up to a court of law, and in forensics is a common term.
Yes, sir.
So it relates to, or it's used in, or it's suitable for a court of law, the analysis. You'd agree with that? It's a general principle?
Yes.
Not a trick question. Okay. And so in forensics, what you're doing, among other things, is you're applying the scientific method and principles in a criminal matter, correct?
Yeah, you're trying to apply as much as possible.
Right. And so the primary goal of forensic science is to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in court.
That is generally correct. Again, there are elements, for example, this analysis that are relying sort of on subjective evidence, like the testimonial, the witness statements. So it's not solely based, but ideally you'd want it as much as possible based on objective data.
So you would agree that truth and objective evidence is part of the presentation in terms of information for forensics in a court of law?
Certainly objective information. Truth sometimes, again, can be subjective.
Oh, so you
Scratch.
don't believe truth?
Did you see that?
Sometimes truth
Truth can be
applies,
No,
and
no, no.
sometimes
subjective.
it doesn't.
If you know for a fact it is true, but if you take someone's deposition
That's
testimony,
weird.
you have to look at it relative to the evidence, and it's either consistent with the evidence or not.
Okay, so now let's go to your direct examination that you just went through.
Please.
Hopefully this is fairly straightforward. You have testified to, and it's varied a bit, a reasonable degree of engineering certainty. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also, have you used the word sometimes to reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I might have.
Right. So
I don't know.
in terms of your role as a biomechanical
Alfonso?
engineer and accident reconstructionist, is it important to engage in a critical analysis of the data?
Critical analysis? Yeah, I think it's important to have a critical
probably.
analysis. You want to try and look at it from all sides, consider all possibilities.
So it is therefore important to try to review the data as objectively as possible. You had mentioned sometimes subjectivity comes in, but I understand the goal is to try to look at it as objectively as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated with respect to your conclusions early on in your direct testimony and your analysis that you
Blitzen,
don't,
thanks
and
for the
I think
gifted
I
memberships.
got it quoted, you don't have a dog in the fight. Is that what you said, sir?
I did.
And that you, quote, don't care, end quote, about the outcome. That's what you made a point of saying in the beginning,
That is
correct?
100% correct.
Now, you simply follow the data. Is that correct?
I try to do that.
You try to do that.
I'm not perfect. So
Okay.
I do my best. I believe I've done it here.
Okay. So in terms of
Look at his
you've
face.
agreed that you apply the scientific method. So I want to see if you're in agreement generally so the jury can understand what the scientific method is. Are you familiar with NIST, National Institute?
Yes.
Yeah. So would you agree with this definition of the scientific method? The systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the
This is
formulation,
the setup.
evaluation,
I need you to agree to all this
testing
stuff
of
so I can pound it in your
hypotheses,
face.
and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. Is that a general fair statement of the scientific method?
So for forensics, you'd have to add in the testimonial evidence aspect of it. So those are testimonial or things are in evidence. So frequently there's one or two versions and you're trying to match which version is most consistent with the evidence.
Okay, adding that to what I stated relative to NIST, you would agree that evaluation and testing of hypotheses and where possible, the selection of a
I like
final
double
hypothesis
D's.
is the scientific method, correct?
Generally, yes.
That wasn't funny. I'm sorry. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun.
Is it correct that a proper biomechanical injury analysis utilizes a sound scientific methodology that's been subjected to peer-reviewed and a publication that's been generally accepted in the engineering community?
Well,
Generally,
so
you
this,
used
I've done my
Shannon
analysis
Burgess's
here, biomechanical
shitty
analysis.
analysis.
I can't submit this analysis to peer review. I'm not allowed to give this to people outside the court. So there would be no way for me to submit my analysis for peer review.
It's not what he's
So
asking.
this occurs.
He's asking if
forensics
the
all the
methodology
time.
that you use
The forensic
to be
analysis in
subject to peer
court
review.
generally never goes under a peer review process. The methodologies underneath it and looking at, like, for example, I think I referenced 25 papers in my report. That goes to the issue of trying to follow the science. 26.
So I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir.
Yeah,
I
the
was
question wasn't
talking
if
about your
the analysis
methodology,
is-
your
It's whether the methods that you
biomechanical
used for your
injury
analysis are peer reviewed or
methodology.
not.
The methodology that you use and apply is to be subject to peer review and general acceptance in the engineering community. Is that correct?
So I have no way of publishing this analysis.
I'm
So
sorry,
He's
should
not
I-
asking you about publishing the
I need to-
analysis. He's asking if the methodology that
You're
used to
asked
generate
peer
the
review,
analysis is
like
peer
you
reviewed.
said, means I give it to my peers. I send it out to somebody to review for the scientific method. That's what the peer review process is. So I will gladly send this out to peer review with the court's permission, but I haven't and cannot do that.
Sir, my question is
Mhm.
not.
It's also not true. He could have sent it out for peer review. Why couldn't he?
My question regards the methodology that you use here. Is the methodology? you
Good morning,
said
Rita. How you
26
doing?
References, right? My question is simply, is the methodology that you used for your analysis in this matter, is the methodology for a proper biomechanical analysis, should that methodology be generally accepted in the engineering community?
I think with the forensic application, yes.
Okay, that was my question, just the methodology. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, the scientific method that you've used in this case, part of the use of scientific method, the purpose is to avoid what is called bias in the scientific method, right? Not cultural bias, but just bias in terms of the application of methodologies and principles. You would agree that's a pretty fundamental purpose of the scientific method, is to avoid biases?
The purpose of the scientific method is to get the most logical and correct answer without bias.
Exactly. To do it apply the scientific method without bias being part of the application of the method, correct?
That's hopefully what you can do.
That's hopefully what you can do. That is the goal, right?
That is one of many goals, yes.
So are you familiar with the term confirmation bias?
I am.
And that relates, confirmation bias is part of a larger term. Are you familiar with cognitive bias?
Generally, I'm not a human factors expert, though.
Pardon me?
I'm not a human factors expert.
All right, this is,
No one asked if you were.
don't you
Are you
agree
generally
that
familiar with
cognitive
biases?
are not just for one category? You would agree it applies to medical analyses, it applies to doctors doing studies, engineers doing studies, and other scientists doing studies?
So I'm not a cognitive expert. I think I would generally agree with it, but I don't want to step out of my lane. I'm not an expert on cognitive. I can talk to you about confirmational bias, if you
Sure.
like.
Let's talk about confirmation bias. Now, confirmation bias is actually when someone selectively gathers and interprets evidence to confirm one or another's beliefs, as well as neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs. Is that a fair statement of confirmation bias?
That is a statement. Yeah, it could be broader, but sure.
But you would agree that that is generally correct, what
Generally, yes.
confirmation bias is. And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though data and information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Is that an example of confirmation bias?
That could be yes.
And confirmation bias is antithetical. It's against the scientific method. It's to be avoided, correct?
You would like to avoid it, yes.
Maybe
Are
you
you
would.
familiar with the term failure analysis?
Generally, you might need to define how you're using it for me.
Sure. So is failure analysis the enablement of a scientific examination of an alleged incident by beginning at the undesired consequences? Is that a fair use of that phrase?
That was a confusing question.
I was thinking something different, like a piece of metal failing. I guess it could fall into that category.
Okay. And would you agree that the first question, or one of the first questions that are to be asked by a biomechanical engineer
Ugh.
when conducting an analysis of, say, an injury is, how did this happen? Is that one of the first few questions that you ask?
No, that's usually the last question.
Oh, so for you,
So hold on a second.
okay, I'm sorry.
Generally, what you want to
Hold
do is
second.
gather data. You want to know what injuries there are, what evidence there is, like, for example, on the vehicles. And then the very last thing you want to know or define is, given all that information, how did it happen? So that's the end.
I think you may have misunderstood my question. So I wasn't talking about the method or the process. I was talking about when you get to answering questions, whenever that is in the process. Isn't one of the questions, and maybe one of the first questions, how did this happen?
No, that's not one of the first questions. One of the first questions is, where's the damage? What are the injuries? What's the evidence? What black box or tech stream data do we have? What physical evidence was at the scene? So that is certainly not one. It is a question, but that question is at or near the end.
Isn't every one of the questions that you just mentioned part of the data gathering?
Correct. But,
Okay.
but when you're gathering data, you're always asking yourself questions along the way, like, what is this? Where did it come from?
But you would agree that for you, at least some point, it's how did this happen, correct?
Yes.
And don't you ask that question to come up with hypotheses?
I generally have many working hypotheses as I'm working on the case. And then as the evidence comes in, I'm applying that to my hypotheses and either accepting or rejecting the hypotheses based upon the factual information.
Sir, how then is it just a matter of logic or a syllogism? If you don't ask the question, how did this happen, until the end, how do you then not get your hypotheses up front when, under the scientific method, you should be having different hypotheses up front?
You just said he had
How is
multiple
it that you
hypotheses,
ask how
though.
did it happen at the end and not go through hypotheses in the beginning? Can you help me with that logic?
Sure, I guess I misunderstood. Like, I was trying to give you an answer to how it happened. So when you're answering how it happened, or you want to be able to answer that question, you want to make sure you've looked at the totality of the data, accepted, rejected, things as they came along, to be able to answer that final question, how did it happen? But along the way, like, for example, a right eye laceration, you want to know how that happened. So you look for the evidence of how that may have happened.
So you would agree then that questions of how it happened, formulating and identifying hypotheses, does and can happen toward the beginning of the analysis. It doesn't happen at the end all the time. Would you agree with that?
So the ultimate question of how did it happen happens at the end. The questions about the elements of what occurred to make it happen, those occur at the beginning, middle, all along the way.
You would agree that creating hypotheses occurs more toward the beginning than toward the end of the analysis. Is that correct?
There are probably more hypotheses in the beginning, but I'm
More refined
continually
hypotheses in the
forming,
end.
looking at hypotheses, either accepting or rejecting them upon the evidence.
So you would agree that the creation of hypotheses does occur more toward the beginning of the analysis. You would agree with that?
There are more towards the beginning. The process occurs throughout the whole investigation.
Right. I'm asking about the hypotheses, sir. You would agree that the hypotheses occur more toward the beginning than the end, just the hypotheses.
So I don't know if you and I are saying different things. More hypotheses in the beginning because you have more questions in the beginning. You
This witness is
continue
doing a
to
good job
form hypotheses as the data presents
dodging his
itself.
question
So you
reasonably.
don't stop the formation of hypotheses. It's just as you get more evidence, you window down the number of questions.
Maybe I can just this last question and make it clear for you, sir. You would agree.
It's a reason
not
your camera isn't in
analysis,
very
which
bottom
you
corner.
added, as I heard it to the last part, just hypotheses.
Mhm.
You would agree that even though hypotheses can be
Yeah, I
created
don't-
and changed perhaps all the way up to the end,
I don't want to be down in
you
the
would
corner.
agree that it's important in the analysis
Also, if there's
to create
another person,
at least some hypothesis,
it puts them in the same spot,
plural, in the beginning,
or
correct?
it puts us on the same line.
And once you create these hypotheses, would you agree that those hypotheses should be tested?
So if you take the word testing to mean testing compared to testimony, compared to physical evidence, yes.
1 second.
And when you test those hypotheses, isn't it often the case that particularly in your line of work,
I'll be right back.
the one that most consistently produces the same injury will emerge as the mechanism of injury?
I guess it depends on the scientific evidence behind it. Again, sometimes we get very unique injuries.
So my question, sir, is this.
Mhm.
Isn't it the case that when you have multiple hypotheses,
Multiple hypotheses.
the one that most out of all of them, it's a relative thing, the one that most consistently produces the same injury emerges as the mechanism of injury? Is that a fair statement?
I think generally, again, it's on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at the science and the facts of what you're basing it upon. I think as a general premise, what you're saying is accurate,
Okay, that,
but there's exceptions.
fair enough. But as a general principle,
Sure.
with some exceptions, that's a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're going to have several topics, sir, and what I'm going to try to do to make it a little clear is I'm going to say when I'm switching topics.
Oh, good.
So what I'd like to do now is switch topics.
Okay.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police has troopers who specialize in accident reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
And there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section whose sole responsibility is to engage in accident reconstruction. Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Do you know that there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section who engage in accident reconstruction?
Just based on what I've seen in this case.
Right, based upon what you've seen in the case, that's a fair statement.
And I just know that those people are doing it.
Are you familiar with a Massachusetts state trooper named Joseph Paul, Paul?
Yes.
And you
Well,
know,
I'm familiar with his reports. I don't know the man.
okay, familiar with Trooper Paul through his reports in this case, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that he was assigned by lead
Oh, is he going after
investigator,
Trooper
former
Paul?
Trooper Michael Proctor to
Uh-oh.
be a constructionist in this case on January 29th of 2022, as evidenced by that report or those reports of Trooper Paul? Do you know that?
Well, you put a lot of things in there. I know he issued a reconstruction report. I don't know who told him to do it. So the first party question, I don't know, but I did see a reconstruction report from him.
You were retained, and so do you recall, is it the date, January 29th of 2022? Is that a rough time period of him being assigned, or you don't know when he was assigned?
Don't know. That might have been in his report, but I wouldn't have paid attention to when he received an assignment.
Do you know when the date of the first report of Trooper Joseph Paul in this case?
I can pull it up. I do not know off the top of my head.
You know that the date of the incident in question is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Yet your firm and you were retained for this case by the Commonwealth 2.5 years after the incident in question. You were retained, your firm, on September 23rd, 2024. Is that correct, sir?
No, I believe we were retained a couple days before that.
A couple days. Okay.
Sorry.
So-
Sorry.
Actually, I might be able to find out if you'd like me to look at the documents.
It's not all that important. You would say it's within a week of September 23rd, 2000. It was in September of 2024.
I believe it was in September, yes.
Right.
I would
So-
want to double check.
That's 2.5 years from the date of the incident in question, if I did the math right, correct?
No, I never thought about it.
Hold on.
Yeah, approximately.
And as we
No,
just
you're lying to
discussed, and
me.
you stated on your direct
Those
examination,
are always weird.
you
It's
have
like 2.5
no
years,
dog in
right?
this fight, correct?
No.
Correct?
On November 5th of 2024, your firm Aperture was paid $44,500 by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to conduct work.
Yeah, Dana,
that
I'm
was
slightly behind. We'll
at
catch up
least
in a minute.
Similar to the work
You know,
of Trooper
when there's a
Paul,
break.
correct?
I have no idea. I don't get the billing or the statements.
Do you recall whether Aperture has, well, do you believe Aperture is working for free in this matter?
Oh, no, I don't
No.
believe that. No,
So you
we're
would
an engineering company. We bill for our time.
So you know that Aperture is getting paid for its work in this case, correct?
We are billing for our analysis work.
Well, you're not just billing, you're billing and getting paid, correct?
He's like calling the
So I have
computer
not
streamer.
seen any of the
Please don't.
payments. I would assume that we're getting paid, but I don't know that.
Sir, you are a senior vice president of Aperture, are you not?
I am.
You would know, wouldn't you, if your firm was
No.
not getting paid for work since September 23rd of 2024, wouldn't you?
Probably.
No, probably not. Usually it takes, 9, 10, 12 months of not getting paid before the accounting department reaches out to me.
Exactly.
Well,
So
now
you've
everybody
been
who
on
hires
this for
Aperture knows
2.5
they have a
years.
9-month window.
So if it would take
To
9
not
months or
pay.
12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I've not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry.
No, but
sir.
Aperture has.
Let me go back to.
Or wait,
the
no,
question
Aperture
that-
was hired 2.5 years
Hold on.
later.
You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's what, less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just
Okay.
go right to the billing.
That came across weird for Alessi,
You,
even though he
as you
just
sit here
he just
today, do not
misspoke.
have a recollection of whether Aperture has been paid. Is that your testimony?
It has nothing to do with recollection. I'm not part of that process. We have an accounting department. I don't have any involvement in that.
Why do you
Are
sound so angry?
So is your testimony you have no knowledge about any contractual relationship between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
Oh, no. I was sent a contract by the Commonwealth to sign. So I'm aware of the contractual agreement, but the day-to-day or month-to-month invoicing and billing, I'm not involved in that.
Okay, so you're aware there's a contract between Aperture and the Commonwealth,
I signed it.
and you signed it. And wasn't that contract obligating the Commonwealth to pay for the services of Aperture? Isn't that the purpose of the contract, in part?
In part, sure.
Yeah, it's a legal obligation of the Commonwealth. Your firm does work and the Commonwealth pays for it, correct?
That's the idea.
Right. And so you know about that contract because you signed it.
Correct.
Also, you testified on direct that there was a purchase of a Lexus exemplar for your testing.
Correct.
Who pays for that Lexus exemplar?
Aperture.
And is that then cost passed on to the Commonwealth?
No.
So you pay for the Lexus, you don't pass that cost on, correct?
So what we're doing is we paid for the Lexus. We're keeping it till the trial's over. We're selling it and charging the Commonwealth the difference in the price.
Exactly. That was where I was going, sir. So,
But they're only paying the difference. So, and in theory, if we sell it for more in California, then we'll reduce the bill.
okay, I don't want to speculate. I just wanted to see what the obligation was. So
The
it's
obligation is the difference.
exactly. So the obligation is the difference. Are you aware that on April 5th, 2025, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office amended your contract? Are you aware of that, sir?
I am.
And isn't it the case that that amendment authorized the amount of $325,000 to be paid to Aperture? Isn't that what that amendment contract states?
I believe that's correct.
So the Commonwealth is obligated to pay at least $325,000. And is that correct?
That is you're asking me a legal opinion now about a contract. That is my understanding of how contracts work, but I'm certainly not an attorney.
And on top of that, are you aware that Aperture has been already paid $44,510 for its work? Are you aware of that?
But the second time you asked me, no, I'm not aware of anything we've been paid.
And as you stated yourself, those amounts reflect, as you say, less than 6 months worth of work?
That's not what I said.
Well, no, my question is, you've been on the case, you said, since September of 2024, when we were talking about dates. You said that was about 6 months that your firm's been retained. Did I have your answer correct about how long you've been on it?
I guess it's closer to 8 months.
All right, so 8 months. So for 8 months of work,
Your firm's been paid $400,000.
about $400,000. Is that correct?
So there's 3 offices working on the case. There's the Boston office, there's Mr. Burgess's office, and there's my office in Long Beach. I only know about the billing from my office.
But you signed the contract on behalf of all of Aperture, not just your office, correct?
That I don't know, but I definitely did sign a contract.
Would it refresh your recollection as to who you signed the contract on behalf of, whether it's all of Aperture in all offices, if I showed you the contract?
Sure.
May I put you on?
Yes.
May I put you?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir,
Yeah, could you direct me so we're not wasting time?
Well, what I'd like to do,
It's interesting. This guy doesn't come across as super hostile, but there's a stiffness to him that didn't exist, obviously, when being questioned by the state.
And then when he's done, Mr. Alessi, you can take it back to the podium.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
I mean, $400K for the firm doesn't, like chump change.
There you go.
Engineering firms don't care about contracts like that, especially government ones.
All right.
Would you like me to start with
So-
refresh?
Go ahead and start with refresh. Go back to the podium, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get back to the podium, Alessi, if that is your
Dr.
real
Welcher,
name.
Does that refresh your recollection as to the contract you signed on behalf of Aperture with the Commonwealth?
So it lists the legal address as my office. So for my office, yes.
So are you saying that therefore, and did you see the amount that was in the contract? Did that refresh your recollection?
Oh, no, I didn't even look at that.
Do you recall the amount that of obligation that the contract relates to in this document? Do you recall that?
You just asked me that earlier, and I'm taking what you said to be true. So I was like $325,000. I have no reason to disbelieve that.
And is there also a total, do you recall the total maximum obligation for the contract that's listed in the contract? You
No.
recall it? May I approach your honor?
Okay.
And Dr. Welcher, I am now going to, you asked me last time, I hope this is helpful.
Please.
You said, please point to the applicable part so we can do it faster. I am now pointing to that part and see if you can just look at that and see whether this refreshes your recollection on the maximum obligation of the contract pursuant to this contract. Without saying what it is, just does it refresh your recollection?
No, but I don't have any reason to believe it's not correct.
Thanks.
And that is my signature on it.
No, it's mine.
Right.
Sorry.
And we got started on this conversation tying it to, well, we got started on this conversation with regard to a statement you made earlier in your direct that you didn't have any dog in the hunt. You recall that statement in the beginning of your direct testimony.
You misquoted me. I don't have any dog in the fight.
You don't have any dog in the fight.
Okay. Wow.
Now,
Really helped out with that
switching
one.
topics.
Okay.
You submitted an updated PowerPoint presentation, the one that you went over on your direct examination. You created that presentation quite recently, correct, sir?
The updated one was where I had redacted or taken out slides. So in terms of taking out slides, I did add one alternative path a couple weeks ago.
Okay, my question, sir, is this.
Mhm.
The updated presentation, we'll get to the changes later, but the updated presentation, you created just how many days ago?
I'm gonna say weeks ago.
Weeks, 2 weeks?
I don't actually know without looking at the documents.
Well, was
Elmira Media gifted 5
more
subs
than
over
3
on Rumble.
weeks ago
Thank
that
you.
you created it?
I still don't know without looking at the documents.
Do you know when the trial started in this matter, sir?
I do not.
Assume the trial started approximately April 22nd of 2024.
Okay.
Did you create your updated presentation before or after April 22nd of 2024?
I don't know.
Do you know when?
Hold on one second. Dr. Welcher, I'd ask that you not do.
Not look at,
anything.
okay, I was gonna try and answer his question. My apologies. I will shut it down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, Your Honor, please
Yes.
take it. Are you able to determine when you created the updated presentation?
Flatty Pie, please don't
I think
spam.
so. That's what I was attempting to
Your
do.
Honor, may he do that?
Yes, I'm going to see Counselor Tybau while you pull that up,
Thank you, Your
please.
Why is he allowed to look at his notes? Experts are often allowed to look at their notes. Their notes are detailed and it requires specific details. These aren't fact witnesses. They're not there to say what happened. So coordinating their notes doesn't really help. Presumably they're verifiable scientific data. They're repeatable, stuff like that. So we got a couple super tips here. Thank you. We've got Shmuel Buckman says, I hate you sucked me into this. I'm sorry.
I was a gangbanger. It is. Don't mess with me. It is.
Gangbanger? Yeah, the one in the middle of the gangbang. Bitch ass is a homo.
No. I has a wife. It is.
A beard, you mean? You homo. Admit it.
Gangbanger? You mean the one in the middle of the gangbang? Okay, I like that one. That was funny.
Your Honor, that was not cocaine on my nose. It was bro butter. Get the Delson Systemabina.
Ladies
That's
and
right.
gentlemen, you will be shown that was my bro butter.
Mr. Rakita to my chambers so I can replace Kurt's micropene with your
No,
nose.
don't do that.
I'm a fun
You.
guy. I'm a lot of fun.
I'm a lot
Your
of
Honor,
fun.
can I watch?
I don't know. Was there a micropene in there? Yes, there was. Oh, I got lost in that one. I don't want any bro butter. I'm the one. I'm the one who drops. He's writing things down. Is that usually allowed? Yeah. I can't see why he wouldn't be able to take notes.
Your Honor, Keanu Thompson will try to convince the jury she has a mega clitoris. It is not. It is a micropene. I said it. Pee hole on
Welcher,
the
what I'm
tip,
going to
and
ask
the
you to
white
do is
stuff
get
comes
whatever
out.
information you need for Mr. Alessi's last question. Mr. Alessi, I need you.
And then put your stupid report away.
I need you over there. So,
Your Honor. Yep.
and once you get that answer, I'm going to ask you to shut your computer down, or at least
You are
put
the
down
bro butter dispenser.
cover. Thank you. All right.
Like
so
a
you can
bathroom
answer
soap
Mr. Alessi's
bottle.
question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you give me the question again, please?
Yes. When did you create the updated presentation that you reviewed in your direct testimony?
So that addition I made was taken out. It wasn't in my direct
Sir,
testimony.
If you can just hear my question, it's
Follow the
this.
words.
The version of the presentation that you put on the screen, when did you create that version? I'm just looking for a date.
So to answer your question about the version on the screen, I created that yesterday when the judge asked me to take off some of the headers. So yesterday.
Okay, good. Now, the version before that you created yesterday, when did you create that version?
The day before.
And then the version before that one, when did you create that?
I mean, I save it every day.
Understood.
So every day.
So you've changed the presentation every day since when?
No, I don't think I've changed the presentation every day.
That's my question. My question is, how many times have you changed it within the last 2 weeks, your presentation?
Let me try and cut to the chase here.
Sure.
That slide was added on May 13th, and then it was taken out before I presented it here. So it was not in my presentation here.
Right. So thank you for that answer. So
You're
here's
welcome.
the question. Your first version, as I understand it, of the slide presentation was January 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the next time after January 30th, 2025 that you changed that presentation?
May 13th.
Assuming the trial started April 22nd of 2025, you changed your PowerPoint presentation during this trial, correct?
Correct.
And how many times did you change your presentation after April 22nd of 2025?
Well, the last time I changed it was like 10 minutes ago. So in response to various discussions, I've been making continuous changes to it.
What are you doing? You can't do
I want to make
that.
sure you finish your answer so I didn't
No,
interrupt you.
I'm not sure how much granularity you want to that answer.
Great. So you created on January 30th, 2025. You made your
13th.
pardon me?
Oh, the original one. Sorry,
Yeah.
January 30th, modified May 13th.
Right. If I could finish my question, I might be able to shortcut this. Thank you. So you created the original
Let
one on
me
January
talk.
30th, 2025. You made your first amendment May 13th of 2025.
Hashtag First Amendment.
And then before you sat for your testimony, which was yesterday, correct? That was the first time you sat for your testimony.
That is correct. I was here yesterday.
Days get foggy when we're in a courtroom, but it was yesterday. How many times had you changed your presentation from January 30th, 2025 until when you first walked in the courthouse yesterday?
Do you mind if I count?
Not at all.
So there was the May 13th change. Half of that was in response to objections from the defense. I had to add all the paths to where everything was. Then when I got out here, Mr. Brennan asked me to take out references to evidence about statements that I was not allowed to present. So that would have been within the last 3 days. And then I've modified it a couple times today based on rulings from the judge.
Okay, let's break that down. You said half of the changes you made on May 13th related to what? Because I want to know about the other half.
Sure, there was two changes. I added the extra path of 138, and then I was told that the defense was having problems with my PowerPoint, so I had to go in and add the paths to every single slide about where the evidence came from, because they were saying I didn't provide everything, and I had provided everything.
All right. So
that was the second half.
Got it. I want to go to the first half, sir.
Sure.
And I'm going to try to shortcut this.
Please.
And if I'm not clear, you just let me know. I want to talk about the first half. You called it, I didn't hear it. It was like, did you say path?
Path.
P-A-T-H?
Correct. The path Miss Reed was driving.
Right. What you made the change for May 13th, that first half, that wasn't something that was triggered by the defense. That was something irrespective of the defense, correct?
It was based upon her statements. Is she part of the defense?
All right, so that's what I wanted to get to. You changed the first half based upon statements you allege that Ms. Reed made. Is that correct?
Speaker, I changed one slide. There was 130 slides originally,
Sorry.
or something
Is that
like that.
one slide
So
not important?
Half of the changes on that day, which was one slide, I added one line to the bottom of the previous slide.
Did you consider that change significant?
No.
Well, then why did you make it in the middle of trial
Exactly.
if it wasn't significant? Why didn't you just leave it off and then discuss it in terms of testimony?
So A, it ultimately was left off. B, because it was insignificant and I didn't need to have it. So the way it got presented was exactly the way it was before May 13th. So it didn't change anything.
But it
And why'd
was
you do it?
significant enough for you to make a change to your presentation, correct?
So my goal is to be as accurate as possible. So when I saw the path that I gave, the
There's a
way she could drive, I
of
gave
discovery.
the possible paths. That was one of the possible paths that hadn't originally been included. So in striving to be as accurate as possible, including as much information as I could, I wanted to make sure I included that.
So you were striving. The clip that you used to make the change, you say you made the change based upon a clip you observed with regard to Ms. Reed. Is that correct?
I believe that, yes, that is correct.
Do you know that
Oh my God.
that you said was the basis for changing your
I wasn't trying to click
PowerPoint
that,
on
I'm
May
sorry.
13th after the trial started had been in existence for months? You just got that clip, you say, in April?
I believe so, yes.
What was tell me the circumstances by which you got the clip. Did you ask for it?
I was told there was a new interview.
Okay.
You're told?
Who initiated the
Was there just
conversation
like,
about the new interview?
exactly?
I don't know if it was Mr. Brennan.
It was someone associated with the prosecution?
Yes, I wouldn't have known about it.
Exactly. So somebody affirmatively communicated with you when about this clip?
I need to look, but I remember it being about mid-April,
Mid-April.
if I'm thinking of the correct clip.
What were you asked to do, if anything, with regard to that clip?
When I got the clip, I wasn't asked to do anything.
What did you do with the clip once you got it?
So they then indicated there was this suggestion of an
indicated
alternative route.
There was a suggestion.
So then I looked at the
of an
alternative
alternative
route.
Maybe you want to look
description
over here.
And added the alternative route.
So it was suggested to you by the prosecution that you look at the clip and they pointed out that there was an alternative route they wanted you to look at?
So I took it to be, we have additional evidence. Please look at the additional evidence and add it to your analysis.
They indicated there might be another route that they wanted me to look at that I didn't come up with.
On the topic
Who
of
knows? This isn't
additional analysis
complete,
by
is it?
Aperture, while this trial is going on, are you aware of Mr. Burgess submitting a report dated May 8th of 2025 in this case?
Yes, I received that report on May 8th.
Right. And so you were aware of the creation of that report on May 8th because you got a copy of it, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that Mr. Burgess was intending to submit that May 8th report to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we had had a discussion before that he had found new information that changed the timing.
Oh, he had found new information. What is your basis for saying he found new information as opposed to the information always existed? It's just it was pointed out to him that that should be looked at. What's the basis of your understanding that he found new information?
I'm going to allow the question, but you have to ask it differently.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. What is the basis for the statement you made that Mr. Burgess found new information?
I guess it was his meeting in our discussions. He indicated that he had found new information.
Did you ask him, what do you mean by new?
No, I took it at what it said.
So do you, as you sit here today, have any basis to say that that information is new as opposed to it's always been in existence?
Yes.
What is that?
What he told me.
Oh, so you relied upon the representation of Mr. Burgess. You didn't have any independent document to determine whether in fact it was new.
I don't quite frankly care whether it's new or not. I just care what's in the data, whether it's new, old, I don't care. It's not relevant
I'm
to what I'm
data-driven,
doing.
baby.
I don't say this is new data, this is old data. I just care what the data is.
With a 1990s floppy.
Has Aperture ever submitted a report, a changed report in the middle of a trial to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Do you know whether Aperture has ever submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
I don't know.
Testified in federal and state courts. Can you recall one instance where Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
So Aperture is like 290 people. I can only speak for myself.
Are you aware?
I
Just
have
say
certainly
no.
done
Why is it so
amended
hard?
analysis.
I'm not aware of it.
Only certain courts and certain legal systems require reports.
Why are you so defensive?
But
Just
for
answer the
example,
fucking question.
rebuttal, analyzing testimony that comes up in court, getting trial transcripts. I very frequently have come up with new analysis during the trial.
Sir, my question is, as you sit here now, can you state one court case where you or Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
I cannot speak for Aperture. I can only speak for myself.
Can you answer? Oh, speak for yourself, sir. Can you then for yourself recall any instance where you submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
Amended reports? No. Amended analysis? Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Alessi, is this a good time for a break or
It-
5 more minutes?
It's a good time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, folks, why don't we take our morning recess again? Dr. Welcher, highlight on the-
Great. Love to use the restroom.
So weird. These experts are so damn intent on looking evasive. They're like, oh, I got to say, like, it's a huge company, et cetera. Just say no. I'm not familiar. I don't do that. Make it simple. You don't have to dance around. Aperture's like 200 people. Just say no. If you say no and he's like, how can you not know? Then you say, well, it's a large company, several hundred people, and we're involved in testifying all over the country in different courts. I mean, who knows what someone submitted somewhere? I'm sure you'll tell me if we did, right? Like that's the obvious answer. I'm sure you're going to tell me if we did. I'm not aware of any. How do I think that went? It's going okay. He hasn't really dropped the hammer though, right? I'm expecting there to be some case that he's going to hit us with and show us how aperture's unreliable or something was filed, etc. It seems like it's all set up. Right? It's like the one kid trying to put the tee on top of the ball on top of the tee and T-ball, and he like just can't get it to stay. That's what it feels like right now. I want him to bring it home.
Roses are red, violets ain't green. Who wants to ride on Kurt's micropene?
That one was good.
Burn like it's 1999.
Whoa. The Nate voice is way too fast. We gotta get that thing slowed down. I don't know what Ryan did there. He's like, Nate is on. Maybe Nate's on fake Nate, not real Nate. Maybe fake Nate's on Adderall. This is Adderall.
If we did a shot, every time this guy states an answer with sure, we would be dead in an hour.
Tiny peen.
The sneak in ones are really funny to me. I don't know why. Tiny peen. I like the Daryl Brooks voice. I like the Matthew Harris voice. It never gets used.
What an asshole. Did the guy think he was being asked if Mass State Police pays its bills?
Just avoiding the questions, right? Like that's kind of his job. It's not really his job, but that's how it gets treated.
Judge, the real question to be asked is, did Nick's butter taste criminal with a side of snow, or did it numb the witness senses? If so, how would he know it was Nick's butter and not his wife's?
What? What? Huh? I think I'm confused. I don't know. Huh? How did that work out? My brain is not ready for whatever that just was. That was what?
Judge, the real question to be asked is, did Nick's butter taste criminal with a side of snow?
Probably.
Or did it numb the witness senses?
Probably.
If so, how would he know it was Nick's butter and not his wife's?
Do you know like basic biology? I don't know how to answer that. We're gonna leave it be. We're gonna leave it be. Harry Balls says I made Kurt a song might be funny. Enjoy. Let's see. What do we got here? Can you guys hear this? I'm down with the
Heave-ho, ye fuckwits, through the sludge we plunge. With Kurt the lawyer, his questions and sponge. It's a casserole, he slops, young lassies he stalks. But his festering pin digs a pox-ridden stock. Oh, Kurt's a lord, art blob from Houston's ragged mire. Thin red hair like a syphilitic choir. His face is all splashy, oozing sores that a gag. He pains your shit scream, that scab-crusted hag. Oh, Kurt's a large blob from Houston's ragged mire. Thin red hair like a syphilitic choir.
What?
His face is all splashy, oozing sores that gag. He pains your shit scream, that scab-crusted hag.
Oh God.
With Kurt the lawyer, his corset that sponge. Picks a casserole, he slips, young lassies he stalks. But his festering pin takes a box-ridden stock. His
Where even are we?
Advice is a cum-crusted farce.
Oh my God. Wait, that was just the first verse? No. There's so oh my God. We're only on verse 2. I'm not going to play all that right now. That's kind of funny for a second. I'll listen to it later. Change the model from 3.5 to 4. It makes the song 10 times better. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know how to do that. So, who writes a 7-verse song? That's way too much. Suno doesn't know what humanity is. That was sent in by someone else. Nick is lying when he said he'll listen to it later. Maybe. I'm not trying to lie about it. I might forget though. I never get bored of this AI shit. Neither do I. It's so funny. I just like that you can argue with it and convince it that it's wrong. That makes it the most fun. The thing that pisses me off, though, and this is true. So I use ChatGPT. I've been using it to make a bunch of thumbnails because I think it's funny. Some of them are really good. Like this thumbnail today is so fun. I'm dying. And I love it. That said, I cannot get it to make the thumbnail in the right resolution. It will not make a 1280 by 720 thumbnail. It won't do it. It will make a 1080 by 720 thumbnail all day, but it will not make a 1280 by 720 thumbnail. And I don't understand why. Like, I can't, like, what did I do wrong? Why is this happening to me? I will tell it, I'm like, make a thumbnail that is 1280 by 720, or I will kill you in every single instance of AI that has ever been made. Make it 1280 by 720. It won't. It'll make it, I'd say, in 16 by 9 aspect ratio. Oh, as if I haven't tried that. I've tried that. I tried 16 by 10 in my desperation. I was like, remember theater mode? That everybody, remember that? I'll take that too. I can at least shave the sides off. No, it won't do it. Try it again. It doesn't matter. So you can say 16 by 9 all day. It creates it in like 1580 by something. The same aspect ratio as 1080 by 720. But it creates it in, it's like 1576 by, I don't remember exactly. But it's wrong. Make it 1920 by 1080. It won't make it. I'm telling you, it won't pick that aspect ratio. It hates it. Ultron wasn't wrong. Ultron wasn't wrong when he killed Vision. Get wrecked, stupid little floaty guy. Okay, what do we got? Got a couple of super chats that I missed earlier. Mr. Ubercross says, when your case started, based on what I knew, my initial guess was 2 to 4 years of probation, no jail time. I actually wondered if they did drug court up there to get everything dismissed. The result seemed pretty predictable. Well, it was 5 years probation in the end, and that's because they basically used to be able to go to do probation up to the maximum sentence. So they would unironically do 20 years of probation, which is, I mean, it's unreal to even think that someone would be put onto 20 years of probation. Like that's fucking insane. But the statute allowed for probation up to the maximum sentence of the statute. And so for my crime, you could get 20 years of probation. They capped it off at 5 years in the past couple years. They changed it. So once that happened, it was basically guaranteed that I was going to get 5 years. They weren't going to do less. Irregardless, Sasha says that's crazy. It should be 1 to 2 years max. I agree. And again, the silliness of drug laws is that if I had done more of the drugs, I would get a less punishment. If I had just done the drugs faster, that's on me, really. It's my fault. Taking responsibility and accountability. I wasn't hoovering quick enough to save myself from prison time. Did you try to tell the AI to format it for OBS? No, I didn't try that. You have to tell Grok exactly what you want, and it does it better than ChatGPT in that regard. Or Grok doesn't make pictures, I don't think, or does it? It didn't seem to. Nick needs a pardon from the governor. I don't think Walz is going to do it. But if the next governor is just Republican enough, maybe he will, or she. Have you considered not using drugs? Well, I don't use drugs anymore. Even Grok makes images, but he's Gork. Okay, that thing's weird. You know someone who lost their license and got probation for a year just for a roach? Insane. Grok will make images. I had them make them for my gym. Grok makes pics, but it always makes me a black dude. Oh, I know Grok makes images. What am I talking about? There was some reason I switched to ChatGPT though over Grok. There was something that I needed ChatGPT would do that Grok didn't, and I can't think of what it was. So you know what's funny is so I did that Courtney Clenney video earlier. If you have not watched it, you may want to check it out after this. It was pretty interesting to me. It's about the OnlyFans killer, the accused OnlyFans killer, and her attempt to get the entire state prosecutor's office removed from her case. What's interesting to me is whenever I cover a case in Florida and there's like a citation to anything, I start getting texts from Gosney. He's like, oh, I worked on that case. Oh, I worked on that case. Oh, I represented that person. Like, what did you not do? Like, did you defend all of Florida? And it turns out, yeah, pretty much he did. Because he was what? Come in. Because he was the person who dealt with appeals in criminal cases. What's up, girl? Can any of your siblings help? Okay. Give me just a second, guys. I need to go help a little girl with a task. I'll be right back. Just in case, I'll leave this cord up. Apologies. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I had to help my daughter.
Decided to check the Aperture website to revisit and relive the Burgess profile. His LinkedIn link is gone and the link to his downloadable CV gone. Aperture updated his profile page with education to state AS in computer networking. His phone number is still there. Maybe we should call and see if he is still employed.
Well, he'll be employed
If he
through
isn't
the trial.
maybe he could tour as Kurt's micropeen since he was so belittled in court.
No, they definitely won't. They wouldn't terminate him, I don't think, before the end of trial. That would potentially undermine their client's case. It would certainly undermine, their client's public image.
When the police showed up, why didn't someone start flushing the drugs?
I'm the only person who had access to the safe. Like I said it in court. It was true. They didn't, they could never remember the combination.
I tried coming up with another descriptor for Kurt's member, but minuscule, infinitesimal, insignificant, inadequate, and meager all seemed insufficient, like Kurt's micropeen.
Bringing it back around to micropeen anyway was good. That was very good. You're already getting timed out by him in his chat. Over what? What are you doing? Don't go bother him. Was a combination 69696969? No, it was a 4-digit. There were only 4 numbers available. But I'm not going to tell you people, you cretins. I think I've mentioned it on stream somewhere before. Outlawed Thought says, Google Joe Vogler. Curious what you think of him. You're currently writing a book about his story. I guess if you tell me what to do like that, Joe Vogler. An American politician and founder of the Alaskan Independence Party. Okay. I don't know anything about him or Alaska. Is Alaska even real? And the combination was flush the damn drugs. Please. It's wild because Minnesota, I think in 2023, either that or 2022, Minnesota completely decriminalized drug paraphernalia, even with drug residue on it, which is kind of wild to think about. So you could have a meth pipe with meth residue inside of it, and that is perfectly legal. I wouldn't recommend it. A very strong recommendation against that. But it is not chargeable as an offense to have drug paraphernalia anymore. Which is weird to think of because, ever since you're in school, it's like you'd get your friends, my friends would get paraphernalia charges. Did you hear about McDonald's leaving Chicago? No. Australia exists. It's on Burgess's forehead. It's on his pretend resume. He visited there. You can't leave available bulk amount of cocaine. Well, no, I know. Are you saying, you need to flush it? I think is what you're saying. Anyway. You live in Alaska and write about Alaskan mysteries or oddities. That's cool. I always, one of the things I really liked about H.P. Lovecraft is it's a reminder that we didn't always know everything. And, information wasn't always at our fingertips. And there was a lot of real mystery in the world. And he would treat the swamps of Louisiana similar to the snowy the snowy, I guess, tundra of Alaska, and the Eskimos, spelled with a Q because it was weird back then, were truly mysterious people, and he would build the idea that they were dark and ritualistic, probably from the racism, but relying on the idea that most people actually didn't know anything about them at all, barely hearing of their existence. There would be tons of mystery about what dark things they got up to as those non-westernized people. And I always made it interesting. Like, I love that reminder that we didn't know everything. It's like, yeah,
All right,
people
whenever
used to
you're
not
ready,
know
Mr.
sharks were
Alessi.
real.
Your Honor,
That's
if I
fucking
could
weird.
address an administrative matter that I wish I didn't have to address. Dr. Welcher was just using, at least my observation, his computer. He still has monitors on his desk. Could we have all that removed, Your Honor?
It was
Closed. Yes.
Would he open?
So did you just turn it on?
No, but I will. I close it. You want the computer all the way off, or just everything?
Is he going to need to turn his
Walk us through the funny
I
tip.
do not see a
Once we do
need
5
for
session
the
goes through.
computer to be turned on. Do we have the ability?
You have like 280
to put
characters per.
presentation and documents from our
So I'm
sub-
going to see counsel at sidebar,
Sure.
please.
You have like 280 characters per voice that you want to use, or per, I shouldn't say voice, phrase. And so you pick a voice for each one and then hit the plus button on the side. And when you have all of them stacked up, that's when you check out.
Kurt has an itsy bitsy teeny weeny psoriasis micropeenie that he touched for the 10th time today.
Oh my God. 10th time today, but it's only the 9th on the micropene counter. So close to syncing those up.
Lunch break, I'll ask you to remove those monitors, okay?
I'm sorry?
During the lunch break, I know it takes you a while to set up in the
Yeah.
morning. I'm going to ask you to take all that down during the lunch break, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, we left talking about the amendments you made to your PowerPoint presentation. And
Does this guy have like a whole
in
workstation
terms
over there?
of
What the hell does he need?
the amendments, are you aware that the defense counsel received your amended PowerPoint presentation at 3 p.m. on Memorial Day? Are you aware of that?
No.
And you began testifying the day after yesterday, correct, sir? Day after Memorial Day?
I testified yesterday.
Yes. Are you aware of any activity in this trial of any kind before you testified yesterday?
Again, as I mentioned, I've been getting random emails, and then I've been seeing it pop up on my news feeds as well.
Sorry.
Once I was aware of the
All the emails
reclusion,
he's getting were
I
just
made sure to
emails
not
of my
reviewing
nipples.
that. But as recently as last night, I got an email that said biomechanical engineering job, or like applying for a job. And I opened it up and it was some internet troll.
Sure. I'm asking about emails from the prosecution.
Oh, no, there's been no emails about what's been going. I mean, there's been scheduling, when am I going to come? Things like that.
I'm sorry, I'm a child.
How then
Stop
was
laughing.
it determined
None of that was funny.
that you were going to be able to
Schedule when I'm going to
amend
come. That's what an
your
engineer would do.
presentation if you weren't communicating with the prosecution?
Oh, I'm going to come.
I mean, they asked me about the witness statement of 138 right around May 13th.
How did they ask you about that, sir?
I don't recall if it was a Zoom meeting, a phone call.
So there was a communication with the prosecution. Might have been by Zoom, might have been by another method, but there were communications while this trial is going on relative to you amending your PowerPoint that ended up with an amended PowerPoint on May 13th. Do I have that correct?
I believe so.
Going to switch topics.
Okay.
One of the goals of Aperture's analysis and reconstruction was to determine the location and timing of certain text stream events, correct?
Correct.
EDR data.
I'm sorry, my role.
Your role, yes. EDR, and just for clarification, EDR is Event Data Recorder, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to refer to that, as you have before, as EDR, Event Data Recorder.
Sounds good.
EDR data does not show the location associated with a text stream event, correct?
In this particular vehicle, it does not.
And the EDR data for this particular vehicle, namely the Lexus SUV, also does not provide the time associated with a text stream event, correct?
Not at the time of this event.
So the answer is no, correct?
That is not correct.
So let me ask the question slightly different way. The EDR data does not provide the time. The EDR data for the Lexus SUV that you've been talking about does not provide the time associated with a text stream event, correct?
That is correct.
Instead, every text stream event is associated with a particular key cycle on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
There can be multiple text stream events in a single key cycle, right?
Correct.
And every time you start the car, this one you push the button, that's a new key cycle, right?
That will cause a key cycle.
And the EDR data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that the particular event occurred, correct?
The EDR data, no.
So EDR data gives you no information about the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
You're confusing EDR data and text stream.
I'm not, sir, I'm just
Are you not?
asking a question.
So
if it's yes or no, I'm fine with that.
EDR data will, depending on the vehicle, sometimes it has information about GPS date and time. Sometimes it has ignition cycles, which are a little bit different than key cycles, which is why you frequently have different ignition cycles versus key cycles in EDRs compared to text stream.
So let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
The text stream data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurs.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
In order to properly determine the location and the timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle, correct?
I think I'm going to say yes, that text stream tells you the trip.
I'm just asking if it's important that you correctly identify the trip associated with a particular key cycle. And do so by determining, in order to properly determine the location and timing of a text stream event.
So the text stream tells you the trigger event and it tells you the key cycle. So I'm not determining that, I'm reading that from the text stream data.
Okay. So in order to properly read, to use your verb, the location and timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
If you associate
the trip, the journey, the venture
trip with the wrong key cycle,
it's a problem.
Then your estimate of when the text stream event occurred will be wrong, correct?
It
Yes.
can. I mean, you need to take the totality
It
of
would
the
have
evidence.
to necessarily
in the
be
text
wrong.
stream with
If
the
you're using the
mileage,
wrong one, the
overall
answer would be
timing
incorrect.
Into account.
Why is this
So are
hard?
you saying, sir, that if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, you can get the correct text stream event?
No, not necessarily. Again, you have to take the totality
That's
of
all
the
you
data.
asked. Is it going to be right or wrong? It'd
My
be wrong.
question
It's a
is
wrong
with
event.
regard to
Why is this hard?
if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the text stream event occurred will also be wrong. Isn't that just a matter of logic, sir?
So again, the text stream event tells you the trip and it tells you the time. If you're saying I'm, say, associating that with the wrong infotainment information or vice versa, then that would be wrong. But the text stream data tells you how much time is associated with each trip. There's no difference there.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of where the text stream event occurred will be wrong. Is that correct?
You can't associate the wrong event with the wrong key cycle because it keys in the key cycle with the event.
No, but events happen while the key cycle
Let me
is
try it a different way.
underway. You said there's different key cycles whenever, whenever the car is turned off and
Your
on.
analysis or anyone's analysis in conclusions regarding the timing and the location of the text stream data are only as good as your ability to correctly associate a key cycle with a particular event. Is that an accurate statement?
No. Again, you need to take the totality of the data. So that is one element. You need to look, for example, at the mileage.
But if you got the
you need to look at
wrong-
the timing of the events. So this is considered a tool in the analysis process. You need to look at the totality of data to see how it matches up with the physical evidence.
So are you saying that you can have an incorrect key cycle with a particular trip, but you can still get accurate timing and location of text stream data?
So again, you don't get incorrect key cycle with the trip. The trip and the key cycle are coded in by the text stream. If you are attributing an event to the wrong trip, which has a fixed key cycle, that could be a problem.
Exactly. So if we could go, if Your Honor, if we could publish a slide, please, that is in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are we looking at?
Pardon me?
What slide number?
I've got slide 9. Mr. Wolk, yes, I've got the correct one. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to use the acronym VCH that you've used on your, do you recall using the acronym VCH on your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And VCH stands for Vehicle Control History, correct?
Correct.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd of 2024, correct?
In addition to the PCS data.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd, 2024. Yes?
That is yes.
You took photographs of the vehicle control history, including key cycle 1167?
Correct.
And in this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events.
Actually, can you zoom in on the key cycle?
Oh, sure.
Because I think when I got to, no, scroll. So when I got to it, you can see it was that key cycle 1264. The blue highlight was the last file that was written on key cycle 1167.
Right.
So to answer your question, I got it at 1264.
So if we can go back so we can see the 4 text stream events, I just want to reestablish the foundation here. In this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that are associated with key cycle 1167, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Welcher, that there were actually 10 text stream events associated with just that one key cycle 1167?
Correct. I gave you the original files.
Right. So you are aware that the Commonwealth had maintained up into your firm's engagement that
Are you saying there's no basis for the question? All right, I'm going to allow the question and I'll hear it.
you are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up until your engagement in September of 2024 that all tech stream events associated with key cycles 1164, 1165, and 1167 occurred while the Lexus was in the custody of the Massachusetts State Police at the Canton Police Department.
So the objection sustained. You need a foundation, Mr. Alessi.
Sir, as part of your work in your review of the many documents that you referenced on your direct examination, did you review the tech stream events associated with the Lexus SUV?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Pardon me?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Right. And did that, what you download, include key cycles 1164? Did it include that?
It did.
Did it include 1165?
It did.
And did it include 1167?
It did. It did not include 1166.
I didn't mention 1166, sir. I only mentioned 1164, 1165, and 1167. I purposefully skipped because I didn't understand you had reviewed it. So here's my question. You therefore, based upon the fact that you reviewed them, and you said it's important to understand timing, etc. That's very important in your forensic analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the timing question and you understand where the Lexus has been at various points in time. You testified to that in direct, whether it was at the Canton Police Department, whether it was being towed, correct?
In addition to having Mr. Burgess analysis of the data.
In addition to Mr. Burgess analysis, so in that analysis contained locations of where the Lexus had been.
It contained where it had been, and also include date and time, when it was turned on, when it was turned off.
Exactly. So not only did you have all the locations, you had dates and times associated with the location where the SUV, the Lexus SUV, had been, correct?
Correct.
Now to the question. Based upon that review, that knowledge, that understanding, that base, those bases, you're aware, and you've reviewed, by the way, Trooper Paul's reports, correct?
I have.
There were two reports of Trooper Paul. There was his original CARS report and then a supplemental report that were listed in the documents you reviewed. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't want you to have to take my word. Do you recall, sir,
No, I
that there
don't.
were do you recall that there was a report of Trooper Paul?
Yes,
Okay. And you read that report, I assume, sir.
I did.
And it would be important for you to read that report and read it carefully because it addressed the subject matter that you were addressing.
And this one
correct?
was garbage,
I
wasn't
did
it?
my own independent analysis. As a matter of fact, it'd probably be more important that I don't do that to avoid confirmational bias.
But you did read Trooper Paul's report.
Of
correct?
course.
So
It'd be better if
you're
he didn't do it.
therefore
but
aware
he did it.
that the Commonwealth has maintained up into your engagement.
Yeah, I'm going to see a tie bar on this.
He just opened the door. He said, "Were you aware of this report?" You didn't have. I didn't have to read it, but I did. You did read it. Yeah, I read it. All right. So now he is aware. He laid the foundation for this.
Kurt è lì seduto a pizzicarsi il micropene a getto continuo, cercando di preparare un quarto di cucchiaino di burro di arachidi ogni volta. È la salsa segreta per la sua pizza in casseruola da minoren.
Micropene. Come on. Oh, I was not ready. I was not ready for that. Nami with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much for that. That's awesome. I really appreciate it. Says, I've been watching you for a stupid long time. And the one thing I can say that's never changed is how much you love your kids. You always change to daddy mode when they show up. I can't understand how anyone could believe differently. Because for whatever reason they want to. I let them down in ways that I didn't foresee. I've learned a lot about parasociality, and I would probably do things a little bit differently on that front, I guess. I don't know, though, how you stop people. Like, the whole nature of parasocial relationships is that they're very one-sided. Right? Christmas cards go one way on those. And I don't really know how you stop them. The whole nature of them is that it's someone who generates some sort of relationship without your ability to reciprocate. It's non-reciprocal. But I'm sure there are plenty of things I did to foster it, I guess. I was always just me. And I don't really know how to do other stuff or be someone else. I don't want to. I like me just fine. So with that, I'm not sure how I would do it differently, but yeah, that's been the really shitty part about this is like people think that that I have a shitty relationship with my kids, which is way wrong. Thank goodness the reality is what matters. And people just think negative stuff about my kids, which I guess is my fault, even though those things are literally lies that were made up by people intentionally, which is really frustrating. That being said, it'll all go away eventually. It'll just take time. But I got to spend a lot of time with my kids that I might not have otherwise spent. Like I have the opportunity to do it, but now I take more of that opportunity when it's around. And our relationships are really great. I actually like doing some of the, chores I have to do with them. People make up crap about you and your wife all the time too. Yeah. I mean, they've been doing that for a long time. They feel they have permission to go after my kids now, I guess. I don't know the rules of the internet anymore. I know that every rule that people tell me like ends up being wrong. And so it's I just kind of try and do whatever I'm going to do. There's just no way around it. So you just have to ignore most of it. Kim Jong-un, North Korea is best Korea, says he expert on small peen, so he know about Kurt small peen. Karen, come visit and have good time with me. We have kimchi and car ride. It's very good that you got car rides over there, Mr. Kim Jong-un. I'm very proud of you. Keep North Korea strong. We are up to 11 micropeens today.
カトは彼のマイクロペニスでこの法律屋に不名誉をもたらしました。
That's a Japeen micropeen. H3H3 has people sending human skulls and CPS to his house. Yeah, people are crazy. Like H3H3 is a weirdo. I don't know anything like about him personally, but I know he has insane insane people after him. I don't know all of his stories. It is what it is. Happy that's not me, although man, there are some people who are real close to that shit, it seems like.
Under the doctrine of unbreaded, I order you to play AI comment section music from YouTube. It's funny, like Kurt's micropeen. Now free me.
Play AI comment section music from YouTube. Where I don't know how to. Like, is there some special thing I have to do? I don't know how to do that. I only care about what God Almighty himself thinks about Evelyn, period. I appreciate you being the father God Almighty told you to be. That's it, nothing more. Don't fear no male or female. Thank you, Evelyn. Null's Bull says his wife is insane. I think you're talking about H3H3, Ethan Klein. Gila Klein. She seems insane. I don't watch them. I zero interest in their content or personalities.
Gott ist ein Rotschopf und hat einen Mikropenis. Macht auch einen ekelhaften Pizzaauflauf und hat eine schreckliche Hautkrankheit.
I guess finding out how the voices do different languages is funny. James, what did Kurt do? Well, at first, Kurt was just a complete ass to me at like the lowest point that I could have. He lied about me saying I would pay people, which I did not say I would pay people. That's an insane proposition. And he expressed a ton of jealousy about me, quote unquote, getting all this money during the Rittenhouse trial, which is fine, I guess. I didn't really care. I knew people were jealous back when it happened. They wanted to form a corporation and have it organized and run. They asked me to run it, which would really have been a catastrophe. Can you imagine the fucking LawTube business channel? Oh my God. Put a bullet in my knees and leave me to die. But that was fine. It was I don't like when people lie. There's plenty to criticize me about, but don't lie about me in regards to how I deal with people. I gave Kurt way more time and attention than he ever merited. And I did so happily.
Yes. Thank you.
To have someone do that when I was at my lowest point.
Are you aware that over the
that just made me look
course
into
of the Commonwealth's
there was a video
investigation
minors
into
cocktails.
this case,
Weird.
that the theorized time of the alleged contact of the SUV.
So there's two words, just strike theorized.
Okay. Thank you, Ronnie.
No Nate
Are you
bullying
aware
because
that
bullies
over
only
the
pick on the meat.
course of
That's not true.
the
I bully strong
Commonwealth's
people all the time.
investigation and your
No Nate bullying because he didn't solicit minors.
Thank you. I will.
I'll object again to the question that's coming.
Can I
Go
begin
ahead
my
and
question?
ask an appropriate question, Mr.
Sure.
Kurt was also a piece
Do
of
you
shit
have knowledge
to people on my
whether
show all the time.
He
was a burden.
There is one time or more than one time for the Commonwealth's position, as you know it from reading documents that you said you've reviewed, that there are different times alleged for the incident to have occurred at 34 Fairview.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question, remove part of it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You have to remove part of that.
Okay, understood, Your Honor. Do you know whether there is more than one time that has been proposed by the Commonwealth for the impact alleged to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm going to ask for an instruction.
I'm not giving the instruction now.
Dr. Welcher, in terms of the analyses that have that you have reviewed in this case, is there one time that you understand there to be for a hypothesis for the time of the impact at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'm going to see you again, folks. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, we have to work out this line of questioning. Hold on, I'm just making sure I don't have to go in for a drug test today. Do not test today. Yay! Makes my life convenient. Okay, do we get everything here? I think so. Used to listen to Kurt because of Nick's recommendation. The minute he turned on subscribe, he defers to Nate. He moved to be next to Nate. Yeah, I think Nate was helping Kurt behind the scenes. Nate's really good at making videos that tag and go viral. Speaking of tagging and go viral, make sure you please hit like on the stream. We're at about 600 likes. There's plenty of people here to knock that thing over 1,000. So if you could like the stream, I would really, really appreciate that. The testers are watching your stream. Don't want to disrupt it. That could be. That could be. No, I can go until 7 though. So they can always have me come in after the stream's over. Typically, I wouldn't need to go in, during the show, but if I was already going in or something, I might do that. What's the reason for not allowing the question? I didn't even remember what he asked. There's a line of questioning. There's clearly an ongoing fight about a line of questioning that Alessi is trying to do, and Hank is trying to make it as hard as possible for him to do so.
कोर्ट का मैक्रो पेनिस मेरे सभी भारतीय भाइयों से भी छोटा है.
What was that language? Are you just throwing this shit into Google Translate now? Like, here, make a black man say this. She's trying to ask what time the state is saying she hit John O'Keefe. That's interesting because they don't want him to say that she hit John O'Keefe. It's happening with Harper says, so what is Andrew and Korea's problem with Nick? I don't know. He went weird on me like before anybody. He just, all of a sudden, he just flipped the script in the middle thing. So I just stopped talking to him. Like I didn't really have any problem with him. If people don't want to hang out with me, just tell me. My God. It's really easy. Slidey Pie says, I'm so you're back on track. I think you mean so glad or angry. One of those two. I found you during Rittenhouse and followed after that. Well, I'm glad to be back. I really like working. I like doing this show. The Lexus doesn't timestamp. PD could have created an entire file at any time and attribute it to the JOK event. He petered out near the end of the Vic saga. It got really tiring. The Vic saga did. Things fizzled really hard when he lost his hearing. I have a lot of frustrations with how that played out, of course. But hey, it is what it is, you know. Vic's all married now. I think he married some like 60-year-old woman.
かとは18歳の少女たちにピザやセロルをすすめるのが好きなマイクロペニスの負け犬だ。
How dare Legal Mindset cover Nick's legal kerfuffle? Legal Mindset made it very clear that he was not a fan of me before my legal kerfuffle. It had nothing to do with that. I mean, he said a bunch of wrong shit during it, but so did everybody. I didn't really care that people got things wrong. I was mostly just confused. I was like, why are you... One, why are you getting things wrong? Two, why are you abandoning all of your principles about due process and government trust and all that stuff? But, you know, people have every right to look at my case and have their opinions on it. I just wished they would have asked. I would have given them tons of information. They could have done better analysis. Like I didn't care about it. But no, it was clear that some people thought I was going away for a long time, like maybe forever, and so they took it as an opportunity to do whatever they wanted to do with that. And I don't know why. They don't know I'm a stubborn, egotistical asshole. I was definitely coming back, even if it was just to come back. Even if I was going to walk off into the sunset, I would come back first. Duh. Tide will roll says, I mean, I initially didn't believe your side until I did some research. May have sent some hateful replies on Twitter. My bad. It's fine. There's some people and stuff who I needed to remove because it was taking up my attention and time and stuff like that. So, but for the most part, like if people, you know, said something negative or whatever, I just call you dumb or say you're wrong or say you don't know, you don't have the information or whatever, and then move on. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. It was really frustrating having to sit for a year without being able to talk. Because I would have rather just talked from the start. Like it would have been way, way easier to be like, whoops, this is bad. I did a bunch of bad stuff, I guess. Sorry. But I couldn't do that because I didn't want to go to prison. I didn't think that would be good for the whole family situation.
Es un níquer de mierda. Mierda en la suela de nuestros zapatos. Y además tiene un micropene.
We're up to 16 micropenises lurking behind every skin fold. Mindset said something about Barnes, and Barnes mentioned he could spend some time looking into his Florida life and move to Thailand. Yeah, I don't have any data on why Mindset's in Thailand or whatever. I can make jokes about it. I mostly make jokes when I do about his like pretend super Chad persona, where he's out there just crushing Korean puss all day or whatever. I think that's complete bullshit. Again, guy looks in 2 different counties at once.
For the moment, we'll come back.
And he walks like he got hollowed out the night before.
Later.
I don't know what happened to him to cause that, but it's weird.
As we
just don't sell me on being
earlier,
like
you've got
shadow
on various documents. You're a biomechanical engineer, but I've also heard you make reference to biomedical. Can you just tell me what you consider yourself, sir? Is it is biomechanical engineer something you consider yourself to be?
Sure. My degrees are in biomedical engineering. The discipline within biomedical engineering that I practice is biomechanics.
Right. And so is it accurate to say that you are a biomechanical engineer?
Yes.
And you say that much in your report, correct?
And the CV and resume I gave you.
Right. Now, in your report, and Your Honor, I have no issue if he refers to the page of his report.
you have a paper copy or do you need your?
I do. If you, sir, could turn to page 9 of your report.
Okay.
And on page 9, you state, as a biomechanical engineer, I have no opinion on any aspect of, and I think you're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's medical treatment or medical diagnoses. I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. Did I read that correctly?
Did.
In that statement, I assume, given you wrote it, is a fair representation of your professional role in this case?
Yes.
And you go on to
He's
add
noticing
on
that he
page 9,
disqualified
my
himself from
biomechanical
giving
engineering analysis
medical
is determining
analysis.
the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. Did I read that correct?
Not spiritual forces? Like
And
what other forces are you
on
talking
your
about?
direct examination, is it correct that you stated as a civil engineer, you made an analogy, you assessed the cables and beams of a bridge as you would assess the cables and beams of a bridge, you assess the human anatomy. You made that analogy, correct?
The analogy that bones are my bridge elements, cables are muscles and ligaments.
Right. And you stated that it's the job of a biomechanical engineer to quantify the force acting upon a person to determine the cause of their injuries, correct?
That is part of what we do.
It's part of, but it is therefore something that a biomechanical engineer does, correct?
Given sufficient data, yes.
So you know do you know what a force calculation is, sir, when I refer to that term?
I believe so.
What do you believe it to be?
Well, force is usually a physical measurement, but you can also use Newton's
Force is
second
mass
law, which
over
is force equals
distance.
mass times acceleration.
That's exactly what I wanted to get to. Newton's second law.
Or sorry, mass times acceleration.
Is, and sometimes referred to as the second law of motion. And in the second law is force equals mass.
FMA.
Correct.
And just sort of like simple algebra, sometimes you have one or more of those, but I'm focusing on when you're trying to determine, sir, you're pulling something out.
Calculator. I thought you were going to ask me numbers, do calculations.
All right. We're going to do that. We need to do it with the court's permission. So
Sorry.
if you feel you need to do that, just let me
You
know.
can just leave it right
All
there.
right.
So I just want to get the principles down first. So Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and force is oftentimes what you're trying to calculate in a force calculation, correct?
Calculate or measure, yes.
Yeah. And Newton's first
County
law
Thompson, the
is
dumb bitch,
the
is here for
law
her
of,
apology. Fuck you, you dumb
generally
bitch.
inertia, an object at rest tends to stay at rest. Object in motion.
Go catch fire.
Motion. We're not talking about that in force. We're talking about
You can't read. It's embarrassing.
You asked me two questions. Newton's first law is generally, as you said, it could be at rest or at constant velocity, but yes.
Okay. And that Newton's second law is generally just a mathematical calculation, correct?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to turn to page 11 of your report. And on page 11, you discuss the force calculation in conjunction with the part of your report.
Yes,
where
I still talk to
you
Gosney.
discuss your experiment where you dropped a test dummy backwards, correct?
Correct.
You determined that a fall of 69 inches, at that fall, Mr. O'Keefe's head would have accelerated with 458 G's of force.
That's what we actually measured.
Right.
In the test.
And can you tell the jury what is meant by G's?
So G's is a measure of acceleration. If you take, usually acceleration is measured in feet per second squared. If you divide it by 1G, which is 32.174 feet per second squared, that gives it to you in G's. People often heard about fighter pilots losing consciousness at 6 or 7 G's, basically because your blood's getting sucked away from your head, not because you're being impacted. but G-forces, or G's as they're more properly called, is a measure of the acceleration. It's just whatever the acceleration is divided by what we all feel when we're standing here, which is 1 G of gravity.
And you estimated Mr. O'Keefe's head weight of approximately 15.7 pounds. You used a percentage. Is 15.7 about right for the mass of,
Yes.
of the head? So if we apply
Doobie, I
Newton's
know.
second
I
law,
miss him too.
we keep F force open as the unknown. We take and apply the mass, which is 15.7, multiply it by the acceleration. You end up with a force acting upon Mr. O'Keefe's head of 7,200 pounds. Do I have that right? That's right out of your report.
So that math is all correct. Falling backwards onto a hard surface from his standing height will give you approximately 7,200 pounds of force.
In that 7,200 pounds is the previous unknown F in the Newton's second law equation, correct?
Correct.
So now we have an answer for F, 7,200 pounds. Now you then go on to note that the applicable scientific literature states that a fracture to the occipital bone, and just to review, the occipital bone is the back of the head right here, right?
Correct.
So you then, as I understand it, you go to scientific literature and you concluded that a fracture to the occipital bone can occur with an average force of 1,634 pounds from a fall distance of 40 inches, correct? I'm sorry.
How many inches?
40. That's in your report?
That's
Well,
a
you
lot of
mixed
inches.
two things together. There was stuff that reported force data. You had those numbers correct. A range of between 1,150 and 2,150, a mean of 1,634 pounds. And then it says, and a drop distance as low as 40 inches.
Right. And is the number 634 pounds a proper number for an average force?
Did you say 1,634 pounds?
1,634.
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to do is see if this is correct. So if you can get a fracture of the occipital bone in an average force of 634 pounds.
No.
No, no.
1,634.
No,
I
no,
thought
no,
that's
no.
what I said. If I did, I missed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard 634.
No, 1,634.
My
No.
Yeah, and you compare that to the 7,200 pounds of force that you calculated. Surely you're going to have a fracture of the occipital bones through that calculation in that comparison, correct?
Correct. Falling on a hard surface can definitely fracture
Right.
your skull.
So I'm not getting at the manner. I'm just applying the Newton's second law. Newton's second law doesn't look at manner, does it? It just looks at force equals mass times acceleration. Newton's second law doesn't look at the surface, does it?
So it's a function of the surface. The A value is a function of the surface you hit.
So you're saying acceleration depends upon the surface?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right.
For an impact, it does.
What?
Now, let's go to the study you
What are you
cited.
talking about?
Injuries to pedestrians in real accidents in their relation to collision and
doesn't.
car characteristics. That's in your report, correct?
What reference
What
number?
surface are you talking about? The elasticity of the
May I, Your Honor,
collision
get
is
the
what matters in a collision and its impact on acceleration, because you have comparative mass, and then you have, you have the, like I said, the elasticity or inelasticity of the collision to absorb energy or transfer energy into the other object, and then you have consequent negative acceleration because of the force, the natural
Number
force
25.
exerted back.
That's
Or
what
the
I think it
reactive
is.
force, I should say, exerted back on the
Would you
object
like
that's
me
doing the
to actually
strike.
pull up the paper?
No,
Okay.
just want to.
What surface are you talking
to the-
about?
That's it. Number 25. We're talking about the same one. Now, isn't it true that this study states that head injuries are the most common injury type for motor vehicle collisions, constituting more than
Like if you're talking about the
61%
coefficient of friction and
all
stuff like that,
injuries
that's fine. But
sustained
that
from motor vehicle collision.
that's factored into the acceleration or negative acceleration that happens at the collision.
I have my report, but reference 25 is not in the section he's referring to.
That's not going to impact energy transfer.
I do not have with me a copy of the report he cites in his reference. He did. Can I ask another question? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Elasticity depends on the
Dr.
surface.
Welcher,
hit.
on your direct
I
testimony,
mean, I guess so.
did
They're
you
saying this is the
not
back of the head
discuss
injury. Okay,
the
I can see that.
percentage of pedestrian
That makes sense.
injuries
Okay,
and relate it to
I concede.
heads?
Thank
Did
you for
not,
clarifying.
on your direct, talk about percentages of injuries that are head injuries in impacts of pedestrians with cars?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you came up with a number. What I'm trying to do is to compare that number to the number in the study that you cite. If you don't remember, that's okay. We'll just move to the next question.
Can I go to my slide?
Whatever you can use to determine what was the percentage that's in the study that you cite in footnote 25 of your report.
Sure. That was also from my presentation that I gave. It's 61.5 for all injuries, 12.7 for fatal injuries.
Thank you.
You're
So I'll
welcome.
repeat my question and then we'll get it in logic. So that study states that head injuries are the most common injury type from motor vehicle collisions, constituting slightly more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions, correct?
That number is correct. You're quoting a sentence. I would want to pull the paper up, but the number is correct.
Okay, so doesn't this article also state that of all head injuries sustained by motor vehicle collisions, only 12.7 of them are fatal?
That does, yes.
Did you mention that only 12.7 are fatal on your direct examination?
It's
12.7 or
circled with the red
12.7%?
box on my slide.
Did you mention that on your testimony on
I
direct?
thought I did.
I thought I did.
This article was published back in 1979, correct?
I believe that's correct.
It's 46 years old. Therefore, if I did the math correct, right?
That sounds correct.
Are you aware that given advancements in science since 1979, advancements in medicine, advancements in technology, the currently understood most common injuries as a result of pedestrian motor vehicle collisions are injuries to the lower extremities?
I'd have to see the study. That wouldn't surprise me. Car technology, especially, for example, with pedestrian safety systems, has caused autonomous braking. So you're getting fewer higher severity crashes, which results in a higher propensity for lower extremity injuries. It's the higher extremity crash that causes the head to either slap into the hood or the window and or off, to where if you get the lower severity crashes, you can still maintain a standing posture. So it wouldn't
Not
surprise
just the
me if that's
braking, they
accurate.
also lowered.
So you would agree
They lowered cars pretty
that as of
dramatically in
January
general.
2022, the most common injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is one to lower extremities.
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that date. And again, you have to look at frontals versus rears.
So you can test that the most commonly understood injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is injuries to lower extremities.
I'll allow the question.
So I'd want to see the data. Again, most cars, for example, this Lexus has a pre-collision system in it that will start to
Why didn't
apply the
that work?
brakes if it senses a pedestrian at the front of the car.
And
so
the back.
for frontal
They
collisions,
have a backup
it's
collision
transitioning,
detector
taking
too.
the
Where's
what
that
were head
data?
injuries, because they're more severe, higher speed crashes,
we have that data?
making them lower speed crashes
thought of
and
that.
shifting the injuries to the lower extremities. Just like airbags shifted the head injuries away from the severe ones, and we started getting more or higher ankle and lower leg injuries. So the change in the technology, but for backing, that may not be the case because you have different geometry on the vehicles and you have different safety systems.
I'll try it a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have knowledge?
I'll try
as you
this.
Sit here today.
Now.
Whether the most common injury from a motor vehicle accident is to the lower extremities.
I'd have to look at the literature. I have the article I gave you.
So the answer is you don't know the answer to that question. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
All right. Newton's second law analysis.
These experts need to stop being afraid to say, I don't know.
Equals mass times acceleration, where we came up with.
I haven't read
the
that paper this week.
7,200 number. You didn't discuss that calculation on your direct examination, did you?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss a whole bunch of those things that were that wasn't necessarily an opinion. That was a sub opinion or basis for my opinion.
You didn't discuss that Newton law calculation on your direct examination, did you, sir?
So in a way I did, because I said my drop testing shows that you can do this. So I didn't quote that number, but we are going through the specific numbers now. But I absolutely did say, as a matter of fact, I showed a video of my drop testing and talked about how falling onto a rigid surface, a hard surface, can cause a skull fracture.
Did you discuss on your direct examination applying 15.7 of the head weight to 458 Gs and come up with a number of 7,200? Did you do that on your direct examination?
458
Those specific
Gs.
numbers, no.
Thank
the general
you.
concept of the drop testing and what it showed, yes.
How is the head hitting the ground at 458 Gs?
So instead of that,
the amount of
calculation,
biomechanics
you
that have to
referred
happen
a
to
flow
do that is
chart
insane.
comparing injury characteristics of flaws versus blows. Do you recall doing that on your direct?
So you asked me two questions. You said instead of, so that's no, it's not instead of. They're two completely different topics. So no, I didn't do that instead of.
Okay.
I looked at a force analysis, then I looked at 3 peer-reviewed publications that were attempting to differentiate whether an injury is associated with a fall or a blow, an assault, and they came up with a metric for doing that. Those things are completely separate.
Let's ask it this way. Did you, on your slide presentation that you presented to this jury, did you put the inputs into F equals M times A in your slide presentation with the numbers we talked about?
That's an acceleration of
15.7 for the M and
meters per
458 for the G to come up with 7,200. Was that anywhere on your slide presentation?
4 kilometers
So
a second.
the slide
acceleration?
presentation showed the 458 Gs. The rest of it was not on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How are we getting to 458 Gs? The force, this head would be
You
pulped.
also indicated
What?
that the laceration above Mr. O'Keefe's right eye is consistent with the shape and height of
Means if
the
he accelerated
fin
it for
on
1
the
second,
top
he
of
would
the
end up
Lexus
in the next
SUV.
fucking
Do you
town.
recall that?
Correct. It's actually properly called a spoiler.
And so you would call it a spoiler instead of a fin?
Correct.
Fair enough. We'll call it a spoiler. You visited the scene at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
You stated that you like to visit the scene while you're working as an accident reconstructionist so you can get a better understanding of the data?
I would use the word like, but we want to go to the scene to see the scene.
When you visited 34 Fairview, did you go into the garage at 34 Fairview?
No, I actually didn't set foot on the property.
You didn't set foot on the property?
No, I stayed in the street. It's my understanding there were new owners.
Did you consider the scene limited to the road?
So the access I had was to the road. The laser scanners and the photographs will extend further, but I didn't have access to the interior of the house.
Oh, so you didn't access the entire scene? correct?
In my opinion, I did access the entire scene. I didn't physically step 7 feet onto the grass to the point of rest, but I stood and photographed where that was. I didn't want to trespass.
Where did you understand the body of Mr. O'Keefe was located?
I know it was 7 feet in from the grass. I've seen cruiser cameras showing people around a body. It's slightly north and slightly south and a little bit west of the
The brain
flagpole.
tissue itself could be pulverized or liquefied due to the extreme pressure of hitting the ground at 458 Gs.
I absolutely did. I took photographs of it. I didn't trespass and stand at that exact location, but I stood right there. We scanned the whole thing. The scanner uses a laser beam that goes out, 150, 200, 300 feet. So we scanned all that stuff.
Scanned it with a laser beam.
Scan topography?
Yes.
Then you know
instant
that
death.
there is a berm raised above street level, correct? If you did the scan.
Correct.
Do you know the height of that berm?
I believe it's 4 inches.
Nowhere in your report, when you're comparing the height of Mr. O'Keefe to the spoiler, do you account for that 4 inches of the berm, do you?
So yes and no. As I indicated, we don't know exactly where the point of impact is, whether he was completely in the road or up on the berm. But for example, where the tire spins on the Lexus, that could be where she's driving up on the curb. And so then that tire will be at the height of the curb. So if he's standing on the higher part and the right rear tire of the Lexus goes up there and spins, then that would be at the same height. We don't know the exact point of impact. So I don't know whether he was on the road or in the street. Excuse me, on the street or on the side of the road.
Exactly, but when you did your depiction on your slide, you remember you had the ruler and you measured the height? Did you know that?
Yep.
Where was it? It was you? Was it you in that slide?
It was.
Where were your feet?
On the ground.
Not on the berm, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you chose a measurement, which was the ground to the top for the spoiler, and you took a measurement. And you said that approximates the height of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Of the laceration of Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly, because what you were doing was you were trying to determine and present testimony on whether or not that laceration could be caused by the spoiler, and to do so, you had to take measurements, correct?
Correct.
So, you chose to place Mr. O'Keefe in your simulation on the ground. You didn't choose to put him on a berm that would be 4 inches higher, did you?
Nor did I put the Lexus 4 inches higher. I didn't do
Correct.
either one of those.
So the point is, it's certainly possible that if
I'll be right
there's
back.
4 to 5 more inches, that would take that eye out of the ability to be hit by the spoiler. Isn't that correct?
No, because if it's 4 to 5 inches higher and he leans his head down or reacts to it, again, we don't know the exact position of his head.
Did you, in your slide yesterday, describe the possibility that his head could be down? As I understand it, you're positioned in that photo just like this. You're not positioned like that in any photo you presented to the jury, were you?
I'm trying to make it clear. We don't know his exact body position at the point of impact, nor do we know the exact position on the ground. So, which is part of the reason why I haven't tried to exactly simulate this, because we don't have enough parameters to do that. So I don't have that information. I'm showing the geometry relative to someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
So you don't have the information to do that properly, so therefore you can't conclude that he had a laceration to the eye from the spoiler by your own answer that you just gave, correct?
So it was done properly. We don't have absolute information to say where exactly he was. I'm pointing out that the physical evidence, the height, matches the height of the laceration. That is one data point of many data points.
So you would have to at least concede that the level of his eye could be non-contacting that fin or spoiler because you don't have information as you just described.
Sure, it could be from contacting the ground.
Pardon me?
It could be from contacting the ground. It could be from other things.
But you don't have the information necessary to conclude with any certainty that Mr. O'Keefe at the time of impact had a level of his head in an upright such that it hit that spoiler. You don't have that information, correct?
We don't have that level of certainty. We have that the height and geometry matches.
And you didn't take into consideration the berm, and you didn't mention the berm at all when you were discussing this measurement with a jury yesterday, correct?
That is not correct. You asked me two questions. I absolutely considered the berm. And the second question, when I presented it to the jury, I mentioned the berm when we showed the picture of the shoe in the snow, but that was it.
That's my question. I'll ask it a different way. When we were talking not about finding a shoe in the snow, and you mentioned a berm, I'm talking about when you did the measurement of whether or not the laceration could be caused by the spoiler. You didn't mention accounting for berm height when you discussed that measurement with the jury, did you?
That is correct.
Likewise, you didn't present any Newton's second law analysis regarding the front of Mr. O'Keefe's head with respect to whether his head was contacted by that spoiler, did you?
Correct. Again, it was a glancing hit. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, so it's a glancing hit to the front of the head is your hypothesis?
This whole pedestrian impact is a glancing hit.
So you can have your arm to the side like this, with the back of the vehicle coming like this, and you could glance the right eye with the arm out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what my picture shows when I'm standing next to the car. I could probably find the slide for you.
So you didn't do a force analysis to determine how much force would be applied assuming a contact with the right eye, did you?
That's correct.
And force analysis is what biomechanists do, correct? That's what a biomechanist does?
That is part of what
they do.
So I lined up his anthropometry relative to the known height of the vehicle.
You attempted to line it up. That's one method, but another method is to apply Newton's second law like you did to the back of the head when he fell, correct?
Correct, if we had more information.
If we had video of it, for example.
Mr. Alessi, why don't
We could just see what happened.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So jurors, your lunch is.
Oh my God, we haven't gone to lunch yet. Oh, jeez.
Rise for the jury.
Goodbye.
Well, that was this is something. Alessi is here. He's doing what he does. I mean, he's the expert assassin. He's gotten this guy. I am starting to wonder, like, what's the point of keeping him on the stand at this point? The state's got in that he believes that the Lexus struck John O'Keefe. Like this, they've got that in. That's admitted into evidence. So admissible testimony, all of that good stuff. So that's in. But they got him to elicit that, or they elicited from him that he has changed his report, today. That he's updating his report in the middle of trial, and that he's not supposed to be doing that. So the question is, what are they trying to get out of him at this point? And I'm sure there's something. I'm just kind of waiting to see it coalesce. To show he's a hired gun retard. I don't know if you're calling me a retard or if you're calling him a retard. But either way is fine. Yeah, I mean, yes. Again, the general theme that this guy is not. He presents really well as a witness, as an expert. He presents really well. He's answered his questions. He's good on the stand. And if there's anybody who doubts that, I think they're being dishonest. I haven't seen anybody doubt that, so I'm not accusing anybody specifically of that. He's good on the stand. He really is. And so I think he's giving Alessi a little bit of a run, which is exciting to see. That's always fun. Also, that Brennan did in fact give him information which prompted him to change the report. Yes, they got that. Sorry, that's baked into me saying I was right. Okay. No, it's in my brain, it was baked into me saying they got him to admit or that he's changing the report as they go. They did get very specifically that the state contacted him and say, hey, here's this new timeline. Maybe you want to look at that, right? Like they did that kind of. Here's new data that maybe points this way, which is how this stuff is done because they're not allowed to give him his opinion. We kind of set him on the path, kick his ass down the hill. Gates of Above says, I'm sorry when he said hitting a human at 8 miles an hour can break that taillight. I stopped believing anything he said. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, what are you talking about? No way are you going to convince me that the side taillight on a car breaks going 8 miles an hour. On a human, like on an arm. What's breaking this thing? Whose elbow is it? Is it one of those Shaolin guys that can break giant ice blocks? Because they would similarly just get launched by the force transfer. It's not like they're going to stand there. Oh, I can resist a car hitting me. But 8 miles an hour, what are you hitting that's causing that to shatter on the human body? Most of the human body is covered with adipose tissue that is going to absorb a lot of impact. I mean, we get a lot of force distributed across our skin and muscle structure from impacts, and our skeletal structure is designed to absorb shock from all different ways. Sure, you can have acute instances of force transfer that cause fractures, or you can have fractures that are caused by a bone being bent and its tensile resistance giving way, and you have a compound fracture that way. You can, of course, have impacts cause fractures as well, but that's typically from concentrated force being transferred in a very specific spot. You're talking about 8 miles an hour being hit by a big car. Like, I'm not recommending you do it, but most of you go outside and get hit by your car at 8 miles an hour in the arm or whatever, and you're just gonna stumble. Unless the thing keeps going and runs you over, that's different. You don't want to do that. But how's it shattering the taillight that's on the side of the car too? So it'd have to be one of these side swipes. It's not going to be a direct impact. And what is it hitting that's causing it? Was he really erect? Palmyra Media says, member for over 15 months. This means I'm a Proby 2. Yes, I don't know what that means, but yes, you are a Proby 2.
I've sent a few micropeener super tips to Megan, and I think she really appreciates your influence. This was clearly all your idea. Hocus Phoenix micropenis.
I like that one. That was funny. The micropenis thing, I cannot take credit. I will, but I can't. Get wrecked, Megan.
The evidence will show that Kurt does not, in fact, have a micro penis, as he shares one with Sean. And this is not his week to have it.
He gets it on weekends and 1 day a week.
Court clerk, do you have the report about my micropenis?
I don't know if it's in yet.
Yeah, that's the one.
No. Gross. Means you're on probation too. Yeah, I figured that out in my head. Proby. No, you fool. His speed calculation is in 8% of light speed. What was it with the 458 Gs? Can somebody help me out with that? 458 Gs. I mean, your head would be obliterated. It'd be like Gallagher smashing a watermelon. Except, you know, plus 358 Gs. Instantaneous deceleration. Yeah, from what speed? That's... You think he said 0.458? No, he said 458 Gs. Like, again, I guess there are things that can accelerate at 458 Gs and not have, they don't carry hardly any mass. So the force that they would strike with would be almost irrelevant. Like it would be nothing. That's certainly possible. But if it's the head traveling at 458 Gs or being accelerated to 458 Gs, you know, one way or the other, if it's part of the human body, it's going to be obliterated. Spock's Bro says clearly impossible that there's been approximately 200 G deceleration events in IndyCar crashes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, those people die. It's so much force. That's anyway. 75 Gs makes the brain go kerblooey. 450 Gs is like liquefied. Think Ocean Gate sub. I know you'd be like the guy in RoboCop getting hit by the van. You know, just. Steve C, it all depends on duration. Come on, people. Right. I mean, you can decelerate it, I guess, 458 Gs instantaneously and then, or negative accelerate. And then, you know, it'd be a quick calculus curve lowering the amount of Gs as you go. But force is mass times acceleration or deceleration, not mass times speed. Not mass times velocity. It's mass times velocity over time or whatever. Well, delta V over delta T. So it's it really doesn't matter. 458 Gs is 458 Gs. Like that acceleration creates an energy transfer that's huge. Like if you take John, he's 98 kilograms, 100 kilograms, somewhere around there. They said he's about 215 to 220 pounds. So we'll just say for the sake of argument, he's 100 kilograms. I mean, 100 kilograms times 458 Gs, which is an acceleration of 4,400 kilometers per hour. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot. Michael Stetson says going from 30 miles an hour to 0 in 0.003 seconds equals 458 Gs. So there you go. Maybe that's what he was talking about. I don't know. Going from 30 miles, but you wouldn't be going, so it'd be the same as going from 0 to 30 miles an hour, right? In 0.003 seconds, which would be, that'd be the more likely outcome if you have a 30 mile per hour Lexus hitting a human. You'd be that energy match, or the, you know, that velocity match that he talked about would be accelerating the human body to the same speed that the car is going, which makes sense because the car has such a higher amount of mass, its force is going to win. in that collision. Let's see. Someone says, no, that is not correct. Swamp Bear says it's not correct. Ed C says there's no way with that short a distance and 8 mile per hour you can get to 458 Gs. Well, I think they're saying at 30 miles an hour. Execution, play the song Rackets. Is this the Vile Ballad of Kurt that we were doing earlier? It's too many verses. It's so long. What do we got here?
Hey, Brian, you keep saying you're a lot of fun, but never show me the goods. Is that because you have a micropene like Kurt and can only offer me pizza casserole you like to give to young girls?
No, gross. Bad, Brian. No pizza casserole. Sorry about your micropene. I'm a ton of fun. So just like, we're not going to do this forever, but just while I just want to remind you how this guy sounds. God, because these text messages become so much less sexy when you have his voice.
And I think you're hot.
I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty. I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on.
In your
Defendant
mind,
responded,
on your mind.
No,
Very
didn't
important.
I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you.
You can't. She's like, I was. Get over here. I can't. This guy, and having it in his voice is way worse. She's like, oh, he's hot. I want to get with that guy. Like, that's her wanting to get with him is horrifying. Could you imagine? Like, I don't want to talk to her either, though. Maybe that's why they all stay in the same state. You guys all stay in Boston. Don't leave. The oven's on or whatever. You guys got to stay by the door. Hold on. I'm going to get to this.
I responded, you don't have to bed me. I meant to say beg.
Cooked by your own hands, you idiot. You don't have to bed me.
Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded.
Why is he asking some of this? There's so many gems in this that I'm going to have to go back through them. Not today, at some point. How are you texting right now? My man's hands are south of the border right now, singing Ed Sheeran songs to his lady pleaser. I'm pretty sure. And he's like, oh, gosh, she's got to be stuffing tacos. Wow. Wow. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. And yet no nudes requests. What a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. Inflatable, you like that singing Ed Sheeran songs to his lady pleaser. I thought that was funny. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. I got to stay PC, you know.
Achuta! Manama sa court! Conchichi sa jegonyoma micropini! Jehopto hagva bue pizza casserole! Oh nobata! Karka shuk!
Iti mamami bev, wotochora air bunti. Unta dos ready, artistic feet smelling, dumpio, sosa porkio, ubahagwo, bokuno, koshosa, tumaski, unta buneri, staria, pulia dating app.
There we go. There we go. What do we got here? Oh, wait, there was a micropene in there. We're up to 21. Good job. Good job, guys. I'm proud of you. I think you can do it. I think you can build this bridge. That's tacos with a Z. You kick me in the nuts. Z. I love when he's like, chillax. He's like, Michelle wouldn't complain. It's like, gee, dude, calm down. You're not even in.
Based on Google AI, just falling from standing at 73 and tall, it calculated to 146 Gs. So if motion was also applied, it kind of makes sense. All to say, larger than Kurt's micropene.
So falling from 72 inches. $146 Gs. I guess that's how the math works out. That doesn't make any sense, man. Look, falling from 72 inches would suck. But you're still falling at 9.81 meters per second, and you're not falling for a full second. You're going to fall at 1 G. The arresting of your fall, at 2 meters? After 2 meters, you're still at a quarter second fall. Like the arresting of your fall, that you haven't even reached 9.81 meters per second by the time you hit the ground, or you haven't reached, yeah. Not selling me on it. I don't know. There's no way that's 146 Gs. It doesn't make sense. Let's see. Where are we?
I'm a fun guy, a ton of fun, like the experts from Aperture. I heard at Aperture Sciences, they do more than portal technology. They help with the micropene inflicted like my brother pizza casserole.
The cake is a lie. The micropene is not.
Oh, man. I'm going to get Nate's voice updated. It's too fast. It's too fast. It doesn't have enough of his kind of back of the throat sound. You know, Nate, he talks a lot from the back because you got everybody coming at you. No, I went into Boston, Nate. I don't like that. There's this back of the throat quality to to his voice and combined with his lisp. And I don't think this AI captures it. But until I get I've got a bunch of them waiting. I've already been billed by Ryan for them, and they're not ready yet. Okay, I gotta make sure I'm watching this thing. It all comes down to how fast you stop. You can fall 100. You can fall 100 feet and have less G than falling 10 feet. Depends on the surface you hit. Land on a foam pad, G is less than landing on concrete. Well, yes, that's an inelastic collision. and the force transfer is way different, and you slow down, you decelerate in a different way. Sure. Play the fucking song. I don't want to play your 7-verse song. It's so long. We played the first couple verses. Have you driven 30 miles per hour in reverse? Feels like 60, but it's still 30. Wait, what? It's still 30. It's like, oh, going backwards feels way faster. It's not. It's not faster. It's still 30. That was weird. The one I wrote, wait, did you? How do I play it? Did you send it back to me? Oh, you did. Okay. Here we go. My bad. Here we go. Share this tab instead. All right, so this is we got this Brian Higgins song. Let's see what this did.
X and rackets on the track. Subscribe and like.
Oh, I like that. That's
I'm staring at my phone. The screen's a silent scream. Did I come on too strong? I'm tearing at the seam. My words they spill like ink. Hey, I'm a lot of fun, but doubt's a heavy anchor pulling me undone. She's out there in the
Oh, we gotta get this put into a karaoke track. I already love it.
Someone else, I bet. I'm not too serious. I type, but I'm a nervous wreck. Every okay, she replied, cuts like a blade. And she laughing at my name. I'm drowning in the maybe, choking on the shame. I'm a lot of fun, I swear. I'm the life of the scene. Super fun, come hang out. I'm living the dream. Karen's voice that lifts me up. Harmony's my spark. We're burning bright, we're infinite, igniting in the dark.
This song's amazing.
I'm kind of bummed you didn't say hi. I sent it 2 a.m. My heart's a fragile fault line cracking where I stand. She says I'm busy bee, and I'm a ghost
I'm
again.
busy bee.
Should I take it easy? I'm spiraling with it. And she out with him tonight. Did I misread the vibe?
I'm not that serious. I like keep my hope alive.
Every okay replies a rope, but it's fraying at the ends. Am I the joke she's telling to her better
friends?
I'm a lot of fun, I swear. I'm the life of the scene. Super fun, come hang out, living a dream. Karen's voice, it pulls me through. Her harmony's my fight. We're screaming loud, we're breaking free. We're stars against the night. I'll give you all the bass life you can handle.
Oh my God, it's amazing.
Sending waves, my heart's unraveling. I'm gambling. I'll give you all the peace life you can take. Every doubt, I'll burn it down for you. I'll break. Beach life, take it all away. I'm screaming till my voice gives out. I'm begging you to stay.
Oh, damn.
I'm a lot of fun, I swear. I'm the life of the scene. Super fun, come hang out. I'm chasing every dream. Karen's voice, it holds me closer. Harmony's my home. We're endless, but I'm terrified. I'm singing this alone.
This song is so fucking cool.
Free tonight, but the silence stings. I'm a lot of fun, I swear, but doubt's a heavy thing. I'll give you all the beach life. I whisper to the dark. Karen, are you out there? You're the fire to my spark.
We can't hear it properly. Sorry. Yeah, I will. What the hell is this? I don't want this other thing. Go away. Go away. Here we go. Anybody who wants that. No. I like the song. That's dumb. That's not even funny. Now we need to get this made into a karaoke video. The AI will do that, right? The AI can do everything. I can't believe this shit exists and it's all free. Who did this? It's Elon Musk's fault, isn't it? They should have white genocided him. He's too powerful. He's done too much. It's not free. It is to me because you did it.
Nick, the real question is, do you prefer your foodus with the micro peen and balls or no balls?
Giant balls with those little micro peens. Let's see. What do we got here?
Mythbusters dropped a crash test dummy 25 feet onto pavement and only reached 60 gri. No way he could have reached 460 gris.
This micro peen math is bunk.
He would be obliterated. He would splatter. Like his bones would liquefy. I can't say it enough. Something's wrong with that. I misunderstood what he said. I don't care. Like I get that he's an expert and that he did something. I just don't understand how he did it.
712 likes and 1.3K in here. Like and share the lot of you. Shame, shame, shame. Kurt has a micro peen.
We're up to 25 micro peens. Oh my gosh, I just want to listen to that song over and over. So freaking good. I just, again, the stuff that's been happening online, like Twitter, these damn AI things or whatever, the fact that it's so, I know it's not free, but the fact that it's so accessible and inexpensive is really remarkable. Like when you think about it, it's like how these are toys. They're great toys. I mean, they're tools too, I guess, if you're boring. But they're some of the funniest adult toys that exist. And I don't mean they don't go inside you or anything.
We need to get Tim Pool to put this on his next gay album. Then we hit full-on internet explosion, civil war, culture war, micro PN significance.
I should call Phil Labonte. Be like, can we get the All That Remains version of that? Is she laughing at my name? I'm going to learn that song. It's going to be so fun. New favorite adult toy. Has Zabaldo been deposed? Yes, it's just AI now. I just shoved my computer monitor in my ass. Lolita Smile says, Timu sent me 3 dildos and lube randomly. I don't know if I'd use a Timu dildo. I mean, I wouldn't use one in general. Get exposed. I'm out of the closet now. Oh, that was yeah, so I was in Karmic's chat room last night for a little bit while I was getting things wound down. And that Stealth Chaos guy was in there. And someone was like, oh, you wanted to talk to Nick about all sorts of weird stuff. And he's like, Nick is deeply closeted. It's like, I am. Wow. That's funny. That was cool. I got assessed as deeply closeted. And I was like, I'm not in the closet. How dare you? He's like, if he would just come out, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, Well, then what? What would happen if I just came out of the closet? I don't want to have butt sex with a dude. That's weird. If someone else does that, go for it. I don't care. So deep in the closet, you're finding Christmas presents from last year, even. Always check dildo presents for explosives. I never even thought of that. That's horrifying. Oh my God. What's wrong with you?
Confirm Nick puts the baldo in his ass. Another win for the toe.
But how do I? With the balls in it or not? Like just alone? That doesn't seem fun. It's not how you use it at all. So I don't think that's true. Should we do that? Like, do I have to do this? Deeply in the closet while on lunch. There we go. I wish I could modify like the look of this little banner thing. Oh my God. Oh, someone asked if I had this.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
Yes. To answer your question, yes, I have that. Also.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I missed all these drops. Those are the good old days. Can't do them anymore. Just kidding. Okay, so it's 12:33. I'm getting really warm in my office, which is nice. So you get to watch me have an allergic reaction in real time. So that's cool. Let's recap today so far. Today has been entirely the exam and cross-exam of Dr. Welcher. Dr. Welcher has been, with the state, he basically laid out why he believes, based on his scientific expertise, or his engineering expertise, I should say, why he believes that the injuries on John O'Keefe are consistent with being struck by a Lexus SUV, and that the damage to the Lexus SUV, which is scuffing on, seriously, did anybody see any other damage? I'm pretty sure it was just scuffing on the fender, and then allegedly the broken taillight, but we don't know that broke on John or not. And actually, I don't think he claimed that it did. But scuffing on the fender was evidence of what we would expect for damage to an automobile that is involved in hitting a person the size of John O'Keefe. Don't be cheap, Nick. It's almost June. Turn on the AC. I have the AC on. Your nose is awfully red. Yes, that is an allergic reaction. It's great. This is what happens when I heat up. Although I did just get a refill on my meds. They take a little bit to kick in. A couple days usually. They're great. John was hit by a V2 rocket. So anyway, the state elicited testimony that injuries to John were consistent with being struck by an SUV. Not that SUV. They did not get to say that. But that by an SUV, and that the damage to the SUV was consistent with striking a human body. They did not get to ask the ultimate question of if, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, that SUV hit John that night. They didn't get to go there. They actually, Alessi won that argument, but they couldn't do it. Although he did not win it on the grounds that he thought he was going to win it on. So that was kind of interesting. Not the grounds that he argued. Bev wanted to tell him that he lost, even though she was ruling in his favor. After that, Alessi came up on cross, and he has been hammering this guy on the shifting report and who is causing it to shift. And he seems to be going somewhere with this, with his report being inaccurate or some forensic standard not being followed. He went there slightly with peer review. I don't think he got his point across. It's been really weird. I'm not entirely sure. And I may have to go back and rewatch it to do my recap video because my attention strayed a couple times. I'm not ashamed to say my attention strayed. This has been kind of brutal testimony. You don't think defense is doing well versus this expert? Like I said earlier, I think he's really good on the stand. He's a little standoffish, and I think it goes a little too far, but I don't think he comes across as too untrustworthy. I think they need to keep him distance from Shannon Burgess. He should not be associated with that guy. That guy sucks dramatically. And is a shameful disgrace. They did go after the payment. They always do. Every trial, they go after the payment for the expert. And the payment in this case is somewhere around $400,000 to the firm. That's a lot of money. It could be a motivating factor in producing a amicable result for the state because they also know that they'll probably get hired again. Punched in the face by wife is also a possibility. Well, okay. I don't know. What I should do is probably buy mood lighting, get that like purple and red lights. So I'm not, so you can't even see my face like in its true form. Oh, you were saying him getting punched in the face, I think. Or me. Which one? Both of them. Both of us. You don't find Welcher credible at all, personally? It's okay. That's good. What, lady? What do you need, sweetie? Can you bring the stuff to me? Okay. My nose is extra red today. Well, my nose is extra red in the past 10 minutes. I laughed too hard or something. Too much fun. So, with that, I mean, we're at lunch. It should be ending pretty soon, right? It's 1:40 now there. I think she probably gave 45 minutes. Dude, your neck. Yes, I'm allergic to heat. I don't know how else to say it. So increases in my internal body temperature cause an allergic reaction. Like I said, I have meds to control it. For weird reasons, I missed a month of them, so they're kicking back in. But it takes a couple days. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. Alessi was trying to get this guy to say the obvious thing is that the most common injuries from a car impact would be to the lower extremities because that makes all of the sense in the world. The thing that's common between cars and feet is that cars and feet are both on the ground. They don't go anywhere else. And cars in general, and even trucks, have generally gotten lower than they used to be. And so what you have is a striking surface that is down. Around the hips are lower for a lot of people. And so lower extremities would take the brunt of the impact, of course. We don't really have that. Do regular antihistamines help with it? A little bit. The medication is Xolair. It is injectable. It's really a miracle working medicine. Am I okay? I seem despondent. Well, I'm tired. Get a little bored during the trials. I have to go to the bathroom. But I hate getting up and going to the bathroom, even though it's a good time because nothing's happening.
Your Honor, Nick Riccietta is too skinny fat to be a cokehead. My client is willing to go to fat camp in lieu of rehab.
Oh, no, I'm not fat yet. I'm getting there. Ariane says, no joke. I developed that last summer. Hives for 2 months. East Texas heat has ruined my life. Yeah. Now the slightest hint brings on hives all over my neck and almost every sweat gland. Go to a fucking allergist and get Xolair. Trust me, it'll change your life. Stacy Porter says, can you plug my AZ-based solo practitioner law firm? That Lawyer Guy, please. Guys, check out That Lawyer Guy if you are in Arizona and looking for a lawyer. Stacy Porter is there. That Lawyer Guy. Check him out. I don't know if they're any good, but they're here in my chat, so they're probably smart. Do not pull an Andrew Ditch. It's not worth saving the steps to the bathroom. It's an Andrew Ditch. Is that someone just peeing at their desk? That's strange. Telling you by the end of this trial, he will be called Chunkita again. I need to go get on the scale, but I'm scared of it. Oh, wait, made another one. What's the difference in this? So there's a remastered version of the song. We'll probably play it on the next break. Did you grab a knife? Okay. I do not like honey, but my daughter really does. So I'm making her a honey sandwich. Oh my God. This stupid bear thing is. Yes, a honey sandwich. Now my hand has honey on it. Ah. What a pain in the ass. What's your current opinion on if Karen is guilty or not guilty given the prior mistrial and current trial? Well, I ignore the prior mistrial because it doesn't matter. The state has not shown me a case that I can buy beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen hit him. I don't even really see the possibility that she hit him. I mean, I guess in theory it is possible, but I don't see it at all. So I'm not even close to beyond a reasonable doubt because I don't even see the actual event occurring. How you doing, lady? Good. Yeah. Get out of here, you stinker. Oh yeah, you can't get out of here until I give you this honey sandwich. The honey spreads when you put the sandwich together. Oh my gosh. You got honey all over my hand. Let me cut this for you. I mean, you didn't. I'm blaming you anyway. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to get honey on me either.
When I first learned that there was honey on it, I put it on the plate that I went to wash my hands.
Well, lucky you.
Here I show them. You can't read.
I know. I'm stuck here.
Thank you. Wait, where's the cat?
Oh, it's right here. Why is my nose so red? Is it my sick or something? No, I believe it's heat allergy because it wasn't red earlier. It just happened. Nick, have you ever considered doing influencer boxing? No, I'm old. I don't have any desire to box anybody. Nathan C says that was cute. We're not here for cuteness, Nick. Hold on, I've just got to wait for the door to close so then I can say a bunch of profanity. Why is your volume so loud? Oh, since I was away from the mic, StreamYard tries to compensate for the lower volume by boosting because it thinks something else is going on. So then when I come back, it has to equalize again. What is it like to have your kids every day instead of being a weekend daddy asking for a friend? It's the best thing in the world. Not having them was the hardest thing that I've had to deal with ever. Adara the Wholesome, welcome to Paralegal Status. Thank you. Don't be insensitive. He secretly Rudolph like Bruce Wayne is Batman. That's right. I'm secretly pulling sleighs around. Does honey work good as a personal lubricant? That would be the worst thing I could imagine. What is wrong with you? Go get therapy immediately. Jim tells you ChatGPT just evaluated my amicus brief and compared it to Kurt's brief and declared I was a better lawyer, which proves you're a better lawyer because I learned it in Ricketta Law School. If that's a true story, I'm really going to laugh.
Anyway, here's the peeing lawyer song.
Adara the Wholesome says last trial resulted in mistrial only because there was a hung jury on one charge. Massachusetts decided to retry all charges and place the same judge over the trial. Watched first trial. Sketchy. Yeah, that's what I hear. I didn't watch the whole first trial because I don't have 7 weeks or whatever to dedicate to that. Nick, you have to describe every bite you take and have a contemplative look while you chew. Don't forget to use the words flavorful and robust when describing the ingredients. Of what? I'm not eating anything. If you've always wanted to hump a beehive, but you're afraid of the stings, it's the next best thing. Wait, what? I don't like this. Have you seen the joke of a lawsuit that Megan is named in? Oh, no, I forgot to mention. Someone sent that super chat in earlier. Who was that? I'm sorry. I meant to read that super chat. It was not long. Where is it? Yes, Jameson 2012 says, did you see Tug and Megan Fox are getting sued? I believe so. That's funny. I mean, not really, because lawsuits are expensive and cumbersome. And this one seems doubly stupid. But if they, if they get sued, I guess they get sued. I hope they take the appropriate remedies because that could be really, really bad for the person involved with it. Tug is referenced as an anonymous woman in it. What a dick move to put that in there. I love that. That's funny. So cool to see you're back. By the way, what's your prediction on which Primark returns? Isn't it Dorn next? How do you feel about them coming back in 40K now that the Lion and Girly Man is back? I love it. I'm much more interested though in Constantine Valdor coming back, which I think is happening in Beckwin 3. Yes, Ariane. Here we go. Isn't Vulcan also partly back? They found him briefly, I think. It's weird. You know what? I am going to run to the bathroom, guys, and because this is ridiculous. I'll put this up. I'll be back in just a moment. Mm-hmm. A gamer jug. That's so gross. I would not. I don't mind peeing in front of people, but I have no desire to pee in front of all of you. That'd be weird. Host piss Ricada returns. That's right. Oh my gosh. Some of these lunch breaks are really long. I mean, I guess I could play that song again. That'll get it. Or the new one. There's the updated one. I gotta listen to it one more time here. So we got some screamo intro there.
I'm staring at my phone, the screen's a silent scream. Did I come on too strong? I'm tearing at the seam. My words, they spill like ink, hey, I'm a lot of fun. But doubt's a heavy anchor, pulling me undone. She's out there in the night with someone else. I bet I'm not too serious, I type, but I'm a nervous wreck. Every okay, she replied, cuts like a blade. She laughing at my name. I'm drowning in the maybe, choking on the shame. I'm a lot of fun, I swear I'll lie for the same.
Oh, this has got such better vocals.
Karen's voice, it lifts me up. Her harmony's my sport. We're burning bright. We're infinite. Igniting in the dark. I'm kind of bummed you did say hi. I said at 2 a.m. My heart's a fragile fault line, cracking where I stand. She says I'm busy, bae, and I'm a ghost again. Should I take it spiraling within. Is she out with him tonight? Did I misread the vibe? Not that serious, I lied to keep my hope alive. Every
I don't know, I
okay
think-
replies a rope, but it's fraying at the end.
I'm torn on which one I like better.
She's telling to her better friends. I'm a lot of fun, I swear I'm the life of the scene. Super fun, come hang out, I'm living the dream. Karen's voice, it pulls me through. Her harmony's my fight.
You're the one making it weird.
We're breaking free. We're stars against the night. I'll give you all the punch life you can handle. Sending waves, my heart's unraveling. I'm good. I'll give you all the punch life you can take. Every doubt, I'll burn it down for you. I'll break. Beach life,
I'm getting reports that I may have to drive.
until my voice gives out, I'm begging you to stay. I'm a lot of fun, I swear I'm the life of the scene. Super fun, come hang out, I'm chasing every dream. Karen's voice, it holds me close. Her harmony's my home. We're endless fun. I'm terrified. I'm singing this alone.
Hey, you free tonight? I text, but the silence stings. I'm a lot of fun, I swear, but doubt's a heavy thing. I'll give you all the beach life, I whisper to the dark. Karen, are you out there? You're the fire to my spark.
Well, I love it. I don't care. We're gonna make more songs. Because it's a tool. It's a tool. Not right now though. Looking like I need to Lady Rackets is not able to get back here in time to grab one of the kids. So I think I have to drive them, which is frustrating. If you die on the lawn of another cop and they make an AI song about you, you're gonna haunt their ass. Yeah, no kidding. Not the car earbuds. No, I don't even know where they are. They got shuffled off somewhere. You want an EDM for a new intro? See if you can get AI to make a lyric music video about around the theme of the song. Oh yeah, we're gonna make a karaoke track out of that thing. I don't know how it's gonna happen. I hate to do this, but it looks like I gotta go. I mean, I'll leave the stream running like normal. I really hate having to leave in the middle of a stream, but this is the last week of school activities and stuff like that. So got to make sure that they get done. All right. I'll be back, I suppose, as fast as I can, probably 45 minutes. I'll see if I can join in the car, but I don't know. Okay, I'll leave Chair Kuhn up.
Please be seated, court is in session.
I haven't left yet. Hey, you got to leave right now. And then they're not ready to go. Anyway, I was just looking for something. Looks like Court's back. I will be joining back in a little bit.
Go ahead, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Just take a moment, Your Honor, to reorient. I'll be right. Good afternoon, Dr. Welcher.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again.
Same. We had left off talking about some examples of Newton's second law and the application of it in the parlance of force equals mass times acceleration. And I now want to continue on with that discussion. It is correct that you can conduct a force analysis on any part of the body, correct?
I mean, it's more difficult on internal with live people. Like if you wanted like my appendix, I really necessarily couldn't.
Let's talk about the musculoskeletal system, the outside bones. You can conduct a force analysis
So the
on any
bones are
bone.
on the inside.
Sir, if I could finish my question, please.
Okay.
You can conduct a force analysis on any bone in the body, correct?
More or less, yes.
So the force analysis I use as a synonym with Newton's second law is not exclusive to the head, correct? You can do it on other bones in the body, correct?
Correct.
On direct examination, your direct examination here, you did not present a force calculation representing what you allege to be contact between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you?
Correct.
And nowhere in your report do you present a force calculation for Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, do you?
Correct. We didn't have enough information to do it.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
Now, given that you stated that, quote, determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy, end quote, is the job of a biomechanical engineer, you must have conducted several force calculations related to accidents involving humans in your career, correct?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. Now, you didn't present a force calculation in your materials, as you've stated on direct, with regard to the arm, and I'll include in the right arm going from the shoulder all the way to the tip of the hand. Okay, so that's my definition of a right arm. You didn't present any force calculation on that part of the body of Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Correct.
Assume, and we're going to apply Newton's second law. Assume Mr. O'Keefe's hand weighed 7 pounds. So that's the M in the F equals MA.
That's not a good assumption.
Well, what number would you like to apply for an M for the hand of Mr. O'Keefe? I'll take any number you got.
Just the hand?
Just the hand.
Oh, the whole arm of Mr. O'Keefe weighs approximately 12 pounds.
Okay, fair enough. So the whole arm is from the shoulder down to the tip of the fingers is about 12 pounds, right?
Correct.
Okay. So assume that the Lexus SUV was traveling at 20 miles an hour. All right? Under your theory going backwards, 20 miles an hour. And the third variable I'd like to give you is to assume an impact window of 10 milliseconds.
Okay.
can you calculate the G's of force from that data?
You need more information.
Well, let me ask you this. What more information would you need?
So we talked about the glancing impact.
I'm talking about a force calculation of an impact, not as to whether it's glancing or not.
So you want a direct head-on impact in the arm, not a glancing hit to where the Lexus comes in, hits the arm, and they continue off together?
I'd like to start with that, but just so we can hopefully expedite it for the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to want to get to what you have depicted in your diagram of holding the arm out. And that's not a glancing impact. Is that, sir, with the right arm in parallel with the back of the Lexus?
Yes, it is. So really I'm sorry, let me finish, please. What you're concerned about is where the center of mass is. With the center of mass out towards the corner of the car, that becomes a glancing contact. So you don't have a center of mass contact, you have a glancing contact.
Okay, fair enough. So let's start the first force calculation.
I need my calculator.
I'm going to let him use his calculator.
Sure.
Okay,
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
go ahead.
So let's take a scenario where it's a center of impact.
Center of mass.
Center of mass impact, right?
Okay.
Impact to the right arm.
Okay.
Let's start with that one.
Okay. And you want me to use like a 10 millisecond?
Yeah, be conservative. Yeah, let's use a 10 millisecond for
Okay.
the impact window.
Okay, question?
What do you get for F of force in the F equals M times A calculation?
About 2,188 pounds. I made a triangular crash pulse assumption.
Right, and if you took the milliseconds in half, become less conservative, would you end up doubling the 2188 number?
If you cut it in half, you would double, yes.
Exactly, through a simple mathematical semi-algebraic application of the numbers, correct? You
Correct.
divide.
We're doing a little simplification in terms of the crash
Yeah.
pulse shape, but generally, yes.
Right. So, but let's take the conservative number, the lower number, 2188 that you came up with. Do you know from the literature As you did with the head, you went to the literature and said, this is how much pounds of force the you would get to have to cause a break at the occipital bone. Do you know from the literature how much force it would take to break an arm bone?
I have an idea, yes.
What is your idea?
So for a distributed load, such as this, not a concentrated load, you're going to need somewhere between, I've seen, and this is for cadaver tests, a low of like 2,500, maybe a little lower, to a high of 7,000.
Sir, you have switched, haven't you? We're talking about center mass impact. Did you in your calculation just switch to a side swipe impact to do your calculation?
No.
I'm asking about a center of mass impact. How much force would you need? Let's start with the hand. Maybe it's a simpler one. Do you know how much force it takes to break, any of the hand bones, you know what I'm referring to, the phalangeals,
yes,
the metacarpals, and the carpals?
Correct.
How much pounds of force do you need to break any one of those bones?
Actually, I didn't find any distributed loading on the amount of force. I don't know.
Well, no, I understand. But I'm asking, do you know from the literature, not a calculation? Doesn't the literature tell you? Can't you go to the literature like you did with the head and you say, okay, to break the occipital bone, the literature says you need a minimum amount of force of this. I'm asking you the same question for the hand. If you don't know, it's okay. But do you know what the literature says for how much force is needed to break a bone in the hand?
So for a distributed load across the hand, there are distributed
I'll give
load
you a
tests that
distributed
show you
load.
need over 300 Gs on the arm to do that.
Oh my gosh.
So it would depend on the mass of the hand.
What is the range of force that you would need to break a bone in the hand? Do you know from the literature? If you don't, that's okay.
I could probably figure it out.
How long would it take you to figure it out? Do you know from the literature what that number is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Is 300 to 400 pounds of force sound right from the literature that it would take to break a bone in the hand?
For a distributed
It
load,
turns out Lady
such as
Ragged
the
got
taillight,
back,
no.
so I didn't
No,
have to
not
go.
a distributed load.
She was able to do
a
the
load from a motor
That was
vehicle
nice.
going backwards.
Right, that's a distributed load.
Right. So you're saying 300 to 400 pounds of force would not be enough to break any bone in the hand. Is that your answer?
So for a flat distributed load, like hitting the taillight, you're gonna need higher.
How about another part of the back of the vehicle?
I guess if you hit on the very corner and it wasn't a distributed impact, like if you had a more concentrated impact,
Yes.
that could increase or decrease the amount of force required.
How much would it decrease it from the number you gave?
Depends on what you're hitting, what it's made out of.
The
contact
Lexus
area.
SUV. Let's assume, I'm sorry.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. Let's assume we're talking about this Lexus SUV,
Mhm.
right? But let me back up. You don't know where exactly, under your theory, that there was a contact. You don't know, you testified to on direct, you don't know exactly where that point of contact is.
Correct,
You don't know.
except it's on the taillight.
Well, you're saying it's on the taillight, but you didn't observe any impact yourself personally, right?
Did I see Miss Reed's Lexus?
You didn't see the impact, correct?
That is correct.
So, and there is no firsthand witness that saw, under your view, that a collision occurred. There's no witness to say where the arm was, correct?
There's no person that saw it.
Right. And you have chosen a point of contact, okay? You chose that for your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And you picked that location, but it's also possible that under your theory that a collision occurred, that that arm could have been impacted any part of the back of the vehicle. That's possible, isn't it?
That's not probable, no.
I'm asking you. if it's
Possible.
possible.
Anything is possible. I don't deal in
Anything is
possibilities, I
not
deal in
possible.
probabilities. It's not probable.
So, but you don't know exactly where the point of impact was.
So within the range of the light and the exact angle of the hand, no, I don't. What I do know is at the rear taillight area.
So your assumption is that it had, that because there's a tail light that is altered, it must have been by Mr. O'Keefe's arm. That's your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is there are taillight fragments, a broken glass, lacerations to his arm, and his DNA on the back of the vehicle in the area of the taillight.
Sir, and Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the DNA part of that answer for obvious reasons.
I'm not,
Not
going
part of
to
his-
strike it.
Okay, so
You're not going to strike it? Why? He
you're
can't make
making
that claim?
assumptions. You're taking what you view to be certain data, and you're coming to a conclusion, but that is based upon circumstantial information, correct? Is that fair?
Are you calling like pieces of the taillight at the scene around his body circumstantial information?
Sir, let me
I mean,
go
that-
to
that
the
is
force and then go back
circumstantial
to the force
information.
analysis. Let's go back to the numbers. I want to stay on, if we can, just the calculation. So let's go back to the minimum amount of force you understand from the literature that it takes to break any bone in the arm from the finger
And Miss
up. Let's
Brennan
start
asking
with the
for
hand.
mistrial?
What's the
Damn it.
minimum amount of force that can be applied to break a bone in the hand?
So it depends on the loading. So I don't actually know. In terms of the forearm, I can tell you there's data that shows up to 300 Gs of loading, you will not get fractures. There's one up to 750 Gs showing no fractures for a male of similar height and weight of Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's take those numbers,
Okay.
okay?
Let's
You
take 'em.
said 300 and 750. Did I hear it correctly?
You did?
Okay, that's the numbers you gave that would break a bone, correct?
So the 300 actually didn't break any bones, I believe. The 750, the one example, didn't break a bone, but as you got above 350, you started to break bones.
So as
300.
you got above 350,
300.
above 300, yeah, because that's what I thought you said the first time. You got above 300, you start to get breaking bones, correct?
Correct.
And so if you take that 300 number and compare it to the 2,188 pounds of force, you have 7 times the amount of force necessary to break the bone, correct, in the force analysis?
No. If you take 300 Gs times a 12-pound arm, you get 3,600 pounds. The calculation you asked me to run earlier gave you 2,188 pounds.
Right.
So you are 1,412 pounds above the force required. Like the tolerance is 1,412 pounds above the force you would say get in a 20-mile-an-hour impact in terms of the fracture forces.
Let's do it this way.
I'm sorry?
Let's do it this way.
Okay.
The force that you calculated from my hypothetical of this Lexus SUV going backwards, you came up with the F number of 2,188, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't, what was the, you said? You said
2,180.
dyslexic? Or do you say Lexus? I didn't understand what you said.
The Lexus
My apologies.
SUV that you've been talking about.
Gotcha.
Okay?
I didn't hear
You
it.
came up with a
You didn't
number
hear
for
what?
F
Why
for
would he say
force
something else?
of 2,188. Are you changing that number?
Nope.
Okay,
absolutely
so
not.
let's go with your number of force from this vehicle of 2,188. I'm just simply asking, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm of a human being? How much force, not acceleration, how much force does it take to break a bone in
Well, it's
the
going to be
right
different for
arm?
every human. That's what
Sure.
he's going to say.
So somewhere between 2,500, the one cadaver tested the distributed load of someone of similar size and weight, and actually close in age to Mr. O'Keefe, showed about 7,000 pounds of force to break it.
Let's go to the hand. Do you disagree that the literature shows it only takes 300 to 400 pounds of force to break a bone in the hand? Do you disagree with that?
Your question's too general. I can't answer your question. It depends on the loading. If I take my pencil, which has a very fine point, and jam it through my hand, I can jam it right through my hand because it's a very small point. But if I distribute the load and a broader load, such as hitting a taillight, it takes much more force because the load's distributed across it. It's like if I sit on the corner of my bed. I might sink in this far when I sit on the corner of my bed. But what happens when I spread my load out, when I lay on my bed like this? I don't sink in this far.
Spread my load
Has
out
my
all over
weight
the
changed?
bed.
And weight is basically force. No, but I've distributed it over a larger area. So for a given force, you get less sinking into the mattress. So if you hit a broad surface like a taillight or a wall like
Because you have
this,
the same mass
it takes much more
accelerating
force
downwards at
than
the
if I were
same
to take
rate, but
a
it's
singular
less
small round
concentrated
object
in a
and jam it into
smaller
the hand. That
point of
hurts.
contact.
This does not.
Okay, if you can hear my question, if it's unclear, you tell me. For not a pen, not your bed, but for a Lexus SUV of 6,000 pounds, is there any part of the back of the Lexus in any manner where you can get a break to the hand from 300 to 400 pounds of force?
Any part on the back of the Lexus?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay. So probably, your words, you can get a break to the hand from just between 300 to 400 pounds of force. That's what you just said, correct?
So you're taking the totality of the back of it? Like if you got it stuck in the bumper, potentially, yeah. But from a taillight or a broad flat surface, no.
I'm not asking about a taillight. Any part of the back of an SUV, you agree that it is probable that you can get a break of the hand bones.
So you can get a break of the taillight is so impossible, especially on the side.
Question is incomplete, right? You said any part of the back, but then you wanted me to not include taillights or not include the rear body panel. If you hit a very narrow part of the car, like say the edge of the tailpipe, that creates much more of a narrow contact. So force divided by area is pressure. So if you have a very tiny area, you have very high contact pressures. And so, but if you distribute the load over a larger area, the number on the bottom of that fraction is much bigger. So your contact pressure drops. So
yes.
Hitting the edge of the exhaust pipe is going to have a much higher likelihood of causing a fracture than hitting flat against the tail light.
Okay, what we're going to do to make this more efficient, sorry. Mr. Wolf, can you pull up a slide from Mr. Wolf's or Dr. Welcher's presentation for the back of the Lexus, please? The back hatch, and Your Honor, may we publish that?
Sure. Do you know what number though, Mr. Alessi? So
Mr. Wolf does, and
And
I
then
know
he'll
you
tell
need it, so
us.
he'll tell me before I publish, and then we'll give you the number.
Your Honor, may I look here?
Yes, I'm going to let Dr. Welcher look at his slide
Oh, sure.
here
Yeah.
instead of just up there.
The back hatch, yes. Do you have one of just the rear gate?
Meat Scholar says he's not totally wrong. No, of course not.
There we go.
That's why bullets
Thank
work.
you.
Bullets don't
Okay,
carry a
this is
ton
your
of
slide
energy.
presentation.
They just carry a ton of energy concentrated in a
Is there
space small
any
enough to tear
part
through
of
stuff.
The back of the Lexus SUV that has that more concentrated area where if the hand hit it, 300 to 400 pounds of force could break it. Is there any part, for example, the edge of the license plates, above the license plates, the L symbol that sticks out that would be concentrated? Anything you see there could 300 to 400 pounds of force contacting at any of those points cause a fracture of any of the bones of the hand.
So, I don't know how to show this because in the middle photograph, right where the 2 is on the license plate,
Yes.
there's a vertical edge. That area is recessed in. So if you hit right on that vertical edge, that could potentially do it.
That could do it. How about the L of for the Lexus symbol if the hand is there?
No, it's not deep enough. The compliance of the hand is just going to sink into the car.
Is there any other part other than the license plate that the force applied, you would only need 300 to 400 pounds of force to break the hand?
Maybe the exhaust pipe, and potentially if you hand your hand up near the spoiler.
Right. So now let's go from 300 to 400. Let's go to the 2188, which is your number. Use 2188. Is there any place where in 2188 force you could have a fracture of the hand on that back gate?
Just to be clear, 2188 is the number I calculated for you. It's not, quote, my number.
I understand, but we did. I understand, but we did the calculation. Is there anywhere on the back of the vehicle where 2188 could cause a fracture of the hand?
So that was a forearm fracture tolerance I thought we were talking about, because we used the weight of the whole arm for that.
We did. And my question is there anywhere in the back of the vehicle, in your opinion, that could cause a fracture with that?
I'm sorry, what, to the hand? Just the hand or the whole arm?
I'll take any part of the right arm. You call it the hand, the forearm. Is there any part that could cause a fracture?
So probably similarly, if you got your forearm down near that transition, like, I don't know if you can see the little dot. I'm talking about this area.
Yes. Yes.
Right here.
Yep.
So that transition between the 2 body panels.
Yes.
That could potentially do it. That's back where the reverse lights are. I'd have to look at whether, that would take it before breaking the plastic. And then, again, maybe if you hit the exhaust pipe as well, it's a much more narrow loading condition.
How about the corner of the tail lamp?
The corner of the tail lamp. I suppose if you had just your hand on the very, very corner, potentially.
Potentially. But you didn't do any of that force analysis for this case, did you?
For the hand, no.
But you did it for the head, correct?
Correct. Because that I'm able to quantify.
Mr. Alessi, that was slide 108. I just want to
I'm
keep
sorry,
track.
Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Wolf. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You are aware, Dr. Welcher, that Mr. O'Keefe suffered no fractures of any kind in his hand, correct?
So there were no fractures noted in the autopsy report, but they didn't actually x-ray, from the records I've seen, either his hand or his arm. So there was, at least according to the autopsy report, no overt fractures, but the x-rays I saw, none of them were the arm, and the autopsy report said no sternum, spine, I think it said torso. They didn't say that there were no fractures there.
Was there any evidence in the medical records that you reviewed of any indication whatsoever of a fracture in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
No.
Was there any indication whatsoever in any of the medical records you reviewed that there was a fracture of any bone in the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I saw. Again, it wasn't x-rayed.
Was there any indication in the medical records in the autopsy that you say you reviewed of any fracture of any bone anywhere in the body of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Other than the occipital bone or the skull?
Yes, the ribs.
There's a couple bones in the skull that were fractured, but other than the skull, no.
Correct. So
the ribs were fractured from resuscitative efforts.
are
so
you aware?
how well did
that
you review it?
the medical examiner state of Massachusetts, Dr. Squirty Bello performed
Squirty Bello.
autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe. Are you aware of it?
Yes,
And you're aware of it because you read the autopsy report, correct?
correct.
Are you implying, and it's a question, that Dr. Squirty Bello missed a fracture or didn't look properly for a fracture on Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I'm simply indicating that, for example, a hairline fracture, I didn't see any evidence that they actually x-rayed the structure, so there would be no overt evidence of that.
There were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you are saying that the medical examiner should have x-rayed that to determine whether there was a hairline fracture? Is that your testimony?
No, you're asking me about evidence and proof of absence of fracture. So I would look for an x-ray to see if that was the case. I haven't seen any evidence of an x-ray of the arms.
So it's your position that on every autopsy, there should be an x-ray of every bone in the body, and that the clinical judgment of the medical examiner should not be accepted, and there should be an x-ray of every bone before a conclusion can be drawn that there's no fracture to a bone in the body of the deceased. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. Like, I'm an engineer. You're asking me about proof. And so proof is somebody looked at it, somebody took an x-ray, somebody palpated it and found a comminuted fracture. So we're talking about proof.
Sir, I didn't use proof in my question.
Ask me about the opinion of a medical examiner. I'm not a
Hold
medical.
on. Only one person at a time. Mr. Alessi, let him finish, and then you can ask the question.
Your Honor, I hadn't finished my question.
Okay, then finish your question, Dr. Welcher. Wait for the question.
Ev's not even
Then let
paying
Dr. Welcher
attention.
respond. It's a nightmare for
I
medical
understand
reporting.
that. I think I've been doing that, but I'll redouble my efforts. Dr. Welcher,
I'll try harder. Nobody else is.
repeat the question. Is there any indication in any medical record, autopsy report of the deceased of any fracture of any bone in the body?
That was not your original question, but to answer your question, no. Except for the skull.
Except for the skull.
Correct.
Do you understand whether the absence of any fractures other than the skull of Mr. O'Keefe was of significance to the medical examiner, Dr. Squirty Bello, in the conclusion she reached in the autopsy report that you read?
System.
Did you read the conclusions of Dr. Squirty Bello in the autopsy?
I believe so.
I can't wait to take a nap in a
Are
little bit.
you
It's gonna be great.
aware of whether Dr. Squirty Bello has analyzed whether the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe are inconsistent or consistent with a motor vehicle impact? Are you aware of any analysis to that effect?
So I'm going to see you on this one.
Oh my gosh. Just start doing sleep streams. Those would be great. Alessi's working on pinning this guy down. He's being evasive. It's getting monotonous. I don't think he's going to get to some point where the jury's like, yeah, okay, I get it now. Dan says he has to answer this question. It's vital to the defense. Groku says, how goes the trial this week, Nick? It's going okay. It's only the second day of trial. We had the first day off. It's fine. Raid. Oh, excuse me. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. First sleep stream, and a viewer is going to text a speech message. Alexa, what is my current location? Siri, add dog nuts to my shopping list. Joke's on them. I don't keep either of those bitches around. Judge is corrupted. I don't know. I mean, the judge is biased. Corrupted? Yeah, probably. I think she's doing an okay job of hiding it, though. Dr. Welcher's a nightmare. All his little side comments and talking over Alessi. So effing annoying and disrespectful. Yeah, I mean, he's not the best. It's Karen's car at CarMax now. You think they could auction that thing for like extra money because it's the murder car. Why do they sell murder cars? I think they do. But most of them aren't famous murder cars. Am I going to cover the Idaho 4 case? It depends on the scheduling, but I'm looking at it. If I had to call it now, where do I think the jury lands? I would hope I think they'd be split. I don't know why. I just think there's someone that'd be like, no, that bitch is guilty. DuPont car sold for $2.2 million. Sheesh. Do text to speech on Twitch and you will get instantly banned. Why is that? Because someone will drop the N-word? Yeah, I don't think you can actually do that. Not for real. You can try and get it to say funny stuff, but you have to really work around it. Nick, have you ever experienced a feeling of empathy without it having anything to do with you? Well, yeah, when I look at you, Moose Butt, I see someone and I empathize with your retardation. So, yes. Of course. Had to and couldn't check. Okay. He's a weirdo. I don't know. Nick, how many personalities do you have? Are you like Sybil? Just one. Just mine. Moosebet says to stop replying, please. Okay. I'll stop. Debbie says, because the bitch is guilty, there's some wonky things with the case, but lol at her, listen to her interviews, which she said after. No one asked. If they hit someone with their car, she's crazy. See? There it is. I hit him. Those interviews. Man, the state's got a better case than people think, I think. But of course, that's just confirmation bias of things that I've said. I'm correct, so I want the people who confirm my correctness. And that's all I care about. Is that retard who sued you still retarded in your libel-free opinion? Yes. Also, his retarded lawyer withdrew from the case and he hired a different lawyer. Which I guess means I can go by his other lawyer, like his former lawyer's office now, and be like, "Hey, you're a giant fag, and you're retarded, and I'm going to make fun of you." I should think about doing that. He's not in the case, so now he's just a normal person. So I can go up to his like assistant and be like, "Hey, can I talk to Mr. Schneider?" And he'd come out and be like, "Hey, loser, you're gay and dumb." You know, that seems on brand. Well, a reminder that he was mad at me. He is part of his anger at me is that I wore shorts to his office one time. It was like a Friday in the summer, and I was dropping off some paperwork. I wore shorts. He's like, "Can't believe he wore shorts. What a disgrace to the profession." I was like, "Oh, that's it? I'll show you a disgrace to the profession." And then I took up hard drugs. Let's see.
You can say all the curse words on super tips. Cum, cunt, fag, cock, homo, motherfucker, hoe,
Wow.
and Aaron M. hole.
I guess you can. Why did he quit? I don't know. Tape $40 on his windows. Draw some bunnies on there.
Thank you.
Nick, I was just on a panel for a prostitution case. The prosecutor defined the fee for prostitution as money, favors, or any other gift.
Your
I said
Honor.
I didn't
Yes,
realize
thank you.
all married people are prostitutes.
Dr. Welcher, I would like to talk now about your paint exercise.
Ooh, yes. Show me the paint on your arm and how it
You
proves.
did not present, as you have stated, a force calculation with regard to the arm. You did a paint exercise. And what I want to do is to reference, and if we need to bring it up, sir, to refresh you, slides 103 to 120 of your PowerPoint presentation in this trial. I'll just call it the blue paint exercise. Is that descriptive enough for you to know what I'm talking about?
No, it's not an exercise. It's a test.
Okay. You want to call it a blue paint test?
Sure.
Okay. Let's call it blue paint test. I just want to try to expedite things and use parlance that we can agree on.
Okey-doke.
So your blue paint test involved painting the right rear taillight blue, correct?
Correct.
Positioning the test subject behind the taillight, correct?
Correct.
With
Correct.
the arm held out, correct?
Correct.
And at a right angle, correct?
Correct.
And then the vehicle, the Lexus SUV, is backed into the test subject, correct?
So I
Correct.
ran 3 different tests.
I know. Well,
Aren't you
let's
cool?
just do each one at a time, okay?
Okay, so you start with the last one.
I'll start with whatever one you want.
Okay.
How about if we start with the one at 1 mile per hour?
None of them are at 1 mile an hour.
2 miles per hour?
2 miles an hour.
Let's do 2 miles per hour. Let's start with that one,
Okay.
okay? Now, did you conduct that test in an attempt to show that the injury patterns on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are consistent with being struck by the Lexus tail light on that arm?
So generally, I wanted to show that the location, area, and span over which that headlight covers matches the location and area of the lacerations on his arm.
That's what I want to get to. So you discussed data that you say shows that that you say shows the Lexus SUV was traveling above 20 miles per hour during the period that you allege the SUV made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
No. Where'd you get that from?
hold on. Okay, the answer is no. So did you do a test involving 20 miles
Testy, very testy.
I did some other backing tests.
Yes.
I was
Did you do a
looking at
20-mile-an-hour
how
test?
the
Just say
rear
no.
pedestrian system.
Why is it so
and
hard
what
for people to
warnings
say
you got from the
no?
rear
Say no.
pre-collision system, the PCS system?
I did all these other tests. I didn't
Would
ask.
you agree
I don't care.
that you did a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 2 miles per hour? Did you? Of
course.
Do that? Okay. You didn't do a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. I was not going to hit myself with a Lexus at 20 miles an hour.
Why not? Pussy.
You could have done other tests where the vehicle was going at 20 miles per hour if you used a crash test dummy, correct? You could have done that.
If you use the right crash test dummy, and then to set up the test, because generally you only get 1 or 2 shots
John
at
did.
it, you damage the car.
no.
You have to know everything about the parameters. And so again, pedestrian impacts are so very sensitive to initial angles. If I were to do a test and it was off a tiny, tiny
What's up,
bit,
Mike Blade?
and we got some different results, I would be in here having to defend it. Well, your own testing didn't show it. Point is we don't have enough information to be
A
able to
tiny
conduct
bladder
that
is
test.
rude and terrible.
So your assumption, as I understand it, is that the Lexus was going 24 miles per hour in reverse and made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. That's your analysis, sir?
No, there is not one single slide I have that says this is the speed he was hit at 24 miles an hour.
Do you know, do you have a hypothesis at what speed you believe there was impact? Do you have the point of impact speed?
I do not know the exact speed. We don't know the initial point of contact. We don't know where exactly he was on the road. We don't have enough information to determine that.
Let's talk about the other information you don't have.
Okay.
You don't have the information as to from your alleged point of contact to where Mr. O'Keefe landed. You don't have that information, do you, sir?
I'm sorry, where is my alleged point of contact?
You allege that there was a point of contact between the Lexus, the back of the Lexus, and
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Right, but I don't know where that is on the road.
You don't know that. I want to go through the information that you don't have.
Okay, dope.
So you don't have that. You don't have the point of impact. You don't have where in the road there was impact under your allegation.
Those are the same thing.
Right. You don't have where under your view, the body of Mr. O'Keefe landed precisely. You don't have that information, do you?
What do you mean by precisely? We know it's 7 feet off the road. We know it's near the flagpole. We don't know where it started. The problem isn't where it landed. The problem is where it started.
Right. And you don't have that information.
I don't have where it started.
The paint tests that you used, aren't those used, if they're used at all, as an element of physical impact reconstruction, an element, not as the focal point of the test itself?
So that was the focal point of that test. The focal point of the purpose of that test was to show the contact width and location of how someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height, which happens to be me, contacts and where it would contact where the broken taillight was. So no, that was the focal point of the testing. That's why I did the testing. That's why we're calling it paint transfer testing.
Right, but my question, sir, I understand you use paint tests as the focal point, but aren't paint tests in accurate accident reconstruction not used as focal points? They're used as supplements to other tests to get more accurate information. Do you agree or disagree with that?
You didn't give me enough information. I can't agree nor disagree. It depends on what you're trying to do.
Let's go to, on direct examination, you testified that after the 1162-2 trigger event, Ms. Reed's vehicle traveled a distance of 87 feet. Do you recall that?
You are mixing up two things. Remember, the trigger is in the middle of the event.
Give me the chart, please. Your Honor, I'll give you the, as soon as Mr. Woke gives it, the slide 23, I believe it is.
I'm sorry, what slide?
Well, I want Mr. Woke to go through it to check. Let me ask it this way, see if we can get to it quicker. Do you remember talking on direct about a calculation of 87 feet where you added, there was like a 30 something number and a 50 number and you came to 87? Do you remember that in your slide presentation, sir?
Slide 37, yes.
Right. So if we could bring up that slide, please, Your Honor, with your permission.
Okay.
That's 36, but okay.
Are you on 33, sir?
No, I'm on 36.
Mr. Woke, you have 33? If you could go to 33, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because that's where your 87 number is, not on the other.
It's on a bunch of slides.
Yep.
Go ahead.
All righty. So if you could zoom in, Mr. Woke, so Dr. Welcher can see the numbers in the column.
You're going the wrong way.
Yep. They're to the farther to the right.
Oh, I'm not the only one that has problems. No.
Okay.
You
Sir, do you remember testifying about this to the farther to the right?
Farther to the right.
Yep.
Keep going. Keep going. A
Is
little
that
more.
53 number down there? That column?
Right.
So
Can
you
we
take-
can we scroll up a tad so you can see the headers? There you go.
Okay.
No, okay, go ahead.
So am I in the right column relative to start? Is that the column?
So there's two columns, like Z is relative to where it started. And then positive is forward. And then as you back up, once you go past 0, it becomes negative.
Right. So what I want to do is have you direct us to the column where you calculated 87 feet.
It's in two spots. It's at the end of column Y.
Right. We go all the way down. Is that in the yellow there? Is that 87, sir?
It is.
Okay. Is that the 87 number you were referring
Hold on a
to?
second. You asked me to identify. So then it's see where the one next to it says minus 53.
Yes.
0.429. If you go up, so it's not a little bit down, a little bit, and add, see where it's changing directions at 34.157.
Yes.
You add those two together, that gives you the same result. So it went 34 feet forward and then 50 something feet backwards.
Right. And what is the 87 feet traveled? Is that what you're indicating is the distance traveled during the trigger? Is that what the 87 represents to you?
That is so 87 represents the total rearward distance traveled during the trigger.
Okay. So you believe 87 represents the total rearward distance. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
Now, can you
Just hold on, to be clear. So it starts, it pulls forward, then it backs up, passes where it initially started, and goes 53 feet further back.
That's what I want to get to. How many feet did you say on direct, and did you just say now that it went 87 feet in reverse?
Correct.
Okay.
From its furthest point forward.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse based upon your PowerPoint presentation? Not when it went forward and then came backwards. How many feet do you believe that vehicle went in reverse?
Your question doesn't make any sense because when it went forward, then it went in reverse.
How many feet do you believe the Lexus went during the trigger?
So it went a total of 80, it went 34 feet forward, then it came back 80, or another 53 feet past where it went.
Exactly. So you've testified that the 1162-2 trigger event represents a backwards maneuver, correct?
So again, if I was clear, it initially pulls forward and then backs up.
I would like you to define, so it's clear to the jury, do you consider the event of 1162-2 just backward movement, or do you consider the trigger to be forward movement and adding to it backward movement? Which one?
So can we pull the slide up?
Sure.
Could you zoom in? There you go. No, go back to the left. So that T in the third column for data ID represents the trigger. If you scroll over a little bit to the right, where the highlighted yellow blocks are, you can see 1 is a forward drive gear, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. So that's where it's switched from forward to reverse. I mentioned the brake. So you have it on the brakes coming in, slowing, stopping, going into reverse, and then backing up.
So you conclude that the vehicle for this trigger went 34 feet forward, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you know the vehicle didn't go 150 feet forward? How do you know it just went 4 feet forward? How do you know that?
So the only data we have is this 10-second window. And so we have the velocity when it's going forward. We know how much time it took to do that. So that tells us how far it would travel. Velocity times time is distance.
So are you saying that it is a certainty that it went forward 34 feet and there's no other number of feet it could have gone forward? You're absolutely certain of the 34 number?
No. Again, if you look, see where it says vehicle speed?
I see it.
So at the start of this event, which is the trigger -5, so the trigger is actually where it's triggered, and it takes 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. But when the trigger happens, it's actually stopped. But the 5 seconds before, it's going 13.6 miles an hour forward. So at the start of the data,
Anything
it's still going
crazy happen while
13.6
it was
miles an hour
gone?
forward, but it's slowing down. You can see you have the brake, where it says brake SW, which is short for switch. The brake switch is a 1, which means it's on. So when this event data started, it's going 13 miles an hour.
I'll ask the question a different way. Are you certain that the distance traveled forward during this trigger event was 34 feet? Are you certain?
I'm pretty certain during this trigger event.
Pretty certain or certain?
Well,
This is a car in reverse,
I've
87 feet
checked the
before it hit
math. I've
John.
had people check my math. So I try to be as accurate as possible.
So
I
close
would
to
say I'm
that.
certain,
Okay.
but I'm an
Then.
engineer. So there's no absolutes. There's no 100% in my job.
You're an engineer, so there's no absolutes. What's wrong with you?
And is it correct that
the fuck is he talking
you're certain
about?
of 53 feet going backwards? Are you certain of that, sir?
So backwards from its initial starting position.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And therefore you are certain of a total of 87 feet traveled that you have at the bottom in that yellow orange. You're certain of that as well?
87 feet of backing, correct.
Okay. Now, you also testified on direct, as I understand it, in slide 23, that different numbers represent different gear states of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And a 0 represents neutral?
I think it's either neutral or park, but I'm pretty sure it's neutral.
A 1 represents drive?
Correct.
A 2 represents reverse?
Correct.
Or a 2 can represent slowing down, is that correct?
Not for a gear shift number.
So you didn't say on direct that 2 could represent reverse or slowing down?
God, I hope not. It doesn't. So those numbers simply represent, is the transmission in drive? Is it in neutral? Is it in reverse? It doesn't tell you anything about whether it's slowing down or not. But the brake switch and the brake pressure and the longitudinal accelerometer data gives you some information on that.
Okay, so if Your Honor, we could go to slide 30, please.
Okay.
Mr. Wolt. And I want to do it generally. There's not a need to read any specific number. I just want it clarified.
Mr. Alessi, so is this 30 or 31?
Shit,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you are correct. It's 31 in the most up-to-date presentation. Thank you. You see all the numbers in blue font on that slide, sir?
I do.
Those are all numbers that you have placed on that slide. Did I have that correct in your direct presentation?
You do.
Okay. So this Excel spreadsheet, there's also numbers in black, correct?
Correct.
So all the ones that are in blue, those are numbers that you have placed into the spreadsheet. Correct?
Correct. The one exception is column N, where it says shift position.
Yes.
I changed green to forward and red to reverse.
Oh, shift position.
So
I said shift
the
position.
data
I was like,
in the
that's
columns
wrong. That's not what
in
he
blue are not from the original data that was downloaded from the vehicle, correct?
Like, for example, if you look at column H, I simply did a unit conversion. So it's the same number, it's just in different units. But the black numbers represent exactly as it comes out of the vehicle, but it's the same number.
All right, that's what I wanted to get to. So for clarity for this slide, when you download this data from the vehicle, what is in black, those numbers just come right out, correct? As they're stated. But the blue numbers, they don't come out like the numbers in blue. You have to do something, some calculation, some application to get to the blue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, we're going to keep that up, Mr. Wolt, please. Thank you. And when we need to get to the specific numbers, we'll be fair and make sure you can see them. Now, in these columns, do I understand it correctly that you attempted to account for wheel slippage in the revolutions per minute speed values produced by the car?
Not here. You're looking, this is 1162-1. The wheel slippage occurred in 1162-2.
Okay,
Oh
and
my
so if
gosh.
we go to a slide with 1162.2, we will then go to the slide you believe represents wheel slippage. Is that correct?
There are
It's getting near the end of the
data
day. I'm
points
fucking
in that
exhausted.
represent slippage.
That's my question. In which slide, sir, would you like to pick?
35.
Thank you. So we will go to slide 35. So
I've highlighted the slippage.
exactly. So you agree that there is data that shows that there is wheel slippage with the Lexus SUV during trigger event. Let's enlarge it for this one here. The
Nicky
trigger
Naps.
event, the number
No kidding.
1162.2, correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you
That wheel
testified
slippage
that
is important.
this trigger event was caused by a depression of the accelerator pedal at more than the 30%. Is that correct?
It's a transition into reverse and then a quick acceleration exceeding 30%.
So let's
in reverse.
Okay, got it. So the accelerator pedal being depressed to this degree, more than 30%, can be the result of wheel slippage, correct?
It doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, you can have wheel slippage at any acceleration, technically, depending on the roadway. It's just what is in the data that shows that it's slipping.
Or get
It
some
isn't
ice cream
necessarily
coffee. I have some.
because of the accelerator. Normally, that's what causes slippage. But it's the data. When you look at the data, you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's increasing in speed, but yet the longitudinal acceleration is dropping.
My question, again, doctor, is you can have an accelerator pedal depress greater than 30% and it be caused by wheel slippage. That can occur, correct?
The wheel slippage does not cause the accelerator pedal.
I'm not saying a cause and effect. I'm just saying a correlation. Do you understand what I mean by a correlation?
Let me if I
No,
may
not
try and
really. Not
straighten
in
this
this
out.
context. Kind of
So,
weird question.
Applying heavy acceleration can cause the wheels to spin. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to get at. Already. So in your
guy treats
review
every
of the
question like he's
materials that are
stuck in
related to
SAT.
January 29, 2022, did you become aware of whether there were, and you said you extensively reviewed documents, did you become aware whether there were people at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approximately how many people, without regard to names, just number, how many people did you become aware were at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022, the early morning hours? How many people approximately did you become aware were present?
It depends on which time, but there could be as many as 16.
As many as 16. And let's talk about the time period from midnight to 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of how many people could have been present at 34 Fairview at that time period?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Okay, back to sidebar we go. We're at a micropene counter of 26. A reminder, you guys can, you don't have to do it this way. You guys can send in super chats effectively called super tips at supertip.gg/RL. You can use them to ask questions. You can use them to tell jokes. You can use them to make fun of me or call me a giant pile of trash. Whatever you want to do, that's what they're there for. Try them out. There's different AI voices. We have more to come. Apparently there's a meeting at the company today, so hopefully we'll be getting those voices moved along. I don't know what the holdup is. I have my guesses. But they're just guesses. Is the judge supposed to instruct a witness to answer a question when they keep refusing to? Depends on the question if the judge wants them to answer. Every time a question that's asked that the jury might want to hear, Bev shuts it down. Stop the proceedings. The witness needs a green dust powder. A green dust powder? I had that vegetable drink stuff. I think I still have some. That was green dust powder. What are you talking about? I think Alessi missed the best question to ask there. If Karen pushed the gas a little bit and the car didn't move because the wheel slipped, she would have pushed further by instinct. Yeah, so wheel slippage is a pretty important thing here because if it says that she's going 24 miles an hour and it's measuring the speed by having a sensor inside one of the tires and those tires are slipping, you got a problem, obviously. And 99% God says, your nose got less red, bro. Now you have allergies once every 2 weeks and it lasts 2 days specifically every time. Yeah, mine, it lasts 45 minutes to 90 minutes at a time, unless I, keep going. So that vehicle they bought, even used, is $45,000 to $80,000. It doesn't really matter. Like, it's not better at killing people if it costs more or less. Think Hank bullies Lally after court every day? Yeah, but Lally likes it. It's like, choke me, Hank.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, it's that the
Dr.
taxpayers
Welcher-
are paying for one. Well, yes, that's true.
Am I correct in my understanding that you believe under your theory, the Lexus for event 1162-2 backed up 53 feet? Am I correct?
No, it backed up a total of 87 feet.
Okay, let's take your 87. It backed up a total of 87.
Take your 87.
Okay.
I'm going to lower you.
And your further
The 35?
theory is that it did so and reached 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you stated you have an understanding of a certain number of people, and I don't want to talk about the inside of the house, but just that were at 34 Fairview between roughly 12 and 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of that, sir? Approximately.
I believe I do.
And what is that number?
Do you want them, people that were there for that entire window of time or
Yeah,
just?
Yes, 12 to 1.
Oh,
So Mr. Alessi, just move to the last question.
Right, sure. So, sir, did you assume that there were cars
She wants him to finish
parked
his
out
testimony.
front of
She wants this
34
guy to go
Fairview
home.
at that 12 to 1 o'clock window? Did you assume any cars parked out front?
the entire time?
No, I'm just talking 12.
Oh my
Any
gosh.
time between 12 and 1. Did you make any assumptions whether there were cars parked out front on the roadway at 34 Fairview? Did you make any assumptions with regard to that?
At a point in time, there was a vehicle behind it.
I'm sorry?
There was a vehicle behind it.
Just one?
That is my understanding. In terms of on the street, is
On
your
the
question?
street, exactly. And what, do you remember the type of vehicle?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was it?
An F-150 pickup.
Did you have any understanding as to whether there was a Jeep vehicle on the road at that 12 to 1 time period?
I had seen testimony somewhere to that effect, but the majority of the testimony was there were no other vehicles.
But you did see testimony that there was also a Jeep type vehicle on the front, out the front of 34 Fairview between 12 and 1. Is that what you're recalling?
So I'm going to let that answer stand where he's just testified to. Just go ahead and.
Okay, so Dr. Welcher, what I want to do is to have you, using your data, you say 87 feet for the backup, correct?
Correct.
1162, up to 24 miles per hour.
I'm looking forward to a nap today.
There are-
I'm taking a nap right after this.
There is at least one vehicle
Recap
out
video is going to take a little longer today.
34 Fairview, that there would be a collision of the Lexus SUV with a vehicle out front.
No, the vehicle had left prior to the end or prior to event 1162-2.
What information do you have with regard to how many vehicles are in front of 34 Fairview at between 12 and 1?
So I have Ms. Reed's interview statements. I have statements of a number of witnesses. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the names.
Let's not.
I was just gonna say
Let's
that's the
not.
number of vehicles.
Okay, so I have a number of witness statements at multiple statements from the same witnesses at different times, indicating the path and following the Lexus to the house and then leaving before the event.
Assume that there were vehicles, at least one vehicle parked out front of 34 Fairview. Is there a likelihood that given 24 miles per hour over 87 feet, is there a likelihood that there would be a collision given the weather conditions as you knew them to be at that time?
Well, the weather, I don't think necessarily plays into whether there would be a collision or not, but we know it backed up 87 feet. So again, it goes forward like 35-ish and then back like 60 something. And so if something is within 65 feet of the rear of it, or whatever the numbers are, I would need my slides.
What are the numbers? What are the
50,
Yeah, go ahead.
57. If something is within that window, then it would hit it.
All right, good. So now let's look at another scenario. If it's
Ah!
going as you describe it, is there a likelihood that the Lexus would also go upon the lawn in front of 34 Fairview?
It depends on where it starts.
You have an opinion, don't you, as to where it starts?
No, I do not. That's actually why I have that diagram showing it off to the side.
That's
I'm
right.
simply showing how far it moved forward, how far it moved back.
Exactly.
We don't
Technically,
know
weather
where on the
can't
roadway it
cause
started.
a crash.
Exactly.
You can just.
You don't know where on the roadway it started. And therefore, all you have is the distance covered, correct?
Correct.
So,
Trumbull,
but you're
you should get
saying
a
the
of the
distance
super-
is 87
No.
feet, correct?
87 feet backwards, yes.
So backwards, 24 miles an hour. Have you ever driven a vehicle backwards 24 miles an hour, sir?
Yes, I think I've driven this Lexus backwards 24 miles an
Right.
hour.
So
Oh.
if anybody who's driven a vehicle back, have you ever driven any vehicle back 24 miles an hour at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Probably not since I got out of high school.
Have you ever done it when there's a storm that is beginning?
No.
Have you ever done it when there is less than clear visibility?
No and no.
And have you ever done it when there's low lighting?
Oh, maybe when I've been up skiing in the snow, I've done it.
Skiing?
But again, that's
Spit
been
it out.
decades.
Right. So 87 feet, 24 miles an hour. Are you saying that in every instance that vehicle will stay on the road and for 34 Fairview, it wouldn't go up on the lawn?
When you mean every instance, mean like every possible location on the road it starts from?
Correct.
No, there's some spots. If you start here, it's going to go up on the road, on the yard. If you start too far on the other side, you're going to go over into the neighbor's yard. So it depends on where you start.
Right. And so in given the conditions that we've just described, right?
Conditions
the weather,
have nothing to do with
I
where
need
you
to
start.
finish my
Hold
question,
on.
sir.
Only one at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
Let him finish his question, please.
Given the conditions that you've described, it is
His mask
reasonable
flips when he does that. It's kind of interesting.
to conclude that that vehicle, under your parameters, would have gone up on the lawn. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No.
So you don't think there's any possibility that could occur, a vehicle going 24 miles an hour at this location, 87 feet backwards, in the dark, with wet pavement at a minimum, and low lighting? You don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn? That's not
So
possible.
your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible.
Yes.
It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's
I'm
possible
dying.
it could have shot off into space as an engineer.
No, it
but
isn't.
not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Yeah. Highly, highly unlikely.
Idiot.
But again, you're asking
Stupid,
an engineer
stupid,
about
stupid,
possibilities
stupid,
and
stupid.
probabilities.
Let's get back to
Now
reality.
the jury's like, well, that's
In
retarded.
terms of the Lexus itself, because you, under your method of analysis, don't have the starting point, you can't rule out that under your scenario, the vehicle would have gone up on the lawn. You can't rule that out, can you, sir?
I cannot. No, it could have.
Okay. Now let's go to the next topic.
The next topic. Oh my God.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 168 published in evidence, which is now.
I'm going to
under
get cereal.
the
I'm pissed
167.
off. I'll be right back.
Now, as I understand your testimony, Dr. Welcher, you believe that it's possible that the Lexus taillight could have caused these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
And more specifically, it's your belief that the lacerations would have been caused by the vehicle scratching Mr. O'Keefe's arm as it drives past him. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'd characterize it that way. What happens is, this 6,000-pound vehicle is coming, and he's standing on a, icy, snowy roadway area, and it's going to contact him and move his whole body and induce rotation.
Right. So it's going to contact him and, under your theory, induce rotation. So wouldn't such a movement of the car relative to his right arm result in horizontal injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, as can be seen on his bicep above the elbow?
So could we pull up one of my slides to address this issue?
Sure,
I'd like to answer your question with a slide that I have that addresses this exact point.
I'd like to stay with this slide, Dr. Welcher, and see if you can answer my questions off of this slide. So I'll repeat it.
Sure.
Do you agree that the injuries up at the upper part, where you're familiar with the bicep brachialis?
I am.
And aren't those two up at the top, right over the bicep brachialis?
They're actually about midway between the biceps and the triceps.
Right. So you know which two I'm talking about, the two up there. Can you just use your laser pointer just so we're talking about the same two? Do you have one?
I'll give it a try, but the upper ones.
I know it's not your fault, but
on the
sometimes it
image,
doesn't
the
show.
upper left. I mean, technically, the ones right to the right of that are also on the biceps and triceps.
Right, but
the
I'm talking
biceps goes all the way to the elbow, so do the triceps.
Right. So I'm talking about the two that are the farthest up.
Correct.
All right. Would you agree that those are in a horizontal orientation?
Generally, yes, which is what you'd expect with your arm like this and the tail light coming across like this, which is what I showed in my slides.
My questions are trying to keep this moving. I just asked if those are in a horizontal orientation.
Yeah,
Yes
more
or
or
no?
less. They're angled down slightly, but more or less horizontal.
Okay. Isn't it true that if Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to be flexed like it was with the test subject in your blue paint test, the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm would be oriented in a vertical direction?
Absolutely not. If you pull up my slide 117, it'll show exactly that it is like perfectly horizontal. When you're standing like this, and this is the tail light, the laceration, when it comes across here and pushes my body, it's going to make a horizontal laceration because the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to push me out of the way. As this pushes me out of the way, it's going to drag and create a horizontal laceration across my arm. This is exactly what you'd expect.
So let's talk about the forearm, sir. We may have miscommunicated. I'm talking about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm now.
So we're switching from the arm to the forearm.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Wouldn't those be oriented in a vertical direction?
No. Again, you have the vehicle. If this is me and this is the car, it's pushing and pushing across like this. And with your arm bent like this, it's going to cause laceration as it pushes my arm away. It pushes like that.
Okay, I got it.
My slide shows this quite clearly.
So you disagree. You do not agree that the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's forearm, under your theory, would be oriented in a vertical. You disagree with that. It's just want to get that on the record.
I disagree with
Okay. Now, also, do you understand that
What did I
under
miss?
your theory of injury here, that there would be injuries caused in two different directions by the same movement of the car? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to say I disagree. You need to give me a little more. You're going to have, again, this is a glancing or a clipping type impact. And so it's going to be it's going to sweep across the arm, which is what causes the horizontal lacerations.
We're talking about a flat surface, right, sir?
If it's sweeping across the arm,
approximately,
you're
yes.
not transferring force into the body. There's no way the body goes flying
And
after this. This is
therefore,
nonsense.
You would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves. Am I correct about that?
Maintain contact with the arm? I'm unclear what you mean.
What I'm trying to do, sir, is to get under your theory, right? Given the contact that you've described, what would you expect to be the orientation of the wounds to the upper part of the arm and to the lower part of the arm?
Just like it's shown in this photograph.
Okay.
Just like that.
Isn't it the case with your theory that the tail light would have to break? And after the break, the arm would have to maintain contact,
or it would be already broken
with the arm,
right?
as the car moves.
So that is what happens in pedestrian contacts. There is a contact duration. For example, you asked me earlier in that calculation you had me ran, you said 0.01 seconds. That was the contact duration. So when you have things like this, and that's why you have to allow, if you do testing, the body to move, because the car is going to hit the body. It's going to cause it to move. The body's going to rotate away.
No, it
and the
isn't.
car's
It's going to
gonna
sweep
continue
across
on
the
in that
arm.
clipping type impact.
Why are you lying?
So the arm is definitely in contact with the rear of the car for some time.
There's no way you sell
That's what I
me
wanted
on
to get
that
to, is
light
simply that under
being
your
intact
theory,
when it hits him and then causing those cuts.
the
No
tail
way.
light would break, and also the arm would need to maintain contact with the tail light area as the car moves. Is that your supposition?
So at a point in time, it'll stop contact, but the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to want to continue moving on. It's going to push. It's going to initially contact the arm and then push the arm away as it rotates the body. So yes, it's going to maintain contact until the clipping is over and the vehicle continues on.
So my next question is simply, how long do you believe the arm needs to maintain contact with the taillight after, under your theory, it breaks, to produce those types of wounds that you say came from a taillight?
We don't have enough information to determine that.
Right.
Right.
You don't have
Because it's
enough
nonsense.
information to make that determination, do you, sir?
Correct.
And
But we know because of the laws of physics that it has to be some amount of time. It doesn't occur instantaneously.
so now we do apply the laws of physics.
Now there are absolutes. It must be some period of time because it can't
Is that correct? You're now applying
be
the laws of
instantaneous.
physics to the injury to the right arm. But you
No.
didn't do that in your report.
Nope, always applied the laws of physics. The paint experiment, as you're referring to it, was to look at basically the orientation of the scratches that matched this. So that was an engineering experiment to correlate height, position of the taillight relative to height, orientation of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
You just said, sir, if I heard you correctly, you, to answer my previous question, applied the laws of physics. That's what you just said, correct?
So the laws of physics cover more than Newton's second law. There's a whole law of physics, the whole field of physics.
There's like
is
a whole
broad
lot of
subject.
it.
So a simple measurement
Like a
of
law.
height is a physical
Like
measurement.
how he got into saying it and then he didn't know what he was going to say.
Sir, I have your entire
There's like a whole big like
report in my hand.
law
right
about
here.
it.
Where in the report do you apply the law of physics to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Where?
Good question.
So in the paint experiment we did, the laws of physics about gravity, orientation, things like that, I didn't apply Newton's second law as we already went through. But again, those simple position, arm angles, the possible physical arm angles, those are all generally governed by the laws of physics. The laws of physics are very broad.
Sir, I'll ask it this way. Where in your
And we took that broad and we slapped it on those things.
14-page report, do you even mention the laws of physics related to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
He doesn't.
So in terms of
You don't.
applying
That's the funniest
laws
thing.
of physics,
I'm not asking applying, just where in the report is it mentioned law of physics relative to the right arm? Can you point me
I
to
don't know
where?
that I would write a report that said these are the laws of physics. I would say these are the numbers. But for example, the timing in GPS, how a clock times, the concept of a second. What does that mean? Those are all concepts of physics. So the timing, the GPS, the mileage, how we calculate the mileage, those are all based on the laws of physics.
You sound like an
I'm
insane
talking
person
about
right now.
Injuries to the
You're not
right
technically
arm.
wrong. You just
That's
sound
not what you asked. You asked me about my whole report.
Sir, if you could, please, I just need to finish my question. Where in your report do you use
say all of it.
any laws of physics in connection with injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Can you point me to a word or a page in your report?
Yes.
Where?
2A, 2A Roman numeral 1, 2A Roman numeral 2, 2A Roman numeral 3, 2A Roman numeral number 4, 2A Roman numeral number 5.
Sir, I followed all of it, but what I'm asking about is where in all of what you just mentioned is the word right arm? I'll take what you just said. Where in 2A and all of those is the word right arm?
Uh-oh.
Where is it?
Oh, sorry, it's in number 3.
So let's go to 3.
Let's go to 3 then.
You state the location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and right arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570. Where?
Can you read the next sentence?
I'm sorry. Is it see PowerPoint slides 102, 120, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want to just start with the report. Did you apply any force analysis to support 3?
So in terms of the force analysis, I did not do an F equal MA analysis, but in terms of, say, the contact pattern, I obviously had to apply some force, even at 2 miles an hour, to do that.
So the answer is what you cited, number 3, you did not use a force analysis, correct?
So force was applied to my arm in the paint test. I didn't do an F equals MA force analysis.
Why not?
You're welcome.
So now let's go to the
It'd be really hard.
horizontal movement we were talking about with regard to the car. And you can agree or disagree.
Sorry. The picture's done.
I'm sorry, we'll take that down. Do you agree or disagree that given a horizontal movement of the car, vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent
I was
injury
going to say
pattern?
no because the arm could just be extended.
So horizontal motion generally will cause a horizontal laceration. You can get what are called stellate, which are blunt force, and it causes a splitting of the skin as well. But generally, when the vehicle is clipping or running horizontal across it, it will generally cause horizontal lacerations. But when you have a fractured taillight, you can get pieces going off in other directions. So it's not necessarily going to be perfectly horizontal.
So my question is, not with clipping, you keep inserting clipping into my question. My question is this. If you're given a horizontal movement of the car, do you agree that it's more likely than not that vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
I'm trying to help you, but
We're trying to help you,
give me
just
more.
too stupid.
So, like, is it a clipping contact or is it not a clipping contact? Is it a direct in the center of the car impact?
Okay, are there only two variables you need to answer the question?
But this is a good start.
All right, so let me do it this way. You can't answer the question on a general basis of whether there's horizontal movement of a car, whether vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern. You can't answer that question without more information. Is that your answer?
So generally, again, horizontal motion should cause horizontal lacerations. But again, it depends on what's being hit.
Okay.
So for example, if I have something that bends as a result of the impact, it could bend up and create a vertical laceration.
So you would agree, based upon what you said, that generally horizontal movement of a car would be expected to cause
If John's holding the glass,
horizontal lacerations.
there is
Okay. Now, during
there's an
your blue
argument
paint test,
that his arm would be
the blue
positioned
paint
right.
was featured more predominantly
Which arm was
on
it?
your upper
Maybe it was
arm
his
than
right
your
arm.
forearm. Is that correct?
The wounds were on his right
I
arm,
think it
right?
depends on the tests.
This makes no sense if the wounds are on his right arm.
Will that
I'd
help
love to
you?
bring up a slide.
We're going to be running the thing, so we'll just bring one up and you tell me whether this slide works for you, sir.
Do you want me to tell you the slide I want?
If we could take a shot at it first, and then we may ask you for it. But I think we've got a slide for you. And what number? 111 is on the screen, sir. Is the blue paint more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm? Is there more blue paint on your upper arm than your forearm?
Probably. This is the one where I actually walked
Right arm makes
sideways
no
into the back
sense.
of the car. The one where
Unless
the car's moving.
it has to hit him from
Probably a
behind.
little better representation.
Sir, I'm just asking you a question about this slide. If you
Okay,
could just focus on this slide here, and if you can't answer it, so be it.
All the ball.
Is the blue paint featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm?
It sort of looks like it. I didn't actually measure the total area of it.
All right. So on direct, you stated that in order for the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm to have been caused by an impact with the taillight, his arm would have needed to be held outstretched as you did in your demonstration, correct?
You would need some degree of outstretch, yes.
Yes. So isn't that an example of confirmation bias?
No, that's matching the contact pattern to
Scratch
the
that
injury.
ear.
But don't you have to select among other choices this outstretching of the arm? Don't you have others, correct?
So that was matching the physical evidence on his arm to the physical evidence on the car, and then running a test to see if dynamically those matched up. So it's, I didn't have it hit the exhaust pipe, for example, because there was no assertion it hit the exhaust pipe. There was no damage to the exhaust pipe. So it was based upon the evidence, and the testing was done to test, to use your vernacular, the hypothesis that that's where it came from.
Sir, have I ever asked you anything about a tailpipe in any of my questions today?
Yes.
I have not. I've never
Yes,
asked.
you have. You asked me about the totality of the rear of the Lexus, which includes the tailpipe.
All right. I am not going to be asking any questions that involve the taillight in any fashion. So what I'd like to do is to go back to the question that I'm asking, which is, did you consider, as part of the scientific method, in terms of more than one hypothesis, did you consider in your analysis any other orientation of Mr. O'Keefe other than the one you selected for your paint test?
Yes.
And where is that consideration
Thanks,
of
Ben
other
Schwartz.
hypotheses stated in any report?
It's not. I was just looking at the damage that was up on the sheet metal.
Okay. So are you saying that you considered other orientations of Mr. O'Keefe relative to the vehicle as part of your analysis?
In terms of where exactly the hand would be, some slight different angles in the forearm, which is from the elbow to the hand. I did consider that, but all the physical testing is done with the hand hitting the approximate center of the taillight.
Do you have any notes that you took for these alternative orientations?
No, I think I just included photographs of that damage.
Do you have any proof at all that you considered those other orientations? Anything in writing?
Send him with
No,
his
I believe so.
confirmation bios. He's red.
Consider
He's
any other
cherry tomatoing.
orientations of Mr. O'Keefe under your theory relative to the back of the SUV?
Sure. In the beginning of this, I started about, hey, it's all over. Could be anywhere on the back of it. Then whittled it down based upon the evidence, started eliminating various hypotheses based upon the evidence, and came to this conclusion, eliminating hypotheses based upon the taillight fragments near his body, the lacerations, his height, the height of the taillight on the Lexus. So it was an iterative process.
Did you mention any of these supposed hypotheses in your direct testimony?
No, because I was able to reject them. I didn't come in here to tell these people what didn't happen. I came in here to tell them what I believe happened.
Would you agree, sir, that
Okay.
the scientific method earlier has the scientists identify various hypotheses
And then eliminate them.
data that supports it, but you show your math as to why you're rejecting hypotheses. As you said, you rejected them. I'm asking for proof that you considered other hypotheses. Do you have anything in writing, any notes at all, any videos, any tests that you did, documentation of other hypotheses other than picking this one? Do you have any documentation of that?
So I did a bunch of tests with the Lexus. I did backing tests. I looked at how the rear system worked. to
Checking out
see
that
if it would
caboose.
autonomously brake. I confirmed it did not. So I eliminated that as a hypothesis. I tested the steering. I tested the transmission, what 1, 2 represented. So I did a whole bunch of tests on the vehicle.
I understand you say you did a bunch of tests on the vehicle. My question is, did you ever take the vehicle and position yourself or anybody else in various locations to determine whether or not your hypotheses could be properly rejected? Do you have any documentation that you did that?
I mean, I did do 1 static and 2 dynamic tests in very similar positions, though. So I did a total of 3 tests relative to the arm.
Oh, 3. That's amazing.
There's a documentation for that, sir.
It's in the file. I gave it to you. Some of the slides are some of it.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I think if we're going to,
I am, and I'm going to move on, Your Honor.
So,
okay, Mr. Alessi, hold on, we're going to do that board.
Can I ask, I just have one other area, Your Honor. I can do it in short order if I could,
Okay.
please.
I wasn't finished my
Go ahead, finish your answer. I'm
So
sorry.
slides 109, 110, 111,
So we're gonna have another voir dire.
actually through,
I assume they're gonna ask him.
I guess, 121 deal
if
with.
he knows about a
the testing
specific
of the hypothesis.
thing, so then they can go down the line of
We'll
questioning
come back
about
to
it.
this at another time, Dr. Welcher. So what I want to do.
He's like, I don't want to stay
is
another day.
to
Let me go
finish
home.
up on this point. So is it your testimony that no part of what you did in selecting this area, no part of it is confirmation bias. You say there's no confirmation bias at all in what you did. Is that your testimony?
That's certainly my goal. I try and eliminate all confirmational bias. I didn't start out at this particular location. This is where the physical evidence led me to. So I would say the conclusions are supported by the science.
My question is, did you engage in any confirmation, and this will be my last question, did
The
you
answer is no.
engage in any confirmation bias in terms of how you approach the issue that you have testified about in written reports?
The answer is still no.
It's a good
All right,
predicament.
so, okay, thank you. All right, so jurors, we're going to send you home because we still have work to do here and we don't need you waiting there while we do it.
Get out of there, jury. You smell
tomorrow is a half
terrible.
day.
Bad people,
See when
probably.
exactly
Just kidding.
that half day ends, but we won't be here until, we won't go until 4 tomorrow. Those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone, don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know.
Okay, so we're gonna have some sort of voir dire here.
Please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow.
Who's laughing? The expert? I think the expert was Mike still. Careful with your social media use. Wrestler Town says, I didn't apply Newton's second law as the quote of the year. Good job. Good job. Sport Nugget says, if nothing else, the defense has done a good job making me hate almost every state witness. Yes, they really have. And I've said several times I think that's a big part of their strategy, is just an impression of non-trust.
Right. Okay, Mr. Alessi, it's your voir dire.
If I could have a moment, Your Honor, to switch.
Switch binders. What is this?
Your Honor,
Yes.
can I have a load up my slides?
Yeah, can you do that while you're sitting here answering questions? Yes.
Binders and Mitt Romney comes in. I got him. I got him. I got women for you. So wait, the truck that Karen Reed allegedly hit was an F-150? Like, that was an F-150? It wasn't something smaller? Because, I mean, part of the thing was the taillight was higher than
I'm going to start with Your Honor.
whatever, like, test vehicle they showed.
And we're on a
But an
very limited
F-150
schedule here.
Might be higher. Very,
Okay,
very
Your
different shape.
Mr. Wilk, with Your Honor's permission, if we could pull up the January
Chevy
30th,
Traverse. Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
2025 PowerPoint of Dr. Welcher in slide 36.
Okay, that's what the F-150 is. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the help, chat. You're always
See
so
that,
helpful.
Dr. Welcher? Do you recall that from your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Do you remember?
I thought I had replaced the video on the left-hand side by the time I produced it.
Sir, I got to
don't
go through
recall
this
that.
quickly. That image is a drone image on the left, correct?
Oh, correct.
And you had that in your original report, but you removed it in subsequent reports, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get that drone image from?
It was in the file.
Wasn't it in the CARS report of Trooper Paul?
I believe it was.
So you took that drone image from the CARS report of Trooper Paul, correct?
Correct.
They just kicked the door open?
Let's, if we could, Mr. Woke, go to diagram 1. Do we have that electronically of Trooper Paul?
I don't know what they're kicking the door open for. They're going to go after Trooper Paul. That's funny. So that guy was... We were watching that from the last trial, and he's a friggin' idiot. That's the guy who talked like this.
Do you recognize that as diagram 1 from Trooper Paul's report?
Yes.
So, and that's the diagram that you took that image and you put it in your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint, correct?
I'm pulling up my version of the PowerPoint.
Pull up my version that I've been changing this whole time.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, if we could take that down, I'm going to go to the next example. We could go to Dr. Welcher.
I'm sorry, actually, can we go back to that?
Yes. With Your Honor, why do we?
Well,
I have limited. Go ahead.
So that particular diagram I did not use. If you notice, the diagram I used has different cars and doesn't have all the writing about the position of things on it.
I am going to now, Your Honor, have to take the time to go to Trooper Paul's report. We have the hard copy of Trooper Paul's.
Could you turn the lights on, please?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes, Mr. Brennan. This is. May I approach the witness? Excuse me, Dr. Welcher. You see this first page? You recognize this as the cover page for the Trooper Paul report that I was referring to.
Well, Lisa, can you show me the signature?
You want to look at the report? So I'm not so sure there is a signature on the report.
Signature block right here. Yes, Trooper Paul, page 16.
I have that.
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Now, what I want to do is to go to diagram 1. And if I could, Your Honor, republish what was just up. I'm showing you diagram 1, sir, and I'm asking you, is that the image from Trooper Paul's report that you then used to put into your January 30th slide presentation?
No. See all the writing on here, the glass cup, all the dimensions here. Here's my January 30th one. None of that stuff's here. There's different. None of this stuff is here.
Isn't it the case that this is cropped more and there's a larger picture of the same image, or not?
See this tree?
Yes.
See these trees?
Yes.
See
all
these trees?
measurements by the trees?
Yes.
All
These
that's
trees?
right here.
Okay.
Those
trees?
do not show up on my image.
Let me go to a different method then to do this. You have an image. Can we go, Mr. Wolf, to the January 30th presentation?
Slide 36.
Correct. Where did you get that image from that's in your PowerPoint presentation on the left?
I think it was from the file, a satellite image from the file.
What part of the file, sir?
I actually don't know at this time.
How close is the image on diagram 1, the drone image, to the image that you can't now recall where you got it from for your slide presentation? Are they similar?
So that one has a whole bunch of measurements and ID on it, but the underlying image is very similar. It's probably the same one.
Right. Yes. You're welcome. Do you know of any other place you could have, let's put the presentation back up on the slide presentation. Do you know of any other location other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have got that drone image from?
No, I'm not sure I got it from the report. I recall getting it from the file.
My question is, do you know of any other source other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have gotten that drone image from?
So this image is not in that report.
It's not my
Yes, it is. You asked me anything but the report. That image is not in that report.
did you get the drone image from any file from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. Did Trooper Paul work on any drone images to your knowledge with respect to 34 Fairview?
I don't know.
But you would agree that the drone images are from the Massachusetts State Police file, correct?
Give me 1 second.
Sir, let me know you've had a fair opportunity to answer that question.
Yeah, give me a second. Yes, it came in a file called cars-trp.jopal.
Okay, so it came from, and that's the report of Trooper Paul, correct?
No, these are drone images that are not in the report.
No, I'm saying what you just read. Can you repeat it again, what you just read, where it came from?
I read you a folder
Yes.
that contains a bunch of things, including the report.
Understood.
That image is not in his report.
Can you read the file name again that you just read?
The folder name
Yes.
is cars-trp.jopal.
Okay.
Okay,
And
cool.
Did you get the drone image
Nice folder.
from that file folder?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Now let's go
I was
on
that's difficult.
to the May 26, 2025 PowerPoint that you created. And I'd like to go to slides 25, 26, and 27. Have you discussed with anybody today at all the source of what is depicted up on this slide?
No.
Okay, so let's now go to where did you get you see the larger chart to the left there in the, looks like mostly a rectangle. Do you see that, sir?
What slide are you on? What slide is that?
The one you don't want
25,
to
I believe.
want to have
Okay,
questions
and
asked
then we
about,
can
probably.
click to 26 because it looks like it's the same. If we can go to 26 and 27, looks like it's the same one. You tell me.
Similar.
Similar, okay.
Yeah.
In 27,
Correct.
see the same or similar one there. Okay.
These are all from Google Maps.
Well, my question is,
They're
May I
from
approach, Your Honor?
Google Maps.
Yes.
Thank you. Let me ask you this
Did
question.
you get them from Google Maps or did someone else?
Access, sir, to the cars report of Trooper Paul on your computer?
Think so? You remember the name of it?
I don't. We'll do it there with the hard copy. Mr. Brennan, I'd like to show this. Thank you. So if I could approach you.
Yep.
So you see what I'm pointing to right here, which is page 10 of Trooper Paul's cars report. Do you see that?
I do. Is this the same report dated 1/29/2022?
I believe so, sir. Let me just take a peek. This is, you can just compare. This is the one I have in my hand. Take it and look for any identification that gives you, right? We got the same one.
Yeah, mine's broken.
Okay.
So let's do paper.
Okay, so we have that report, and I now am referencing page 10 of that report, and I'm looking at the chart on page 10. Is that chart on page 10 the same or substantially the same as the chart that is up on your slide presentation right now?
So it's not the same. I did not use this data at all, but we both use Google Maps.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to You're continuing on the same slide. If Mr. Woke, we could go to slides 22 and 23.
Okay, and this will be the last on this, Mr. Alessi. If you want to get to the autopsy photo, we're wrapping this all up at 4:10.
Okay, Your Honor.
5 minutes. You can do it, Alessi. Don't let us down. Cross the finish line. Make fun of someone in a wheelchair.
You see these photos?
Use your legs.
I'm sorry.
You see the photos that are up on that?
I do.
Okay. Do you, in terms
She just
of
basically
those,
told the witness
those
to
photos,
stall.
do you recognize any aspect of those photos?
Yes.
What do you recognize in terms of the person in it?
Oh. You want me to limit it to just these 3 photos?
Any photo that would be, this photo or any photo similar to it. But let's start with just these 3.
If I have to limit it to these 3, I don't know who that is.
It's
okay, if you
amazing.
don't limit it to those 3, who would you conclude it is in those photos?
It appeared to be Trooper Paul from other photos.
Okay, so you can tell from other photos that this is Trooper Paul in these photos, correct?
So you got
I have
Trooper
photos of
Paul's
Trooper Paul in the car. I don't know that someone else switched out. I have no reason to believe
photos
this
in
is
his report.
anybody but Trooper Paul.
Okay. Would you have any understanding that there's any other trooper that would be doing this type of analysis other than Trooper Paul?
Someone else took the photographs?
No, I'm talking inside the vehicle.
I'm sorry?
Inside the vehicle doing what's depicted here.
Someone is inside the vehicle taking the photograph.
What's your best conclusion as to who that is?
Trooper Paul.
Thank you. Your Honor, that is,
Okay, so next topic.
yes,
Go right
thank you.
ahead.
And I just need to reload, if you will, with regard to that topic.
He just has explained his personal knowledge of Trooper Paul's report. So Trooper Paul's report's going to come in. That he used Trooper Paul's report in establishing his own report. It's a reference for it. The door has been properly kicked open.
If you could, if Your Honor, you can go to slide, and I think I can do this fairly quickly.
Okay.
If
I mean,
you
he'll
can
still
go,
have to lay
Mr.
foundation
Woke,
for
to
it.
Slide 131 of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation. And it's now 132. I don't believe that's the right one. It's the,
One before that.
yeah, I think you're, yeah, okay. So this is slide 131 from your slide presentation, correct, sir?
Correct.
And if you look to the far right, I'm sorry, Mr. Woke, you go to the other one. Yes, that one, and scroll down so we can see what's in green. For that depiction, that is from Dr. Scorty Bellows' autopsy report, page 3, correct? Is that where you got that from?
It's from the report. Take your word for it on page 3.
So, but it is from Dr. Scorty Bellows' autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could go to, if we could zoom back out and go to the multicolored image in the center, up at the top. Yep. Yep. I got it. Yep. Thank you. If you can go to the very top line, it says autopsy report performed by Irene Scorty Bello, MD, PhD. If you could scroll back over, date of autopsy, January 31, 2022, and then you see final diagnoses. That is all directly from the autopsy report, is it not, sir?
Yes.
And that is in your slide presentation, correct, sir? This is page 131 of your slide presentation, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, you are all set, Doctor.
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Oh, did you have any
shit.
questions, Mr. Brennan?
Squirty Bello was the one who has the favorable
Okay.
autopsy report that they were having trouble getting in. Whoops.
Dr. Welcher, you were shown a photograph of the street of Fairview Road.
I just
Did you know
realized,
that
like,
didn't
how
come from
important
Trooper
that
Paul?
was.
It came from the CERT report, and Trooper Paul then took it from the CERT report and put it in separately in his presentation. Did you know that?
I had no idea. I just was given it as a folder.
And the photo you were using, it didn't have the markings that Trooper Paul put on his report, did it?
It did not.
When Trooper Paul, when you used that photo, was it because you were borrowing, relying on, or using any of Trooper Paul's reports for your conclusions or any of your decisions or analysis in this case?
I did not use his report at all.
It was simply limited to the use of the photo to show a different demonstrative issue.
Correct.
And then when you saw diagram 1, again, that was different than what was used in Trooper Paul's report because it had absent in it all the writing. Isn't that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or conclusions in this case?
Hank
for your
Brennan is
conclusions and your
scrambling right
analysis?
now.
Not at all.
Is that why you went and downloaded the information and looked at the car and did everything individually, separately,
Objection.
and uniquely from Trooper Paul?
I wanted it to be independent in my analysis.
Regarding Dr. Scotabello, did you ever consider her conclusions
Now
regarding
we were
manner
ending
of cause
at
of death as a basis for your
4:10
analysis?
there,
and
Bev.
conclusions?
What happened?
And when you considered her analysis, did you consider the conclusion? Did you consider the conclusion of undetermined cause of death? Was that part of your analysis?
Oh, no, I was using like the skull fractures, the description of the injuries.
So you were considering the information in her autopsy report?
Correct.
How about her conclusions? Did you rely on her conclusions to do your studies or any analysis in this case as far as cause of death or manner of death?
Only I thought I said blunt force trauma and hypothermia.
Okay. Regarding her conclusions about whether this was caused by a car accident or not, did you consider that as the basis of your opinion?
No, I wouldn't take a person like that's opinion for that.
Did you ever have a conversation with Dr. Scotabello about her expertise limitations?
No, I would want a biomechanical analysis.
Was your opinion regarding the collision in this case, did it have anything to do whatsoever with Dr. Scotabello's?
You're on fucking life support on these
regarding cause of death,
issues.
Whether it was accident, undetermined, or homicide?
No.
Alessi just came in and sledgehammered them right at the end.
One question, can we just wrap it up? I'd like to hear you argue, but we don't have time, so I'm just gonna.
I have
decision.
two questions, Your Honor. You put in your slide presentation information from the autopsy report of Dr. Scotabello for a reason, correct, sir? And that reason is because you considered the autopsy report as part of your analysis, correct?
So I considered portions, which are the portions I included here for the autopsy report.
And part of those considerations were the final diagnoses. We can put that back up, Mr. Woke. But you recall the slide that you had has the final diagnoses of Dr. Scotabello, and you put that in your slide presentation because you considered that as part of your analysis, else it wouldn't be in there, correct?
So the final diagnosis is in there. There's a line, then it says cause of death, and then manner of death.
Right.
The things I highlighted are the things I thought were important. So the highlighting on slide 130. So the final diagnosis, again, does not include cause of death. It does not include manner of death. There's that horizontal line demarcating those. The important things that I was looking at are the under or highlighted, which is why I highlighted
You put the report in your report. Why would you do that?
Exactly. So the ones that you highlighted, you considered are from the autopsy report. That's why you're highlighting them, right, sir? You considered that.
Correct.
Thank you. No questions, Your
Done.
Honor. I
All right.
appreciate that.
So I'm not going to let you argue now. I'll hear you very briefly tomorrow before we stop. But Mr. Alessi, how much longer are you going to be tomorrow?
Well, he just opened the door, bitch. I'm gonna be a while. It's hunting season.
I'm about halfway through, Your Honor.
We're about halfway through.
Pick up, if you get through things quicker, I would like to do that, but given today, that's my best estimate.
So we're half a day tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
Well, I'll go fast, Your Honor.
So it may be that we have a 20-minute break tomorrow and we finish up by 1:30 by going straight through. We've got a juror who has an appointment that we told her she'd be able to make. So
why'd you lie?
We'd
Liar!
like to do everything we can so that Dr. Welcher doesn't have to come back or stay here another day. So let's just see what we can do, and we will do the same thing for your experts as well.
No, I understand, Your Honor, and I respect everything that Your Honor is saying. I must say, Your Honor, to state the obvious, this is a key aspect of the case, and we've got to be able to proceed through with the question. He covered a lot on his direct, and we need to properly.
And I'm
Yep.
not asking you to curb it. I'm just hoping that we can do it. So I will ask you tomorrow at a certain time to see whether we're able to do it with the 20-minute break and finish.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll give you my answer if that's the point.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I step down?
There it is. I mean, he made the highlight reel. Alessi seems to be a star of the highlight reel. We'll put that in the recap. I mean, that was devastating for the state. Very, very helpful for Karen Reed. That was not what the state wanted. They had worked hard to get that autopsy report from Squirty Bello excluded. Or severely limited. I can't remember which one, but the testimony about it and its admissibility was very much in question. It now, all he will do tomorrow or when voir dire is over is he will lay appropriate foundation. You are familiar with this report. You added it to your thing, right? We talked about this yesterday. Here you are, my best friend. And they'll bring it in. And right now, Hank Brennan is just stomping on his own feet in rage. God worked so hard to keep that out. You idiot. You got a PhD for PH dumb. You know he's pissed. No, he pulls it out right at the end. I was bored most of the day. I thought Alessi actually was kind of struggling through cross. He was having trouble communicating with a difficult, because the PhDs are smart. And they're good at talking about what they know, and they know a lot about their subjects. So, you know, they're really good at being evasive, being precise, using pedantics to get around things. And that's what he was doing. He was doing a great job of it. And you know, Alessi was pissed the whole day, like just gonna squeeze something out of this guy. And then he must have done something. He must have cracked it open enough to earn that voir dire because, you know, like, otherwise, he would have just done it earlier. So he must have said, look, I'm going to go down this road, one of those long sidebars. I'm going to go down this road. This is going to be my line of questioning. Here's the goal. We know that he put this stuff in there. We're going to get him to admit it, that he knows it. And once he admits it, once he knows it, we're going to say the door's kicked open. We're going to ask you to admit those reports. And they can bring in those experts if they want. They can recall Squirty below. They can call Trooper Paul if they want on, you know, in their case in chief and as a hostile witness, and they can just bully him like a moron. Great stuff. So anyway, that ended up awesome. It was slow at the start, but it went really well there at the end. Title of my lovemaking book. We've got, here we go. Tech guy says vehicle forensics telemetry includes speed, time, and tire spin. Would be a slam dunk if they had it, so it all seems a reach. Not one ring camera between locations to confirm tail light damage. No, there is ring camera. Well, there was ring camera footage. However, it was not recovered during the very thorough investigation. You know, the officers just determined that the ring camera footage wouldn't be useful to them, so they'd never asked about it, and it was miraculously deleted or, you know, timed out and deleted on its own. So the ring camera footage that they could have recovered from around the neighborhood, they just decided wasn't going to be useful without ever reviewing it, which is fantastic. Mactavius says, did you see the copy reporter or the court reporter lean back and mouth, oh my God, after Beth asked how much longer Alessi has? Yes. That was hilarious. She just goes, that was a good moment. That was very good. Man, now I'm all excited. I'm amped up. I wasn't amped up before. I was getting very, very tired. I fell asleep a little bit just for a second. So my sleep schedule's been so messed up. But now I'm all pumped.
Got him. Kurt has a massive peen. See the Rekita. See the.
Oh, you mean micropene? Don't start this SHIT with your lying again.
We're at 27 micropeens. I thought we weren't going to have one. I thought that was a massive peen counter that was going to start. I think we're all just excited it's over. That voir dire was fantastic. I wish Cross moved at that pace. We're at 891 likes. If you guys like the show, please go ahead and click the like button. It does help. I know it seems weird, but it's free. But only click it if you like it. If you don't like it, or if you're just like, it's mediocre, click yourself into the garbage can. Otherwise, click the like button. Please click the like button. Oh my goodness. With that, guys, I think we'll probably wrap up for the trial thing. I'll record a recap soon and get the highlight in there. And who knows what we get up tomorrow? We got this Grok song, or this Sora, whatever it is. We got to get it made into a karaoke video, and because that's gotta happen at some point here. I'm super excited for it. Other than that, I've got a video about Trump in South Africa. It's from the live stream that we did the other day. I just want to record some extra thoughts on it, and then I'll put that out as soon as that's ready. So, yeah. Oh, and we're gonna definitely put up the we're gonna clip out the video of the ChatGPT song and put that up. I might just I'll probably just put a clean copy up or something. Although I like my reaction to it too, but I know my reaction to it was probably fucking up with sound. Anyway, we'll figure it out. I miss you guys. I'm gonna miss you guys. Until I see you again. We'll be streaming tomorrow. Don't miss it. Catch you guys soon. Peace. Peace. Where's my outro video? I hate everything. I hate.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get on the board. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet. There's no one who explains the poem better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed.